Chapter 190. Once the liquid metal nanorobots were injected into Cartman's body, they only lasted for less than a second before being killed by Cartman's formidable demonic blood, not a single one remaining. Cartman said with a cold smile, "You want to use poison to control me? It's no use. My true body is the Demonist Plane's Demon Emperor. I'm fundamentally different from you ants. My true body is a formidable being comparable to a god. The poison of you ants can't control me." Yang Feng didn't pay attention to Cartman and silently asked within, "Can I control the life form through the liquid metal nanorobots?" From the analysis of the information transmitted by the liquid metal nanorobots, the life form's blood possesses an extremely strong power. Foreign objects are basically unable to fuse or invade it. Unless the blood is completely analyzed, otherwise, it's impossible to manufacture the liquid metal nanorobot elixir to control the life form. Yang Feng suddenly asked Carolina next to him, "Carolina, does his true body know what happened to his avatar here?" Carolina gave a bitter smile and said, "I also don't know. In our Tyrannid subcontinent, knowledge about God's avatars is very scarce. After all, it has been nearly 10,000 years since anyone from our Tyrannid subcontinent went to explore other planes. After the collapse of the 8th Warlock dynasty, there were very few great warlocks in Tyrannid subcontinent who would go explore other planes. Exploring other planes was very dangerous. Once one entered a plane like the Demonist Plane, human warlocks would most likely be caught and eaten by demons. Even if it was a Moonlight Warlock rank expert who entered a plane like the Demonist Plane, they would also die if they were the slightest bit careless. Additionally, demons manipulated eyes of justice to continuously and silently erase that knowledge, resulting in fewer and fewer people knowing about other planes' divine and demonic knowledge. Yang Feng's gaze fell on the two women, Dephilia and Cheyenne. The two of them shook their heads slightly, clearly not knowing about this knowledge. "I do know a thing or two about this knowledge." A voice suddenly sounded from the side. Everyone's complexions changed and they looked towards the direction from which the voice came. They saw a handsome young man dressed in a white gown that was 70% similar to China's ancient Hanfu, with the temperament of a scion of an influential family and an extraordinary grandeur unhurriedly walk over from the side with a smile on his face. Yang Feng couldn't help but inwardly criticize, "This guy is really handsome. If he were to come to Earth, then Earth's male stars would lose their jobs." The young man with the temperament of a scion of an influential family said with a gentle and courteous smile, "I'm Kongfang Ao, I'm from the continent's eastern world's Great Cloud Dynasty. I received information that a demonic calamity would break out here, so I specially came to suppress it. I didn't expect the Demon Emperor's avatar to be suppressed by all of you. All of you are really amazing. People from the continent." Carolina and the other women's expressions changed slightly. They looked at Kong Fangao with a trace of respect. The main continent on the other side of the Sea of Monsters was the cultivation holy land that all warlocks yearned for even in their dreams. Human warlocks with the ability to overturn rivers and seas, to enslave gods and fiends were basically all gathered in the main continent. If it wasn't for the Sea of Monsters being extremely dangerous, then Tyrannid subcontinent's warlock geniuses would have already left for the main continent. Yang Feng introduced, "I'm Steel City's Grand Marshal Yang Feng, this is Snow White Madame Dephilia, this is Rose Garden's Master Carolina, and this is the Dark Elven Great Matriarch Cheyenne." After exchanging pleasantries, Yang Feng asked directly, "Kongfang Ao, can this guy's clone share the perception of his true body?" Kongfang Ao smiled slightly and said unhurriedly, "When powerful beings from other planes descend to the Tsangji plane, they will generally use projections, clones, and the like. Because most of the planar passageways are unstable, the more powerful the being, the more difficult it is to pass through the planar passageway. If a projection descends to this plane, then it will split off a trace of the powerful being's consciousness. Once the projection is taken back, then the powerful being will know everything that happened to the projection on this plane. If the projection is destroyed, then the true body won't suffer any harm. Clones are beings condensed from a part of the powerful being's soul. They are integrated with the powerful being's true body. Anything that happens to the clone, the true body will be able to sense it. Every time an avatar is killed, the true body will be harmed. Clones are beings formed from a part of the true body, such as blood, limbs, divinity, and other things that contain the true body's power and mysteries, as well as a trace of consciousness, and other beings. The consciousness of the clone and the true body are relatively independent. Everything that happens to the clone must be taken back by the true body, only then will the true body know. This Cartman is obviously a clone of the demon Emperor Cartman that descended to this world. As long as he hasn't returned to his true body, everything that happens here will basically not be sensed by the demon Emperor Cartman. After hearing Kong Fong Ao's explanation, the complexions of Carolina and the other women became slightly better. Kong Fong Ao added another sentence, however, there are no absolutes in all things. If this doppelganger had mastered some strange secret treasures or some strange spells, and the demon Emperor Cartman used some secret techniques, he might be able to sense everything that was happening here at the same time. After all, the demonist plane is one of the 36 primary material planes, not one bit inferior to the Tsangji plane. The demonist's demon emperor rank experts are already equivalent to the feeble divine force rank gods of other planes. Their divine abilities are so great that they are far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Unfortunately, I originally planned to capture him and use him as an experimental material for research. In this case, I can't let him stay. Yang Feng said somewhat regretfully and clapped his hands. In the sky, the mechanical black dragon opened its huge mouth, and a dragon breath cannon descended from the sky and blasted the demon Emperor Cartman, directly blasting the clone into ashes. Yang Feng gave a forthright smile and invited, Kong Fong Ao, how about coming to my St. Colin city for a chat? I'll be the host and treat you to a drink. Kong Fong Ao said with a smile, of course, I wouldn't dare. On the top floor of St. Colin City's most luxurious restaurant, Yang Feng and Kong Fong Ao were enjoying Tyrannid subcontinent's top delicacies while talking about the local customs. Kong Fong Ao came from the main continent's famous aristocratic family, his experience was extremely rich and he was extremely talkative, benefiting Yang Feng a lot. After 3 rounds of wine, Kong Fong Ao pondered for a while and said, Brother Yang, I can vaguely feel a trace of Black Dragon's blood meridian fluctuations in your body. Have you transplanted Black Dragon's blood meridians and cultivated the secret method Black Dragon Morph? Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of admiration and he said, that's right. Before Yang Feng used a spell, even a peak great warlock like Carolina would find it difficult to sense that he possessed Black Dragon's blood meridians. Kong Fong Ao had only drunk with him once, yet he was already able to sense that he possessed Black Dragon's blood meridians. This kind of knowledge was simply shocking. Kong Fong Ao's eyes flashed with a touch of regret and he sighed, Brother Yang, with your outstanding talent, how could you cultivate such an inferior secret method like Black Dragon Morph? After all, this Black Dragon Morph secret method only has 5 layers. After barely cultivating it to the Starry Sky Warlock rank, there's no way forward. Yang Feng was suddenly somewhat speechless. The Black Dragon Morph secret method was the core secret method of Black Dragon Pagoda, one of the 6 great warlock groups in Tyrannid subcontinent. Yang Feng was speechless that such a powerful secret method was rated as an inferior secret method by Kong Fong Ao. Yang Feng said without batting an eyelid, Black Dragon Morph can be cultivated to the Starry Sky Warlock rank, it should be regarded as a relatively powerful secret method. How could it be an inferior secret method? My Tsangji plane is one of the 36 primary material planes. In the past, the 7 great warlock emperors of the human race suppressed the universe and conquered countless planes. For what reason did gods, fiends, and devils serve as the lackeys of my human race? It's naturally because of the supreme strength of my human warlocks. My Tsangji plane's warlocks are divided into Level 1 Warlock, Level 2 Warlock, Level 3 Warlock, Great Warlock, Starry Sky Warlock, Moonlight Warlock, Glorious Sun Warlock, Bright World Warlock, Infinity Warlock, Warlock Monarch, Holy Spirit Warlock, and Warlock Emperor. Starry Sky Warlock rank is merely the 5th class. In my Great Cloud Dynasty, Starry Sky Warlock rank experts can at most dominate a city, that's all. In my Great Cloud Dynasty, Starry Sky Warlock rank experts can at most dominate a city, that's all. I'm 24 years old this year, and I'm already a great warlock. If nothing unexpected happens, then I'll be able to promote to a Starry Sky Warlock in 3 years. I'm 24 years old this year, and I'm already a great warlock. If nothing unexpected happens, I can promote to a Starry Sky Warlock in 3 years. As for the Moonlight Warlock rank, it's somewhat difficult. Kongfang Ao smiled faintly, his words brimming with confidence. Carolina was already considered a rare genius in Tyrannid subcontinent, and she also had the support of Rose Garden's massive resources. Carolina was already regarded as a rare genius in Tyrannid subcontinent, and she had the support of Rose Garden's huge amount of resources. Even such a genius didn't have the confidence to promote to a Starry Sky Warlock before her death. The difficulty of promoting to a Starry Sky Warlock could be imagined. Kongfang Ao had the confidence to promote to a Starry Sky Warlock at the age of 27. In Tyrannid subcontinent, this cultivation speed was simply heaven-defying. Yang Feng now understood why those Starry Sky Warlocks never came back after leaving Tyrannid subcontinent. That was because the main continent's resources and opportunities weren't something that Tyrannid subcontinent could compare to. If the main continent was a sea, then Tyrannid subcontinent was just a small quagmire. If one wanted to become a true dragon, then one had to go to the sea. If one stayed in the small quagmire, then one could at most become the thickest of loaches. Kongfang Ao said lightly, the Black Dragon Morph is a secret method passed down from the 2nd Warlock Dynasty. This ancient Blood Meridian secret method is already outdated. If one wants to practice cultivation to the level of Taboo Lord, then one needs a huge amount of Aurum clan's blood essence. The Aurum clan has already been wiped out by Taboo Lord, so this path is basically a dead end. Yang Feng smiled bitterly. He knew that it was easy to start on the Blood Meridian Warlock path, but extremely difficult to promote later on. However, his soul aptitude was merely at inferior level 1, so he could only walk on the Blood Meridian Warlock path. If it was on the main continent, then perhaps there would be countless secret methods and resources that could solve Yang Feng's low soul aptitude. But there were no ifs. In Tyrannid subcontinent, there were no resources or secret methods that could allow people with inferior level 1 soul aptitude to practice cultivation. He had no choice at that time. Kongfang Ao said, moreover, you also absorb divinity. That's simply a difference on top of a difference. Divinity was indeed a good treasure. It contained endless knowledge and a trace of the mysteries of laws. It was a first-rate material used to refine semi-divine armaments, as well as a necessity for practicing cultivation and promoting to a god. But in the Tsangji Plain, there was the god-murdering spear. Any expert that vainly attempted to ignite their god fire would only end up dead. Although the divinity inside your body can make your strength advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, but when you attack the Starry Sky Warlock rank and undergo a soul transformation, the divinity will definitely be the most frightening obstacle blocking your evolution. Moreover, along with your continuous practice, your strength will continue to increase, and the divinity will slowly transform you into a divine life form. After you promote to a great warlock, no one will be able to help you anymore. Yang Feng was secretly alarmed. After he absorbed the 3 divinity, his strength had skyrocketed. He had always been complacent, thinking that he had obtained a great fortuitous encounter. But he never would have thought that the 3 divinity would actually be a terrifying slow-acting poison for him. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of bitterness. This is the consequence of insufficient knowledge. If I had known about it, then I wouldn't have personally come to devour the divinity. Yang Feng asked solemnly, Brother Kong, is there no other way? Kongfang Ao said, it's not that there isn't a way. You're currently a level 2 warlock. If you go to the main continent, then ask a Moonlight Warlock rank expert to take action. They can extract the divinity inside you. However, in that way, you won't be able to preserve the divinity inside you. Furthermore, after the divinity is extracted, your strength will also drop greatly. In addition, you can find some heaven and earth treasures, such as the True Mystic Embodiment Bead, the Life Embodiment Bead, the Immortal Mark Embodiment Lotus Root, and such peerless embodiment treasures. You can transplant your blood meridians and divinity to form a new embodiment, and then put the new embodiment into another plane's god, killing two birds with one stone. However, peerless embodiment treasures such as the True Mystic Embodiment Bead are extremely rare. Even Glorious Dawn Warlock rank experts and above would go crazy for them. Even in the main continent, they're rare and hard to find. You can forget about this method. Yang Feng's heart stirred slightly, and he said, Brother Kong, tell me about the characteristics of these treasures such as the True Mystic Embodiment Bead. I can also send people to pay attention to them. Maybe there are such treasures in the Turandot subcontinent. I still have a bit of influence in the Turandot subcontinent. Alright. Kong Fong Ao was very straightforward. He pointed with his hand, a magic screen flickered, and images of legendary treasures appeared in front of Yang Feng. This is the True Mystic Embodiment Bead. Kong Fong Ao pointed at the images of the treasures and introduced them to Yang Feng. Yang Feng stared at the Life Embodiment Bead, and suddenly felt excited. The Life Embodiment Bead, this bead is similar to the green bead I got from Gloom Cave. Chapter 191. The Life Embodiment Bead was a treasure Yang Feng obtained from Gloom Cave's headquarters via the planar passageway. Yang Feng didn't know what kind of treasure the Life Embodiment Bead was, but he still carefully wore it on his chest. Now that he knew that this was a treasure that even Glorious Dawn Warlocks would go crazy for, he was filled with ecstasy. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching radiance and he said solemnly, Brother Kong, can you teach me the method to separate the bloodline in divinity and condense an embodiment? Kong Fong Ao hesitated for a moment. I know the rules. According to the rules between warlocks, a corresponding price must be paid in exchange for secret methods and knowledge. This is a mechanical golem comparable to a level, for extraordinary life form. Do you think it's enough to exchange for the secret method? Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and a fire demonic lion mechanical battle beast suddenly appeared, exuding terrifying fluctuations of power comparable to that of a great warlock. Kong Fong Ao said with an apologetic expression, this secret method isn't anything special. It is taught in some mid-level sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, when I was practicing cultivation in the sect, I made an oath that I would never teach the knowledge taught by the sect to others without the permission of the sect. Therefore, I'm very sorry, but I can't teach you the secret method. Yang Feng suddenly had a disappointed expression, lowered his head, and sank into his thoughts. Kong Fong Ao comforted him, however, Brother Yang, if you come to the continent, I can give you a letter of recommendation and recommend you to the Cloud Scarlet sect to practice cultivation. Although the Cloud Scarlet sect isn't one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, but it's still a first-rate sect second only to the 10 great sects. The secret methods in the sect are as numerous as the clouds. The method to separate the bloodline and divinity and condense an embodiment isn't anything precious. Yang Feng suddenly asked, right, Brother Kong, I heard you say that the might of the 7 great warlock emperors shook the universe. But don't we human warlocks have the 8 great warlock dynasties? Kong Fong Ao said with a cold smile, heh heh. The Dawn dynasty's Dawn Lord is far inferior to the 7 great warlock emperors. How can he be mentioned in the same breath as the 7 great warlock emperors? After a cold smile, Kong Fong Ao added a sentence, Brother Yang, no matter how bad the Dawn Lord is, he's still one of the strongest experts of the human race. I don't want to speak ill of him. Yang Feng contemplated for a moment before saying, Brother Kong, I also want to go to the continent with you. What do you think? Originally, Yang Feng planned to stay in the Turandot subcontinent and dominate the entire Turandot subcontinent. He planned to practice cultivation until the Great Warlock realm, and then go to the main continent. But now that things were clearly far from reassuring, Yang Feng could only be forced to set off for the main continent and think of a way to solve the hidden danger. Kong Feng Ao laughed heartily and said, "Good. 3 months later, Ming Feng Merchant Group will send a fleet to Turandot subcontinent to trade. At that time, we will return to the main continent together." 10 days later, in the city of Dark Elves, within the temple of Goddess Lolth, many Dark Elves prostrated themselves on the ground and chanted prayers. Yang Feng stood in a corner of the temple of the Goddess Lolth and quietly watched everything. From his glasses, he could see wisps of faith power flying out of the Dark Elves' bodies and entering the statue of Goddess Lolth, making the statue of Goddess Lolth emit a faint layer of divine light. Behind Yang Feng stood 2 people, Joanna and Romulich. After the Dark Elves finished their prayers, they respectfully retreated from the temple. Romulich said somewhat discontentedly, "You called us here just to watch this prayer. What's the point?" Romulich was a legend-rank assassin with incomparably powerful strength. At the same time, she didn't believe in the Goddess Lolth. Joanna was a legend-rank archer, but she also didn't believe in the Goddess Lolth. Unless one was a priest nurtured by the temple of the Goddess Lolth since childhood, otherwise, the more powerful the Dark Elven clan was, the more disdainful they would be of the Goddess Lolth. No one would like a god that incessantly sowed discord and made races slaughter each other for fun. In order to obtain power, the Dark Elves at the bottom would instead be more devout in the worship of the Goddess Lolth. Such a dark god, as long as enough flesh and souls were sacrificed, they would generously bestow power to their believers. Faith, power and souls, these were the most useful things to gods. Among many gods, powerful souls were used as equivalent currency to carry out all kinds of transactions. "I'll show you the might of my Steel City's latest black technology, the Crown of Blasphemy." Yang Feng smiled slightly, put on a black hat, and went directly before the statue of the Goddess Lolth. "Mighty my Lord Lolth. You are the ruler of the Dark Elves, the adjudicator of the night, the Queen of Darkness, the protector of the spiders, and the ruler of fear. I am your most devout believer, the priest who shepherds your people. I ask you to bestow me with divine power, to display your divine might, to protect your lambs, and to adjudicate your enemies." As Yang Feng recited the priest's prayers, pure spirit fluctuations were transmitted from his body. He seemed to have transformed into the most devout priest, the degree of his devotion even surpassing that of the great matriarch of the Dark Elf Cheyenne. In fact, the great matriarch of the Dark Elf Cheyenne wasn't very devout towards the Goddess Lolth. But the matriarchs and great matriarchs of the Dark Elves had to be priests and high priests, and they had to have the divine power of the Goddess Lolth cover their bodies. Once they betrayed the Goddess Lolth, then the divine power inside their bodies would ignite and burn them to ashes. Streams of extremely pure divine power were emitted from the statue of the Goddess Lolth, and shone on Yang Feng, displaying the grace of the goddess. Romulich was dumbstruck, not daring to believe her eyes. "What's going on? He's obviously a non-believer who isn't even a pseudo-believer, so how did he suddenly become a fanatic? Furthermore, he even obtained divine grace. How could this be?" When Yang Feng was with Romulich and the other Dark Elven experts, he didn't conceal his disgust towards the goddess of the Dark Elves Lolth. Such a person was definitely a non-believer. But now, a non-believer unexpectedly became a fanatic, and even obtained divine grace. He was simply a freak. Joanna was also dumbstruck. What's going on? How could he become a fanatic, and even obtain divine grace, and become a priest in one go? How is this possible? Cheyenne was speechless. Even she, because her faith wasn't pious enough, hadn't obtained divine grace. Only because of her tyrannical strength, and her body had been immersed in a large amount of Loltha's divine power, was she able to become a high priest of the goddess Lolth. "Many thanks, great goddess." Yang Feng laughed heartily, walked over, and said somewhat complacently, unfortunately, it's only at the level 2 priest rank. But it's still so. After all, the healing effect of divine power is much stronger than that of many level 2 spells. Romulaj hurriedly asked, "How did you do it?" "Young Feng, you're obviously not a believer, so how did you obtain divine grace?" Being an assassin was a high-risk occupation. Walking on the tip of a blade, one could be seriously injured if they were the slightest bit careless. If Romulaj could obtain a divine spell and become a high priest, then her battle prowess would increase geometrically. Among the divine spells of the goddess Lolth, there was also the legend Stealth, which was a divine spell for assassins. Shadow goddess Malia was the weakest among great warlocks in terms of strength, but with the help of all kinds of outrageous shadow divine spells. She had assassinated quite a few great warlock rank experts who were much more powerful than her. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "Although gods are powerful, but they can't always pay attention to any plane. They basically have to rely on the divine domain to handle daily affairs. The crown of blasphemy can imitate the spirit fluctuations of a fanatic. As long as you carry a prayer, you can deceive her divine domain and obtain power. As long as you don't cause too much trouble and attract her attention, then you can use her divine power at will." Joanna said without a trace of politeness, "Good stuff, I want one." Romulaj said with a beaming smile, "I want one too." Top Dark Elven experts like Joanna and Romulaj didn't believe in the goddess Lolth. Instead, they were very eager to improve their strength. With their strength, they could serve as high priests and unleash formidable divine spells with the help of the goddess Loltha's power. Yang Feng handed the crown of blasphemy to Cheyenne, wear one as well. With this thing, you can prevent her divine power from eroding your body. In the future, I'll think of a way to get rid of the hidden dangers in your body. Cheyenne took the crown of blasphemy and showed Yang Feng an extremely charming smile, "Thank you, Lord." When casting divine spells, the priests of gods would be eroded by divine power, allowing the divine spell to spread throughout their body and soul. Once the priests died, their souls would be directly received by the divine power into the divine country of the god, where they would be reborn. The prerequisite was that the god had their own divine country. Not all gods had their own divine country. In order to establish a divine country, it required a tremendous amount of resources and a tremendous amount of faith power. Some newborn gods didn't have a divine country, which was when they were at their weakest. At that time, they could easily be targeted by powerful enemies and then hunted down. Gods with divine nations are very powerful in their own divine nations. If a feeble divine force rank god hid in their divine country, then if a weak divine force rank god went in and fought them, they would basically die. Even if an intermediate divine force rank god entered the divine country of a feeble divine force rank god and fought them, the outcome would still be uncertain. As the primary god of the Dark Elves, the goddess Lolth also had her own divine country. This was also the reason why many Dark Elves believed in her. However, in the Tyrannid subcontinent, many legend rank experts were generally unwilling to believe in gods. That was because once they believed in a god, then after death, they would still have to fight for the god after entering their divine country, which was equivalent to a different kind of slave. In the Tsangji plane, the experts who accepted the ideology of human warlocks were naturally unwilling to become slaves of gods after death. Chapter 192. Yang Feng asked, "Cheyenne, I heard that you Dark Elves received a divine decree, and then launched an attack on the surface world. Why did she want you to attack the surface world?" "She wanted us to occupy the surface world in order to look for a lost treasure. It was such a bead." Cheyenne pointed with her lily-white hand, a magic radiance flickered, and the image of the life embodiment bead appeared midair. Yang Feng's heart shook slightly, and raging waves were set off in his heart. This is the life embodiment bead. So this thing belonged to her. Yang Feng's train of thought changed, and he vaguely guessed that the reason why the Dark Elves launched the Holy War was probably because he had opened the seal, and the goddess Lolth sensed a trace of fluctuations from the other plane, and thus ordered the Dark Elves to launch the Holy War in an attempt to find the bead. Unfortunately, the Dark Elves were battered and exhausted by him, and even their city fell under his control. Naturally, the matter of finding the life embodiment bead was left unsettled. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then said, I intend to go to the main continent to look for even more powerful warlock secret methods. Who's willing to go with me? Cheyenne and the other two creased their eyebrows slightly when they heard this. Cheyenne said, My lord, it's not that we don't want to go with you. Rather, in the main continent, human warlock experts are as common as clouds, firmly occupying a dominant position. In the main continent, great warlocks aren't considered experts. Once we go to the main continent, then I'm afraid that we'll immediately become the prey of others. Please forgive me for speaking bluntly, but with your strength in the main continent, my lord, it's not enough to shelter us. Romulage said frankly, That's right. On the main continent, some human experts like to exterminate the non-human kind. Once we encounter such human experts, then it'll be difficult for us to survive. Although I'm good at concealment secret methods, but in front of the human warlocks of the main continent, I still can't withstand a single blow. Cheyenne, Joanna, and Romulage, the three women were Tyrannid subcontinent's peak experts. But in the Tsangji Plains main continent, they didn't count for much. In the Tsangji Plains main continent, peak human warlocks could even enslave gods and ancient fiends. That kind of existence could easily suppress the three women. Yang Feng could already proclaim himself a hegemon in the Tyrannid subcontinent, but once he went to the Tsangji Plain, he'd have to tuck his tail between his legs. Otherwise, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then said decisively, I miscalculated. How about this, I'll head over to the main continent first. If I can gain a foothold there, I'll come back to pick you up. White Elephant's Ivory Headquarters. Horace held a letter written by Yang Feng, his complexion alternating between green and white. He wished he could tear the letter to shreds. However, it was natural for a person whose bones had softened once to soften once more. He hesitated again and again, but in the end, he did not tear the letter into pieces. He let out a long sigh and placed the letter directly on the table. 3 days later, White Elephant's Ivory announced its allegiance to Steel City and merged with its forces. When this news spread, Tyrannid subcontinent was immediately in an uproar. Of Tyrannid subcontinent's 6 great warlock groups, Rose Garden surrendered to Steel City, Warlock College Antalya was destroyed, Eyes of Justice was destroyed by Steel City, Savage Claw was destroyed by Cartman, and White Elephant's Ivory surrendered to Steel City. In Tyrannid subcontinent, Steel City had become the sole power, with only Black Dragon Pagoda still barely resisting the increasing pressure from Steel City. Yang Feng dispatched Alan as an emissary to Black Dragon Pagoda to negotiate. After Black Dragon Pagoda's Pagoda Master Anthony saw Eyes of Justice's headquarters, he was silent for a long time, before finally giving a long sigh and returning to Black Dragon Pagoda. Soon after Yang Feng agreed to a series of conditions put forward by Black Dragon Pagoda, Black Dragon Pagoda also announced its allegiance to Steel City and became a part of Steel City. In exchange, Yang Feng also married Black Dragon Empire's Level 3 Warlock Carol. Time elapsed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed. On the harbor, there was a 3,000 m long, several tens of meters tall giant ship, its hull exuding a black metallic luster and engraved with countless mysterious runes. What a big ship! After Yang Feng saw the giant ship, his eyes flashed with a touch of shock and he said solemnly. Kongfang Ao's words revealed a trace of pride, this is our Great Cloud Dynasty's D-Class armed merchant ship. This D-Class armed merchant ship is manufactured from Magic Cloud Ironwood, a specialty of one of the 72 lesser provinces, Green Province's Magic Cloud County. It weighs 1,725,432 tons. They specialize in maritime trade with the subcontinents of the Sea of Trolls. Yang Feng was filled with shock, this is only a D-Class armed merchant ship. Great Cloud Dynasty is really formidable. Through his chat with Kongfang Ao, Yang Feng already had a general understanding of Tsangji Plain's main continent, Eastern World's Great Cloud Dynasty. Great Cloud Dynasty's territory was vast and boundless. It had 36 greater provinces and 72 lesser provinces. Each province had 108 subordinate prefectures. Each lower prefecture had 250 to 360 subordinate prefectures under its direct jurisdiction. The area of each greater province of the Great Cloud Dynasty is more than 10 times that of the Turandot subcontinent. Lower provinces' subordinate counties were also 3 to 5 times that of Turandot subcontinent. Great Cloud Dynasty's armed merchant ships for maritime trade were divided into 4 grades, A, B, C, and D. The D class was the highest grade of armed merchant ships for maritime trade. In addition to the 4 grades of merchant ships, there were also some mediocre armed merchant ships responsible for offshore trade. Before Yang Feng's eyes was a huge armed merchant ship, which was very difficult to manufacture on Earth, yet it was merely a D-class armed merchant ship of Great Cloud Dynasty. Compared to the main continent's Great Cloud Dynasty, Turandot subcontinent's people were a bunch of country bumpkins. They couldn't even manufacture 1/10 of this D-class armed merchant ship. Young Master Kongfang, who are these people? A dark-skinned, tall, black-haired, middle-aged man brimming with an oriental aura walked over and asked Kongfang Ao with a slightly respectful tone. Kongfang Ao introduced, Captain Zheng, this is my good friend Yang Feng and this is his younger sister Shi Shui. Brother Yang, this is the Storm Cry's captain, Captain Jinggong. This time, Yang Feng's true body went to the eastern continent's Great Cloud Dynasty with only Shi Shui. He was well aware that his strength was nothing in Great Cloud Dynasty, that was why he went to Great Cloud Dynasty alone. If anything happened, he could slip away without any worries. The reason why he brought Shi Shui was because Turandot subcontinent's various secret methods were too weak. A freak like Shi Shui would only be wasting her talent in Turandot subcontinent. Only by going to Great Cloud Dynasty and practicing even more powerful secret methods could she make perfect use of her freak-like talent and let her grow faster and better. In Turandot subcontinent, a cultivation desert, Shi Shui was able to directly promote to a level 3 warlock in less than 5 years. The strength of her talent could be imagined. Yang Feng wasn't willing to waste her talent in vain. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Hello, Captain Zheng." Jinggong swept Yang Feng with a glance, creased his eyebrows slightly, and said after a pause, "Young Master Yang, hello. Although you're a friend of young Master Kong, but the fare can't be exempted." Yang Feng smiled slightly and threw a storage ring to Jinggong. "I know, 4,000 top-notch magic stones per person. Here are 8,000 top-notch magic stones, take a look." Jinggong took the storage ring, scanned it with his spirit, put it away, and then threw 2 jade cards to Yang Feng and Shi Shui. "These are your identity cards, don't lose them. These 2 jade tokens might be able to save your lives at a crucial moment." Yang Feng took the jade card and took a look at it. He saw that the jade card was engraved with countless mysterious runes and emitted mysterious fluctuations of power. Clearly, it was a secret treasure. Jinggong said with a solemn expression, "The Sea of Monsters is very dangerous and there are countless taboos. On the ship, you have to listen to me. You can't run around, walk around, and most importantly, you can't throw things into the sea. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety." Yang Feng said lightly, "I know. The Sea of Monsters was very dangerous." Yang Feng also knew that in such a sea, even Starry Sky warlocks could die if they were the slightest bit careless. He naturally wouldn't act rashly. After Jinggong explained some more taboos of the Sea of Monsters to Yang Feng, only then did he leave. Yang Feng followed Kongfang Ao and boarded the giant ship Storm Cry. Set sail. Following Jinggong's bellow, magic radiances flashed on the Storm Cry's sailors, and a gale enveloped the Storm Cry. The entire Storm Cry was filled with an extremely formidable life force, as if an extraordinary life form had come to life. It slowly started up and swam towards the deep sea. Yang Feng felt the formidable life force filling the storm cry, his eyes flashed with a touch of horror, and he exclaimed, "This ship is alive." Kongfang Ao said with a smile, "In a sense, it is alive. The soul of an ice sea demonic shark with battle prowess comparable to a starry sky warlock is sealed on the storm cry. After the power of the ship's crew is poured into the storm cry, it can even make the storm cry erupt with terrifying starry sky warlock rank battle prowess. An armed merchant ship could erupt with terrifying starry sky warlock rank battle prowess." Yang Feng was once again shocked by the great Cloud Dynasty's strength. The storm cry sped above the sea, its speed was extremely fast, as if it was riding the wind, it split the sea in two. Yang Feng had the optical computer calculate, the storm cry's speed was actually more than 300 knots per hour, 10 times the speed of Earth's aircraft carriers. In the sea, due to the obstruction of the sea, the speed of ships generally couldn't be too high. However, under the effect of the magic power, the storm cry completely broke Yang Feng's common sense on Earth, it was so fast that it left people tongue-tied. At the same time, while sailing at such a fast speed, the entire ship was still extremely stable, without the slightest sway. Yang Feng felt as if he was on land on the ship, without any discomfort. Chapter 193. 10 days later, after arriving at a part of the sea, the storm cry stopped. The storm cry's crew dragged out cattle and sheep and threw them into the sea. An extremely formidable life force spread from the depths of the sea. One after another, sea monsters, up to 50 meters long and covered in cyan-colored scales, jumped out of the sea, opened their ferocious maws and bit at the cattle and sheep, as if they were grapes. Terrifying energy fluctuations of level, for extraordinary lifeforms spread out from the bodies of these sea monsters. Yang Feng watched the sea monsters jump out of the sea, his eyes flashing with a touch of graveness and apprehension. The number of sea monsters that jumped out of the sea reached up to several hundred level, for extraordinary life forms, even starry sky warlocks would have to be somewhat apprehensive of them. Kongfang Ao said, "This part of the sea is the territory of the cyan-scaled demonic flood dragons. Anyone who crosses this part of the sea has to sacrifice living creatures for them to eat. Otherwise, they'll attack. If it was on land, then they would have already become the prey of my great Cloud Dynasty's hunting team. Unfortunately, it's still rather difficult to hunt them in the sea of monsters." Jinggong roared loudly. At the same time, he gave Yang Feng a deep look, revealing a trace of warning in the abyss of his eyes. No one is allowed to approach the side of the ship. If these monsters eat to their heart's content, then they'll also regard the people on the side of the ship as their prey. Jinggong had sailed for many years, traveling to different subcontinents, and had seen a lot of people. There were over 100 people of all shapes and sizes. Many people simply ignored his warnings and would bring great trouble to his ship. It was precisely because of this that he charged a high fare, raised the threshold, and refused to let too many outsiders board the ship. Yang Feng gave an indifferent smile and continued to stare at the level, for extraordinary life forms cyan-scaled demonic flood dragons, silently thinking about something. After the cyan-scaled demonic flood dragons devoured enough cattle and sheep, they dived into the sea, perfectly contented. "Set sail!" Jinggong bellowed. The storm cry exuded a terrifying life force comparable to that of a level 5 extraordinary life form and spread in all directions. The large group of cyan-scaled demonic flood dragons that had gathered here dispersed and entered the depths of the sea. Only then did the whole wind sail off into the distance, surrounded by strong winds. Kongfang Ao explained, "This route is a relatively safe route that the Ming Feng merchant group has spent thousands of years exploring. In the Sea of Monsters, there are some extremely terrifying places filled with level 5 extraordinary life forms. Even moonlight warlocks would be in great danger if they entered." Yang Feng nodded silently. 3 days later. The storm was galloping across the vast ocean. Suddenly, a black cloud floated over from the horizon. Not good, everyone get ready for battle. Jingong's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he barked, and terrifying life force infinitely close to that of a starry sky warlock erupted from him in a flash. Aboard the Storm Cry, all the sailors erupted with terrifying life force, drew their secret treasure weapons, and vigilantly looked at the sky. Yang Feng silently sensed the strength of the Storm Cry's sailors, 8 great warlocks, 336 level, 3 warlocks, 2,653 level, 2 warlocks. The strength of the D-grade armed merchant ship sailors is truly astonishing. In Tyrannid subcontinent, 8 great warlock rank experts were already enough to contend against Eyes of Justice, one of the continent's 6 great overlord forces. But these 8 great warlock rank experts were merely the heads of the Storm Cry. Only to see in the sky, monsters with shrunken dragon heads, about 1 meter long bodies, a pair of locust-like wings, a thick body, and a pair of dragon-like claws, formed a black cloud as they flew over. Jingong bellowed, "Sea dragon locusts are the most ferocious extraordinary life forms in the sea of monsters. Their mature bodies possess the terrifying battle prowess of level 2 extraordinary life forms. The most frightening thing is that they're social life forms, with the smallest group numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Even starry sky warlocks would have a headache if they encountered them. They're afraid of fire absorption spells, and even the level 1 spell fireball can harm them. Try to use fire spells to deal with them." Yang Feng looked at the sea dragon locusts in the sky, and his eyes revealed a trace of graveness. If it was in Tyrannid subcontinent, Yang Feng would have 1 million level 8 primary battle robots protecting him at all times, and those sea dragon locusts would die no matter how many came. But this time, Yang Feng didn't have 1 million level 8 primary battle robots protecting him. If he was the slightest bit careless, then his true body might fall here. The dense swarm of sea dragon locusts dropped from the sky and pounced towards the Storm Cry. Jingong gave a furious roar, pointed towards the sky, and instantly cast the level 3 fire attribute spell Fire Serpent. A fire serpent suddenly appeared and pounced towards the sea dragon locusts in the sky. Crackle. When the fire serpent entered the midst of the sea dragon locusts in the sky, crackling sounds were transmitted, and large swaths of the sea dragon locusts were burned to ashes. The sailors aboard the Storm Cry also formed a formation, with a clear distinction between offense and defense. The defenders released defensive spells, while the attackers released fireball and similar fire attribute spells, madly bombarding the sea dragon locusts in the sky. Yang Feng pointed with his hand, and fireballs flew out from his hand, bombarded the sea dragon locusts, and blasted them into ashes. Every time he killed a sea dragon locusts, he could feel traces of demonic energy of massacre being born inside him, strengthening his fleshly body. This was the power of divinity of massacre. Shi Shui operated the Western Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix method, and as if the incarnation of a small goddess of ice and snow, the sea dragon locusts fell to the ground, and turned into ice sculptures. Although Yang Feng could summon great warlock rank mechanical golems to fight for him, but he still had to temper his true combat ability. Once he entered the Great Cloud Dynasty, Yang Feng would no longer be the monarch of Tyrannid subcontinent who could call the wind and summon the rain, but rather an ordinary level 2 warlock. Those mechanical battle beasts would be his greatest trump card. With a smile on his face, Kongfang Ao casually pointed with his finger, and wind blades turned into a whirlpool of wind blades that swept towards the countless sea dragon locusts and crushed them. In the midst of the fierce battle, Jingong saw that there was no end to the sea dragon locusts, and that even though there were 8 great warlocks aboard the ship, it would still be difficult to resist. He could only clench his teeth, take out a red jade card from his bosom, and pour his spirit force into it. The Storm Cry erupted with a terrifying life force. Hatches opened, magic radiances flickered, and fire snakes shot towards the sea dragon locusts from the hatches. Hundreds of fire snakes intertwined in the sky, and fire elemental particles surged and surged, as if a peerless natural disaster. Along with countless crisp sounds, large swaths of sea dragon locusts were burned to ashes, and scattered on the ground. The clumps of sea dragon locusts suffered heavy casualties, and finally could not resist the fire snakes released by the storm cry. They flapped their wings and flew away. Once the sea dragon locusts retreated, everyone aboard the storm cry heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, anguished howls were heard. After all, the mature sea dragon locusts were level, two extraordinary life forms, and their battle prowess was extremely formidable. Even though the sea dragon locusts were driven away by the formidable weapons aboard the storm cry, there were still several hundred casualties among the sailors aboard the storm cry. Only 20+ people died on the spot, but several hundred were injured. Yang Feng asked curiously, why didn't they use large area of effect meteorological spells? Although the sea dragon locusts were level, two extraordinary life forms, but they still couldn't resist fireball. If a large area of effect meteorological fire spell was used, then they would be seriously injured in one move. Kongfang Ao explained, this is also a taboo in the Sea of Monsters. Once a large area of effect meteorological spell is used here, then the formidable beings in the Sea of Monsters will sense it. They will come and destroy us. The sea dragon locusts can barely be considered as a natural disaster in the Sea of Monsters that is relatively easy to resist. Kongfang Ao said, Yang Feng, large area of effect meteorological spell is a taboo in many places. Unless it's a mortal enemy, otherwise, once you use it, then you'll be hunted down to your last breath. It's best not to use your alchemical weapon of mass destruction in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Once too many ordinary people die, then the Great Cloud Dynasty will list you as an A-class wanted criminal and send countless experts to hunt you down. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, there are many Moonlight Warlock rank bounty hunters. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then nodded. If Yang Feng was the ruler of a great empire, then he would definitely send countless experts to hunt down those villains who could casually kill hundreds of thousands or even millions of ordinary people. Until the villains were completely exterminated. The incomparably large number of ordinary people with weak strength were the foundation of the world of warlocks. Many warlocks started out as ordinary people step by step. Without the large number of ordinary people, then it would be impossible to have a bright and flourishing world of warlocks. Kongfang Ao added another sentence, however, you only have to pay attention to one thing, don't use that kind of alchemical weapon in densely populated places. In the main continent, the first-generation warlock emperors of the 8 great warlock dynasties gathered the power of their dynasties and carried out magic blessings on the main continent. The laws of the main continent are somewhat different from those of the broken subcontinents. Moreover, the main continent is much more solid than the subcontinents. The might of your alchemical weapon can't be as great as in the subcontinents. It's fine to use it in some remote places. Kongfang Ao warned again, in fights in the main continent, generally some spells with strong single target power and small area of effect will be chosen. Otherwise, once the area of effect of the spell is too large, it will attract the attention of many experts and lead to a lot of unnecessary troubles. Chapter 194. In order to kill Cartman as well as the demons commanded by him, Yang Feng had fired dozens of nuclear warheads, erasing eyes of justice from a mountain range. That method was too cruel. Kongfang Ao had no choice but to warn him a few more times. Yang Feng knew what Kongfang Ao was apprehensive about, and said with a slight smile, I know. Cartman's clone was a terrifying demigod-rank existence, and commanded countless demon experts. If he was given a bit of time, then he would definitely turn Tyrannid subcontinent upside down. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's plan to heavily injure him with nuclear warheads, then it wasn't impossible for Tyrannid subcontinent to fall into his hands. Yang Feng only listened to half of Kongfang Ao's words. Unless it was a critical moment, he would never use nuclear warheads. If his life was in danger, then he would definitely use the nuclear warheads. Warning, the hull of the host's ship will be hit by an irresistible powerful attack, it is recommended to pounce forward. The lightning supersonic fighter released by Yang Feng tens of kilometers ahead of the storm cry instantly crumbled. Be careful. Yang Feng's complexion suddenly changed greatly, he grabbed Shi Shui beside him, and rushed towards Kongfang Ao. Kongfang Ao was slightly taken aback, his thoughts revolved lightning fast, and he made a decision. He rushed towards Yang Feng. A cyan beam of light slanted down from the black clouds and hit the storm cry. Countless runes on the storm cry's hull lit up, formidable starry sky warlock rank fluctuations of power erupted in a flash, and a huge protective cover enveloped the entire ship. When the cyan beam of light hit the huge protective cover emitted a "pa" sound and easily shattered. The cyan beam of light hit the storm cry, blasting half of the storm cry into two halves. The terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions, causing everyone on the ship to be shaken and sent flying. The storm cry that was blasted into two also emitted a "kacha" sound, a whirlpool appeared beside it, and it sank to the bottom of the sea. Yang Feng was also hit by the terrifying shockwave, his internal organs felt like they were being torn apart, he spat out a mouthful of blood, fell into the sea, and almost lost consciousness. Brother, wake up. A burst of ice-cold feeling came from his forehead. Yang Feng woke up from his coma. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw an anxious Shi Shui. Yang Feng looked around and discovered that he was already in the deep sea and was continuously sinking. Surrounding him was a layer of life force that only an official warlock could possess, separating him from the seawater and filtering out traces of air, allowing him to breathe. On the Tsangji plane, warlocks used secret methods to obtain a kind of life energy. As long as they weren't dead, they would be surrounded by a layer of life force at every moment. The stronger one was, the stronger their life force would be. The life force had all kinds of incredible mystical powers, allowing warlocks to survive in many harsh environments. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and a 100-meter-long level, for extraordinary life-form mechanical battle beast Barraman electric sea eel appeared in front of him. Yang Feng pulled Shi Shui's small hand and jumped into the Barraman electric sea eel's cockpit. After becoming the uncrowned king of Tyrannid subcontinent, Yang Feng obtained many level, for extraordinary life-form corpses from the treasure warehouses of Black Dragon Pagoda and White Elephant Ivory. He used the portable fortified stronghold to turn those level, for extraordinary life-form corpses into mechanical battle beasts, which he carried with him. Shi Shui asked, "Brother, what should we do now?" "Go back." While following the storm cry as it sailed in the Sea of Monsters, Yang Feng secretly recorded the route. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, then said decisively, "No. The Sea of Monsters is too dangerous. Even if we return to Tyrannid subcontinent now, it'll still be very dangerous. Now, the top priority is to search and rescue the storm cry's sailors. With these experienced sailors, it doesn't matter if we return to Tyrannid subcontinent, or head to the continent's eastern world's Great Cloud Dynasty." Finished speaking, Yang Feng opened the Barraman electric sea eel's life force scanning detection system. Extremely powerful detection ripples spread in all directions. Found it. On the radar, small red dots representing humans were displayed. After being analyzed by the portable fortified stronghold's optical computer, the life force of human warlocks could already be distinguished from that of other extraordinary life forms. This allowed them to screen out the majority of the sea extraordinary life forms. Yang Feng piloted the Barraman electric sea eel and quickly swam towards the nearest red dot. Kongfang Ao. When Yang Feng arrived at the nearest red dot, he saw Kongfang Ao floating in the water. When Kongfang Ao saw the Barraman electric sea eel, he erupted with a formidable life force. His expression was one of vigilance, ready to fight. Yang Feng said through the Barraman electric sea eel's transmitter, "Brother Kong, it's me. This is my alchemical golem. Quickly come in." The Barraman electric sea eel's abdomen cockpit door opened, and Kongfang Ao quickly swam inside. Kongfang Ao expressed his thanks with a grateful expression, "Brother Yang, many thanks for your help. Otherwise, I would have been in danger." In the Sea of Monsters, without a suitable ship, even Starry Sky Warlocks would have a slim chance of survival, and Moonlight Warlocks would also be in great danger. Yang Feng saving Kong Fong Ao from the sea was indeed equivalent to saving his life. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Brother Kong, you're exaggerating. It was just a slight effort. I still have to save the others, so I won't say much." Kong Fong Ao nodded slightly, remaining silent. Yang Feng piloted the Barraman electric sea eel and continuously searched the sea, rescuing the Storm Cry's sailors scattered in the sea one by one. After rescuing several hundred people, Yang Feng discovered the Storm Cry's captain Jinggong, and conveniently rescued him. Jinggong had a grateful expression, and said generously, "Brother Yang, this time it's all thanks to you. If it wasn't for you, then the several hundred of us would have died here. Henceforth, you're my brother. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, if someone dares to bully you, then don't hesitate to mention my name. I don't dare to guarantee anything big, but some small matters, I can help you settle them in minutes." Jinggong was the captain of a D-grade armed merchant ship belonging to the Phoenix Cry merchant group, and was considered to have a bit of status in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Yang Feng asked with a slight smile, "It was just a slight effort. Captain Zheng, what was that cyan beam of light just now?" Jinggong's eyes flashed with a touch of bitterness, and he gave a long sigh. "I don't know what that cyan beam of light was. Maybe it was the aftermath of a fierce battle between two formidable beings. More likely, it was because I used the Storm Cry's Fire Serpent Skynet artillery. Such a large area of effect spell was perceived by the formidable beings in the sea, and they conveniently attacked us. The Sea of Monsters is very dangerous. Even though we've been sailing this route for countless years, we still don't dare to say that we truly understand this sea." Jinggong said with a solemn expression, "Brother Yang, this sea has become very dangerous. I advise you to leave this sea immediately. Such powerful fluctuations of power will definitely summon formidable beings." Yang Feng said, "I want to continue to the main continent, is there any way?" "No problem, I have the route map of the Sea of Monsters. As long as this route map isn't lost, then I can take you to the main continent through the correct route." Jinggong fished out a jade map from his bosom. There were all kinds of fine lines on the map, and on one of the fine lines, there was a red dot. That red dot was the location of Yang Feng's party. Yang Feng took a glance at the jade map, and discovered that they were already 1/3 of the way from the Great Cloud Dynasty in the eastern world of the main continent. Yang Feng immediately piloted the Barraman Sea electric eel in the direction of the eastern world of the main continent, following Jinggong's directions. The Barraman Sea electric eel had been fully modified by the portable fortified stronghold, and the fluctuations of life it emitted were not much different from those of a real Barraman Sea electric eel. In the Sea of Monsters, the level for extraordinary life form wasn't considered to be weak. As soon as the low-ranked extraordinary life forms sensed its fluctuations of life, they would retreat in succession. After crossing this sea, shortly after entering another sea, a 40-meter-long level, for extraordinary life form magic fin swordfish, covered in black scales and with a mouth as long as a sharp spear, blocked in front of the Barraman Sea electric eel and issued extremely strange sounds. The sounds are in the common language of the extraordinary life forms. Now translate. Why did you break into our domain? Do you want to start a war with us? We'll tear you to pieces and then eat you. These two voices came from inside the Barraman Sea electric eel. Kong Fong Ao praised, "Amazing, you even know the common language of the extraordinary life forms. Brother Yang, your Steel City's warlock alchemists really make me have a whole new level of respect for you." Jinggong's eyes shone as he said, "That's right, the extraordinary life forms of the sea are also intelligent life forms. They also have a special common language. We haven't been able to grasp this language. Brother Yang, when we reach the Great Cloud Dynasty, can you sell us this translation secret treasure? Let me think about it." Yang Feng said with a slight smile. The common language of the extraordinary life forms was the knowledge left behind by a Tyrannid subcontinent's great warlock who specialized in the study of the language of the extraordinary life forms of the sea. This kind of knowledge was very remote and couldn't promote the cultivation base of a warlock. Basically, no one would study it. Yang Feng scanned it and put it into the optical computer's database, before finally showing a miraculous effect. Every plane, every world had its peerless geniuses, talented geniuses, and they researched different kinds of knowledge. Some knowledge might seem remote and useless, but when used in the right place, it would be of great benefit. Chapter 195. Friend, I'm lost. Looking for a way home. I'm very sorry for accidentally passing through your territory. I'm getting out of here. We won't touch the prey in your territory. Yang Feng manipulated the Barraman electric sea eel to issue a series of marine extraordinary life forms common language. At the same time, it erupted with an extremely formidable life force. Let's go. But mark your words. If you casually hunt our prey in our territory, together, we will tear you to pieces. When the devil-fin swordfish saw that the Barraman electric sea eel had admitted defeat, it snorted coldly and dived into the depths of the sea. Level 4 transcendent creatures generally possessed intelligence that was not inferior to that of humans. Of course, because there was no systematic inheritance of knowledge, those extraordinary creatures were generally more stupid than humans. However, they would also instinctively weigh the pros and cons and would not engage in unnecessary battles. Of course, there were no absolutes in the world. As long as there were enough benefits, or if they were mortal enemies, extraordinary creatures would still fight to the death. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. Seeing the magic fin swordfish retreat, everyone in the cockpit heaved a sigh of relief. The Barraman giant electric sea eel was indeed stronger than the devil-fin swordfish, but this was the territory of the devil-fin swordfish. Perhaps there was more than one devil-fin swordfish living here. Once the two sides started fighting, more demon-fin swordfish would be attracted over, and that would be dangerous. Yang Feng piloted the Barraman electric sea eel to float approximately 50 m below the surface of the sea. With this method, he avoided a lot of unnecessary fights. Most of the powerful marine extraordinary life forms were huge and lived in the deep sea. If there was no need, they wouldn't float to the surface. After passing through several sea areas. Warning! Warning! We've discovered a level 5 extraordinary creature, the demonic dragon osprey, moving in our direction. There's an 80% chance that this ship is its target. Yang Feng's complexion changed greatly and he promptly ordered, full power, dive at full speed. The dragon devil osprey was a level 5 extraordinary life form, its battle prowess was comparable to that of a human starry sky warlock. In the sea of monsters, they made a living by hunting all kinds of powerful marine extraordinary creatures. For the Barraman electric sea eels piloted by Yang Feng, it was simply a terrifying existence akin to a natural predator. Under Yang Feng's command, the Barraman electric sea eel at once sprayed countless gases, absorbed a large amount of seawater, and frantically sank towards the bottom of the sea. Only by sinking to the bottom of the sea would Yang Feng and his party have a slim chance of survival. There was absolutely no chance of victory against the demonic dragon osprey. As soon as the giant Barraman electric sea eel moved, a demigod dragon demon osprey with a wingspan of more than 100 meters flew over from the distant sky. It was extremely handsome, had a pair of sharp beaks, a pair of wings that resembled dragon wings, and 6 sharp hook-shaped claws on its feet. It was emitting a terrifying demigod-level aura. The demonic dragon fish eagle seemed to be riding on a gale, and waves were stirred up wherever it passed. Like a bolt of lightning, it descended from the sky, riding on the power of the wind. It forcefully tore apart the sea and flew toward the depths of the sea with incomparable violence. The Barraman giant electric sea eel struggled with all its might as it dove down frantically. However, its diving speed could not match the flying speed of the demonic dragon osprey. "Brother Yang, let me lend you a hand." Jingong gave a shrill howl, silently recited an incantation, pointed inside the Barraman giant electric sea eel, and cast the level, for spell deep sea stealth. In a flash, an azure radiance enveloped the Barraman giant electric sea eel. The level, for spell deep sea stealth was developed by human warlocks for the purpose of diving into the deep sea and searching for all kinds of resources. This spell's power allowed the caster to move freely in the sea, as well as increase the speed of their movement. With the blessing of the level, for spell deep sea stealth, the movement speed of human warlocks in the sea could even reach the level of some marine extraordinary life forms. With the blessing of the deep sea stealth, the diving speed of the Barraman giant electric sea eel once again rose by a notch. Open the cockpit, I'll give it a good beating. The Storm Cry's vice captain, Wang Lang, who possessed the cultivation base of a great warlock, said loudly. Yang Feng opened the cockpit door without hesitation. Strong ink. Wang Lang walked to the cockpit entrance, silently recited an incantation, pointed upward, and cast the level, for spell strong ink. A large expanse of black colloid suddenly appeared in the sea, forming a large expanse of colloid-like ink. As if possessing a life of its own, the colloid-like ink quickly spread in all directions, polluting the sea and completely covering it. The colloid-like ink not only obstructed the line of sight, but also obstructed the dragon devil osprey's formidable perception. This was the might of the level, for spell strong ink. The dragon devil osprey's perception was obstructed by the black ink, and it ferociously dove downward, brushing past the Barraman giant electric sea eel piloted by Yang Feng. The dragon devil osprey plunged 1,000 meters into the sea, and then had no choice but to ride the gale and suddenly fly out of the sea and into the sky. Even if the dragon devil osprey was a terrifying demigod-rank extraordinary life form, but it still couldn't contend against the natural pressure of the entire sea of monsters. Diving 1,000 meters into the sea was already its limit. After the dragon devil osprey flew out of the sea, it circled in the sky, before flapping its wings and flying towards another place. In the sea of monsters, the dragon devil osprey had failed to hunt more than once or twice, therefore, it didn't take this failure to heart. It's finally gone. Once the dragon devil osprey flew away, the people in the cockpit smiled, and a harmonious atmosphere pervaded the cockpit. After experiencing life and death together twice, the people present were no longer as distant as before, and had become somewhat closer. Yang Feng laughed heartily and said, Big brother Wang, that strong ink of yours is really exquisite. Wang Lang also smiled contentedly and said, the essence of battle lies in the choice of different spells. We men who run at sea all year round naturally grasp battle spells related to the sea. We still have some experience in choosing spells for naval battles. Yang Feng, if you want to learn, then I'll teach you. Yang Feng was overjoyed and said, many thanks, big brother Wang. Generally, human warlocks wouldn't learn too many spell models, that was because one's mental energy was of utmost priority. In order to construct a spell model in the spirit sea, it often took a huge amount of time. Yang Feng had the optical computer's assistance. Constructing spell models in the spirit sea was far simpler and more relaxed than other warlocks. What he lacked was a variety of formidable spell models. In Tyrannid subcontinent, level 4 spell models were very precious. In Tyrannid subcontinent, each of the 6 great forces grasped only about 20 level 4 spells, moreover, there were many duplicates between them. Yang Feng was very interested in collecting all kinds of formidable spell models. Wang Lang smiled, took out a knowledge crystal, and handed it to Yang Feng. This is a knowledge crystal related to the level 4 spell strong ink spell model. After you've promoted to a great warlock, then you can study it. Zhengong gave a forthright smile, took out a knowledge crystal, poured a dozen or so sea-attributed spell models into it, and then handed it to Yang Feng. Yang Feng, this is the level 4 spell deep sea stealth spell model. I also have a few level 4 spell models, deep sea supervision, deep sea super perception, ice sea arrow. Storm, I'll give them all to you. Yang Feng had saved the lives of the Storm Cry's several hundred people. Zhengong also found him very pleasing to the eye, and directly gifted him with the sea-attributed spell models in order to thank him for his life-saving grace. Kongfang Ao hesitated for a moment, took out a knowledge crystal, poured the knowledge of the secret method into it, and then handed it to Yang Feng. Brother Yang, haven't you always wanted to obtain a secret method for embodiment? Although I'm limited by my oath and can't impart my sect's secret method to you. However, during my adventures, I've obtained an even better secret method for embodiment. This secret method for embodiment, I'll give it to you. When Yang Feng absorbed the knowledge crystal, his eyes flashed with a touch of ecstasy, and he promptly expressed his thanks. Many thanks, Brother Kongfang. I'm really grateful to you. The secret method that Kongfang Ao gave Yang Feng was called True Mystic Embodiment Scripture. It was a secret method for practicing embodiment with endless mysteries. There were also different levels of secret methods for practicing embodiment cultivation. Many of the lowest level secret methods for practicing embodiment cultivation could only produce a single embodiment, and the strength of the separated embodiment had to be lower than the cultivation base of the true body. Once the strength of the embodiment was determined, it was very difficult to strengthen it. After condensing a godhead, gods from other planes would consume a large amount of divine power and rare materials to refine an embodiment. Different godheads could condense different embodiments. Feeble divine power rank gods could only condense a single embodiment. The true mystic embodiment scripture was very heaven-defying. As long as one had a treasure of heaven and earth like the life embodiment bead, one could separate an embodiment. Each embodiment could practice cultivation on its own, and could even practice cultivation to a point where it was stronger than the true body, almost like a completely different individual. In this way, the true body and the embodiment could practice cultivation together, and the cultivation speed would increase by several times. Moreover, the true mystic embodiment scripture also recorded this secret method. It could be used to slowly practice cultivation and nourish one's soul after splitting a part of one's soul into an embodiment, and then slowly recover. The soul contained the ultimate mysteries of life, and even gods couldn't fully analyze the mysteries of the soul. Many embodiment secret methods didn't have methods to cultivate soul force, and could only allow people to slowly recover. In this way, after splitting an embodiment, the strength of those who practiced embodiment cultivation would be greatly weakened for a period of time. The only weakness of the true mystic embodiment scripture was that it was difficult to find treasures of heaven and earth like the life embodiment bead. Chapter 196. Although Kongfang Ao and Yang Feng were congenial, but they hadn't known each other for long, so he naturally couldn't give such a precious secret method to Yang Feng. This time, Yang Feng saved Kongfang Ao's life, and then after going through life and death together, he chose to give this secret method to Yang Feng. Many thanks, Brother Kongfang. This is my gift to you. It's just a small token of my respect, please accept it. Yang Feng threw a dimensional badge to Kongfang Ao. Inside the dimensional badge was a level, for extraordinary life form rank Fire Lion and a level, for extraordinary life form rank Ice Field Demonic Snake. Kongfang Ao received the dimensional badge, glanced at it, and exclaimed in admiration, Brother Yang, your uncle's alchemy is really amazing. To be able to refine such a secret treasure with such a huge space. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, such an alchemist would be regarded as a very amazing alchemist. Yang Feng smiled slightly, and didn't continue the topic. A few days later, Yang Feng manipulated the Barraman electric sea eel to cross a few more seas, and a majestic harbor appeared before his eyes. The Hague port was a large port located in the Hague city. It was a large transshipment port. Large armed merchant ships were anchored in the Hague port, many of which were much larger than the D-grade armed merchant ship that Zhengong and the others were piloting. There were many subcontinents around the main continent, and the armed merchant ships went to the various subcontinents to carry out sea trade. Although the subcontinents were far from as prosperous as the main continent, but each subcontinent had its own specialty. Through sea trade, those specialty products could be transported to the main continent for sale, and huge profits could be made. When the Barrowman electric sea eel approached within 50 kilometers of the port of The Hague, 3 frightening starry sky warlock rank fluctuations suddenly erupted, and a series of scanning spells engulfed the area. I am the Phoenix Cry Merchant Group's Captain Jingong, this is my identity card. We were attacked by a formidable existence in the Sea of Monsters. We can only ride alchemical golems to the Hague port. Jingong jumped out of the Barrowman electric sea eel's cockpit, took out a jade card, and raised it high. The jade card blossomed with rays of light, intertwining with the scanning ripples. It's indeed the Phoenix Cry Merchant Group's Jingong. Take your men and enter the Hague port in an orderly manner. A faint voice sounded in the sky, and the formidable spirit fluctuations that locked onto Yang Feng and the others immediately disappeared. Jingong said, Yang Feng, you've just arrived at the Great Cloud Dynasty, so you'd better get an Identity Jade card. With that Identity Jade token, it will be more convenient for you to do many things. Otherwise, even if you were to stay in the hotel, he would encounter trouble. I still have some influence in the Hague port. You can stay here for a day or 2. I will help you arrange these things properly. Kong Feng also said, yes, Brother Yang, our Great Cloud Dynasty's household registration management is very strict. Without an Identity Jade card, it can be said that it is difficult to move an inch in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Anyway, we are not in a hurry. Let's stay here for a day or 2. You can also have a good taste of the differences between my Great Cloud Dynasty and Tyrannid subcontinent. Yang Feng readily accepted the advice and said, all right. As soon as he entered the Hague port, Yang Feng heard endless rumbling sounds of machinery. Everywhere in the port, there were cranes and all kinds of heavy machinery carrying all kinds of goods. Exuding fluctuations of magic power, magic sports cars of all shapes and sizes continuously drove in the port, transporting all kinds of goods. In the port, many workers were casting spells, using all kinds of spells to load, unload, and do all kinds of other things. Yang Feng felt as if he had arrived at a different world where the level of science and technology was much higher than that of Earth. Moreover, the spells were extremely formidable and the civilization was extremely developed. Yang Feng pointed at the workers casting all kinds of spells and asked Kong Feng Ao somewhat incredulously, these workers are all warlocks? How can this be? Isn't it very difficult for warlocks to practice cultivation? How come there are so many warlocks? Official warlocks are very difficult to be born in such a backward place like Tyrannid subcontinent. But in our Great Cloud Dynasty, on average, one official warlock will be born out of every 100 ordinary people. As for why there is such a disparity, that is because the level of civilization of the two places is fundamentally different. In our Great Cloud Dynasty, 12 years of compulsory education is basically universal. Every child of the right age, as long as they reach the right age to study, can enter a school to learn all kinds of basic knowledge. So long as they are admitted to a university, they are basically apprentice warlocks. Some outstanding elite students have basically already promoted to official warlocks in the university. In our Great Cloud Dynasty, inferior magic stones, intermediate magic stones, superior magic stones and even top-notch magic stones can already be synthesized in large quantities using all kinds of extraordinary plants. In your Tyrannid subcontinent, a piece of inferior magic stone costs 100 gold coins, but here, it only costs 1 silver coin. The exchange rate between magic stones is basically 100 to 1. As long as you have enough inferior magic stones, you can casually exchange them for top-notch magic stones. In our Great Cloud Dynasty, ordinary aristocratic children will use top-notch magic stones to practice cultivation at around the level 1 warlock rank. Once they reach the Great Warlock rank, they will use inferior magic crystals that surpass top-notch magic stones to practice cultivation. Even the most ordinary junior high school students can also use inferior magic stones to practice cultivation. Level 1 to level 4 spell models can be bought in warlock shops. Moreover, our Great Cloud Dynasty's spell models are simplified and optimized versions that have gone through countless geniuses. They can make it even easier for people to practice cultivation. Although a lot of the 8 great warlock dynasties' knowledge has been lost in the wars of the previous dynasties. However, most of it has been basically passed down. Our Great Cloud Dynasty is one of the most powerful human warlock dynasties. If we didn't even have this bit of ability, then we would have already been destroyed by those powerful beings from other planes. Kongfang Ao's words revealed the pride of being a citizen of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Kongfang Ao said lightly, Tyrannid subcontinent is still the same as it was tens of thousands of years ago, it's really too backward. Yang Feng thought for a moment. Just as Kongfang Ao said, Tyrannid subcontinent was really backward to the extreme compared to the Great Cloud Dynasty. Tyrannid subcontinent and the Great Cloud Dynasty, the disparity was more than 1,000 times greater than the disparity between Earth's primitive tribes and the United States Empire. Although everyone was on the same planet, but the world they came into contact with was completely different. In Tyrannid subcontinent, a level 2 warlock was already considered an overlord. But in the Great Cloud Dynasty, a level 2 warlock was merely a relatively powerful sailor or soldier. Kongfang Ao said, of course, our human physiques can't compare to those of fiends, divine descendants, dragons and high elves. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, ordinary people are the most numerous. Level 1 warlocks and level 2 warlocks are considered elites. Level 3 warlocks are considered top-notch elites. Great warlocks are considered experts. Starry Sky warlock rank experts are qualified to dominate a region. As for powerful warlocks above the Starry Sky warlock rank, whether it's in the Great Cloud Dynasty or the Western World's Portman Dynasty, they're considered true experts. Their strength can contend with the gods of other planes. Yang Feng asked curiously, since the Great Cloud Dynasty civilization has already progressed so much, then why is Tyrannid subcontinent civilization still so backward? Heh. On one hand, it's because we don't want to, on the other hand, Tyrannid subcontinent's rulers also don't want to see civilization progress. Kongfang Ao gave a contemptuous smile and said meaningfully, the more backward a place is, the more they resist the spread of advanced civilization. Moreover, the resistance often comes from the upper echelons. In the future, if you go to those planes dominated by gods, then you'll see many planes with backward civilizations and full of suffering, just like Tyrannid subcontinent. In fact, it's very simple. Only in ignorant, backward, and full of suffering places will people believe in gods. We people of the Zhangji plain don't have faith, we only believe in our own strength. Among the 7 great warlock emperors, I, Kongfang Ao, admire the Time Lord the most. He forged the god-murdering spear with the bones of countless ancient gods and the mighty power of a warlock dynasty. From then on, no one in the Zhangji plain could ascend to godhood. It's precisely because of this that the formidable beings of the Zhangji plain were forced to find an evolutionary path without ascending to godhood, thus establishing a brilliant and flourishing warlock civilization. At that time, if the Time Lord had chosen to become a god, then with his terrifying strength, I'm afraid that the entire Zhangji plain would have slowly transformed into his divine country. All of us would have become the slaves of gods, the lambs of gods, and become backward and ignorant. We would only believe in him and live for the sake of believing in him. After listening to Kongfang Ao, Yang Feng understood why Tyrannid subcontinent was so backward. Previously, all of Tyrannid subcontinent's knowledge and power were in the hands of the 6 great warlock groups as well as the large and small warlock groups attached to them. The warlocks of those warlock groups were existences that stood above the masses. If a civilization like that of the Great Cloud Dynasty were to spread, then their monopoly of superior knowledge would be broken, and their status as superior beings would cease to exist. Therefore, they unconsciously resisted the influence of the continent's civilization. As for the Great Cloud Dynasty, they were also happy to see Tyrannid subcontinent continue to be ignorant, so that they could make huge profits through sea trade. Yang Feng asked curiously, level 1 to level 4 spell models can be bought in the warlock shops, then what about level, for spell models and knowledge? Kongfang Ao said, the might of level, for spell models and knowledge is too formidable, and they're basically in the hands of the major forces. You can choose to join a sect or directly join the imperial court and serve the imperial court. According to your contributions, you can obtain different secret methods and a variety of formidable spell models. Chapter 197. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he asked solemnly, Brother Kong, which are the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty? Kongfang Ao coughed lightly and said, the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty are the Tai Yi sect, the Saint Lotus sect, the Saint Demon sect, the Battle Demon sect, the Bright Moon School, the Star River sect, the Corpse Demon sect, the Puppet sect, the Beast God School, and the Myriad Snow Gate. However, Brother Yang, with your natural talent, I'm afraid you won't be able to enter a single one of the 10 great sects. Yang Feng said, no way, I'm still a level 2 warlock. If I'm not qualified to be an inner disciple, I should be qualified to be an outer disciple or a registered disciple, right? Kongfang Ao laughed and said, hee hee. My Great Cloud Dynasty has a boundless territory and a population of trillions. Geniuses were as common as the clouds and monstrous as the rain. Almost half of the geniuses were aiming for the top 10 sections. They had no shortage of geniuses. The 10 great sects criteria for accepting disciples was that one had to become a level 1 warlock before the age of 13, and one's soul aptitude had to be at least superior level 6. Only youngsters could join and become a disciple in name, then slowly climb up within the sect. Brother Yang, it's basically impossible for you to enter one of the 10 great sections. Yang Feng was speechless. In Tyrannid subcontinent, Jessica's soul aptitude was superior rank 6, she could already be considered a genius among geniuses. But in the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty, he isn't even qualified to be a disciple in name. The number of geniuses in the Great Cloud Dynasty can be imagined. Yang Feng asked, half of the Great Cloud Dynasty's geniuses target the 10 great sects, what about the other half? Kongfang Ao smiled and said, the other half is targeting the imperial court. The imperial court of my Great Cloud Dynasty is also incomparably powerful. The 3 grand ministers and 9 ministers are all super powerhouses that can rival gods and contend against the sect masters of the 10 great sects. The treatment of high-ranking officials in the imperial court was even better than that of the 10 great sections. The imperial court also possesses more and more complete secret arts than the 10 great sections. Yang Feng said, however, if you don't have enough strength and background, it will be very difficult to make progress in the imperial court, right? Kong Fangao said, that's right. If you weren't a super genius, a peerless demon, that person must have an outstanding background. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to advance in the imperial court. After graduating from university, most people would choose to enter a sect to further their studies and increase their strength before joining the imperial court. On one hand, he could improve his strength, and on the other hand, he could expand his network. The officials of the imperial court who came from the same sect will always be closer to each other. They will help each other and improve faster. Yang Feng contemplated for a moment before saying, I still want to join the 10 great sects. Brother Kong, is there no other way? In the Great Cloud Dynasty, one must be very cautious when joining a sect. Once one joined a sect, it would be extremely difficult to join another sect. The slightest bit of carelessness would offend 2 sects, and his future would be bleak. Kongfang Ao pondered for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, I got it. Didn't you kill the clone of Demon Emperor Cartman of the demon race? The Battle Demon sect is warlike and addicted to fighting. It sweeps out the demons, conquers countless planes, and suppresses the enemies of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Battle Demon sect once said that as long as you can kill a Starry Sky Warlock rank being that invaded the Tsangji plane from another plane, and is willing to accept the Battle Demon sect's assessment, then you will be considered as a disciple. You killed the Demon Emperor Cartman's clone. If you pass the Battle Demon sect's assessment, then you may join the Battle Demon sect and become a member. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and he said, "Oh, there's such a thing. It seems that I have to take a trip to the Battle Demon sect. However, Brother Kong, I don't know the way. It seems that I'll have to trouble you to take us to the Battle Demon sect." If a person like Yang Feng, who came from a small place like the Turandot subcontinent, were to rashly join the Great Cloud Dynasty's imperial court, then he would only be able to become an ordinary patrolman. He wouldn't even be able to become an official. In such a strict system, it would be very difficult for Yang Feng to climb up. Joining the Battle Demon sect was the best choice for people like Yang Feng who yearned for instant success. This was also the reason why there were so many people flocking to the 10 great sects. Kong Fang Ao said with a smile, "All right." Jing Gong quickly completed a series of procedures and handed 2 identity cards to Yang Feng and Shi Shui. 2 days later, the Hague Port's airship parking lot. In the Hague Port's airship parking lot, there were several hundred meters long airships with countless mysterious runes engraved on their sails. Rays of magic light flashed, and a huge metal cover extended from the huge spaceships, completely covering the upper half of the spaceships. Some of them even activated a faint protective barrier. Immediately after, countless gales enveloped the huge spaceships, lifting them up and sending them flying into the sky. How spectacular! Standing around the airship parking lot, Yang Feng exclaimed in admiration as he watched the airships flying into the sky. The airships were the perfect combination of the Zhangji Plains spells and machinery. Shi Shui asked curiously, "Big Brother Kong, why do some of the airships have metal covers, while others don't?" Kong Fang Ao explained, "The ones with metal covers are ordinary airships, while the ones without metal covers are luxury airships. The luxury airships need to release the level 3 area of effect spell air barrier at all times to protect the entire airship, so that the passengers can enjoy the scenery below from the deck. Moreover, the defensive strength of the level 3 spell air barrier is stronger than that of many steel alloy shells. It's much safer to sit in the luxury airships." Yang Feng said, "Kong Fang Ao, are there teleportation arrays that lead directly to the demon fighting province?" The 10 great sects had a venerable status in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Each of them was entrenched in a greater province and possessed monstrous power. Among the Great Cloud Dynasty's 36 greater provinces, 10 of them were named after the 10 great sects. Kong Fang Ao said with a somewhat strange smile, "There are. The Great Cloud Dynasty's teleportation arrays can be found in major cities. However, from the Hague city to the Demon Fighting Province, you have to pass through 6 lesser provinces and 3 greater provinces. If you want to use the teleportation array to go to the Demon Fighting Province, you have to pay 100,000 inferior magic crystals. Are you sure you want to use the teleportation array?" Yang Feng's complexion changed greatly and he exclaimed, 100,000 inferior magic crystals. So expensive? In the Turandot subcontinent, magic crystals were extremely precious treasures. Only some of the highest-grade magic stone veins and Warlock College Antalia's large energy-absorbing ancient trees would produce some every year. Yang Feng had plundered more than half of the Turandot subcontinent's wealth, yet he only had 100,000 inferior magic crystals. It was only enough for him to teleport to the demon fighting province. This filled him with shock. Kong Fang Ao said, "Of course. The longer the teleportation distance, the more energy is consumed. The distance between the Hague city and the demon fighting province is more than 1 million kilometers. The amount of energy consumed to teleport over such a long distance can be well imagined. This kind of teleportation array isn't something that ordinary people can use." Yang Feng coughed lightly and said, "Then I'll take the airship." Magic crystals were more precious than top-notch magic stones for cultivation. Yang Feng wasn't willing to spend magic crystals on teleportation. Originally, Yang Feng had plundered more than half of the Turandot subcontinent's wealth and thought that even if he wasn't the richest in the world, he was still a millionaire. However, when he arrived at the Great Cloud Dynasty, he truly understood that he was at most a little wealthy. There was still a terrifying gap between him and the truly wealthy. After buying the tickets, Yang Feng and his party boarded a luxurious airship. Magic radiances flickered, and the luxurious airship immediately rose into the air and flew towards the horizon. Standing on the deck of the luxurious airship, Yang Feng leaned against the railing and looked down, appreciating the scenery below. The speed of the luxurious airship far surpassed the speed of sound. However, there wasn't a trace of wind on the deck, nor was there any noise. The flight was extremely smooth, making people feel as if they were on land. Yang Feng looked at the scenery below and mused, the Great Cloud Dynasty is really high-end. Its level of technology is who knows how many streets ahead of Earth's. The Turandot subcontinent simply can't compare to it. The technological content of the luxurious airship far surpassed that of the various planes on Earth. Its safety factor was also far greater than that of the various planes on Earth. If this luxurious airship appeared on Earth, then all major airline companies would go bankrupt. 1 month later. We have arrived at the demon-fighting province. Passengers, please disembark in an orderly manner. In a spacious and splendidly decorated airship parking lot, Yang Feng alighted from the luxurious airship and heaved a long sigh of relief. After flying for a whole month, Yang Feng felt extremely stifled. Now that he alighted from the airship, he heaved a long sigh of relief. Kongfang Ao said with a slight smile, "Let's go. We'll take the gravity-free suspended light trolley. This trolley is relatively fast. We can reach the demon-fighting sect in about 30 minutes. The ticket price isn't expensive either. Each person is a top-notch magic stone." Yang Feng's face twitched slightly and he sighed inwardly, a ticket price of a top-notch magic stone. The Great Cloud Dynasty really has a lot of nouveau riches. In the Turandot subcontinent, for the sake of a top-notch magic stone, great warlock rank experts would fight openly and covertly. Level 3 warlocks would treasure a piece of it. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, a ticket cost a top-notch magic stone. The exorbitant cost was simply appalling. Under Kongfang Ao's lead, Yang Feng and his party left the airship parking lot and went outside. The outside world was filled with high-rise buildings, extremely spacious streets, and all kinds of top-notch sports cars could be seen everywhere. The people wore a wide variety of fashionable and beautiful clothes, not losing out to those of Earth in the slightest. In addition to the sports cars on the ground, there were also transparent tracks about 50 meters in the sky. On those transparent tracks, there were wheel-less sports cars flickering with magic radiance. When Kongfang Ao saw Yang Feng's gaze fall on the hover sports cars, he explained, "Those are gravity-free hover sports cars. They are currently the most advanced magic sports cars of the Great Cloud Dynasty. These sports cars use top-notch magic stones as their power source. They don't produce any exhaust, the sound of the engine is small, and their speed is much faster than that of traditional magic sports cars. Their emergence has greatly alleviated the traffic pressure in the urban area. However, some people are of low quality and always like to throw things high up in the sky. Managing them is a bit of a headache." Yang Feng said, "The Great Cloud Dynasty's alchemy level is really advanced." Kongfang Ao said proudly, "That's only natural. The reason why the Great Cloud Dynasty is able to suppress countless planes is because of the formidable alchemy and the endless inheritance of knowledge." Yang Feng smiled slightly and didn't say much. Under Kongfang Ao's lead, Yang Feng arrived at a subway station and stood next to a platform. Crackle, crackle. Amidst a series of crisp sounds, countless bolts of lightning flashed, and a white train suspended on the track with countless mysterious runes carved on it suddenly appeared on the platform. Kongfang Ao was both proud and somewhat regretful. Gravity-free suspended optoelectronic vehicle, this is the most advanced magic train of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Its speed has already reached 1,000 times the speed of sound, and at full speed, it can travel 340 kilometers per second. Its only drawback is that the construction cost is too high, and it cannot be manufactured on a large scale. Ordinary people also find it difficult to afford the ticket price of a top-notch magic stone, and it is very difficult to popularize it throughout the country. Only some greater provinces have such gravity-free suspended optoelectronic vehicles. Yang Feng looked at the white train, and a touch of shock flashed past the abyss of his eyes. 1,000 times the speed of sound, that's too heaven-defying. After buying tickets and boarding the gravity-free suspended optoelectronic vehicle, Yang Feng and his party boarded the train. As soon as he entered the train, Yang Feng could feel a gentle force being released from the train and wrapping around his body. Kong Feng Ao warned, "Don't resist or destroy this layer of magic power. Otherwise, traveling at super high speeds will cause you harm." When the gravity-free suspended optoelectronic vehicle was first launched on the market, many idiots destroyed this layer of magic power. As a result, they were turned into a pile of minced meat. Yang Feng nodded and didn't move. "The train is about to depart, please don't destroy the spell protecting your body. The train is about to depart, please don't destroy the spell protecting your body. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." After the announcement was made several times, the voice disappeared. Electric lights flickered around the train. Yang Feng only felt a slight pull on his body, and then calmed down. "We have arrived at the demon-fighting sect. Passengers, please alight in an orderly manner." Before long, a voice came from the train. Yang Feng and his party alighted from the train and left the exclusive station of the gravity-free suspended optoelectronic vehicle. Once they left the station, a majestic city with a several hundred-meter tall city wall engraved with countless mysterious runes appeared before Yang Feng's eyes. On top of the city wall, there were built one after another 9-story tall warlock pagodas, for a total of 36 9-story tall warlock pagodas. Each 9-story tall warlock pagoda exuded terrifying fluctuations of power, as if a god was stationed there. Chapter 198. Above the city wall, there were teams of soldiers constantly patrolling. Every soldier had the terrifying strength of a level 3 warlock, while the captains of the soldiers had the strength of a great warlock. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, Yang Feng's level 2 warlock rank strength could already be considered a hegemon. Yet in the demon-fighting sect, it was difficult for him to even be an official soldier. This was the domineering and underlying strength of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects. People from the Great Cloud Dynasty had a sense of confidence and pride wherever they went. That was because the Great Cloud Dynasty was extremely powerful, and they were proud of being a part of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Kong Feng Ao said, "This is the demon-fighting city. The demon-fighting sect is an exchange window open to the public. Basically, the demon-fighting sect's disciples in name live here. Behind the demon-fighting city is the demon-fighting mountain range, where the demon-fighting sect's outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples live. Above the demon-fighting mountain range is the demon-fighting floating island. The demon-fighting floating island is the core of the demon-fighting sect, where the true disciples and many great elders live." Yang Feng nodded slightly. After accepting the identity verification from Kong Feng Ao, they entered the demon-fighting city. The demon-fighting city was extremely bustling with people coming and going. It was even more crowded than the big cities on Earth such as Beijing and Shanghai. However, the layout of the demon-fighting city was extremely scientific, and the streets were spacious. At the same time, there were countless floating flyovers intertwining in midair, forming a huge transportation network. Everyone walked within the huge transportation network, without the slightest feeling of congestion. Yang Feng was dazzled as he walked inside the demon-fighting city. He only felt that it was a novelty. It was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. No matter how much he looked, he couldn't get enough of it. Everything here was different from the Tyrannid subcontinent. At the same time, the air inside the demon-fighting city also contained extremely pure magic energy. The concentration of the magic energy wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the concentration of the magic energy in the Tyrannid subcontinent's 5-storied Warlock Tower's elemental pools. In the center of the demon-fighting city, there stood a super-large purification tower, which exuded powerful purification fluctuations that neutralized the life magic energy unconsciously dispelled by the powerful warlocks and prevented the birth of freaks. Even ordinary people who weren't warlocks could live very well inside the purification tower. Under Kongfang Ao's lead, Yang Feng and his party arrived before a towering, no less than 300-story tall silver building. In front of the silver building stood a huge sign, Fighting Demon Sect External Office. As soon as Yang Feng entered the building, he saw 4 12 to 13-year-old little boys and little girls, respectively, handling the school admission procedures on 4 counters in an orderly manner. When Yang Feng's group of 3 entered the building, they attracted gazes. Shi Shui's appearance was approximately 15 years old. Her temperament was clear and cold, and she was extremely beautiful. Instantly, everyone's gazes were drawn to her. Under Shi Shui's astonishing beauty, Yang Feng and Kongfang Ao were reduced to supporting roles. A demon-fighting sect's outer sect disciple, who looked to be in his 20s, gave a slight smile and handed an identity jade card to a very beautiful and adorable little girl, Xu Jingman, 13 years old, inferior level, 7 soul aptitude, current strength, level, 1 warlock. Use the orthodox warlock's cultivation method to practice cultivation. If you are qualified, you can become an in-name disciple of the Battle Demon Sect. This is your identity jade token. Come over tomorrow to receive guidance and choose a secret technique. The little girl said with a sweet smile, "Thank you, Big Brother Ming." Ming Xing said with a slight smile, "You're welcome. That's because you met the requirements. That's why I was able to recruit you. If you didn't meet the requirements, then I couldn't do anything about it." Inferior level, 7 soul aptitude. Such a little girl's soul aptitude can be compared to Carolina's and Cheyenne's. The demon-fighting sect really has as many geniuses as dogs, and experts are everywhere. After Yang Feng swept Xu Jingman and Ming Sheng with a glance, he suddenly felt a great pressure. Although Ming Sheng was only an outer sect disciple, but Yang Feng could already feel that the life force he emitted had already reached the pinnacle Great Warlock realm, and was infinitely close to the Starry Sky Warlock realm. It was the strength of Tyrannid subcontinent's overlord rank experts like Aldrich, Carolina, and Anthony. Xu Jingman walked to Shi Shui's side, her big black and white eyes flashed with a touch of craftiness, and she said with a cute smile, "Big sister, my name is Xu Jingman. Are you also here to take the demon-fighting sect's entrance test?" Shi Shui gave a sweet smile and hugged Yang Feng's arm. Her pretty face blossomed with endless brilliance, and she was incomparably beautiful. "I am Shi Shui. If Big Brother Yang Feng joins the demon-fighting sect, then I'll join the demon-fighting sect. If Big Brother doesn't join, then I won't join." The gazes of the people in the building, regardless of gender, were attracted by Shi Shui. Among them, the 2 little boys who came to handle the admission procedures couldn't help but reveal a trace of jealousy in their eyes. "Big sister Shi Shui, your big brother Yang Feng is a bit too old. I think it'll be very difficult for him to join the demon-fighting sect." A 12 or 13-year-old handsome youngster with short black hair and even a trace of femininity came over. He imitated the bearing of an adult and said with a slight smile, "My name is He Feng, superior level, 6 soul aptitude, level 2 warlock rank cultivation base, and I've just obtained the admission qualifications of the demon-fighting sect. Big Brother Yang Feng, you can come to my place and take the entrance test. If you can't pass the entrance test, then I can introduce you to a low-grade sect in the spiritual state's Green Wolf County. Our He family still has some prestige in the Green Wolf County." "All right." Yang Feng was somewhat speechless as he watched this little brat, who hadn't even fully grown his hair, show off his family background and pick up girls. When he was 12 years old, he was a young pioneer who didn't understand anything. His most outrageous action was to pull the hair of a girl he liked in order to attract her attention. Yang Feng walked up to Han Ning, an outer sect disciple of the demon-fighting sect. Han Ning swept Yang Feng with a glance, his eyes blossomed with traces of magic fluctuations, and a yellow radiance shot out from his eyes and fell on Yang Feng. Yang Feng suddenly felt a prying force pervade his body. Han Ning withdrew his spell and said politely, "Yang Feng, 29 years old, intermediate level, 6 soul aptitude, Black Dragon's Blood Meridians, level 2 Warlock rank cultivation base." "Yang Feng, I'm sorry, you don't meet the requirements to join the demon fighting sect." Basically, the demon fighting sect rarely recruits Blood Meridian warlocks, because the potential of Blood Meridian warlocks is really limited. Only Blood Meridian warlocks with a Moonlight Warlock rank or above might be recruited by the demon fighting sect. The demon fighting sect isn't the most outstanding in researching the power of Blood Meridians, but rather the Beast God School and the Myriad Snow Gate. You should go to those two sects and give it a try. Yang Feng smiled bitterly inside. The Beast God School and the Myriad Snow Gate were indeed the two great sects with the most outstanding in researching the power of Blood Meridians in the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, as part of the 10 great sects, these two great sects had extremely high requirements for their disciples. Yang Feng had no chance of joining the two great sections. The two precocious boys also revealed looks of disdain. Xu Jingman and the other outstanding little girl also revealed looks of disappointment. It was easy for Blood Meridian warlocks to practice cultivation in the early stages, but later on, it would be very difficult to practice cultivation, as they would be shackled by the bloodline. If it was a formidable bloodline of the Moonlight Warlock rank or above, they would still receive some attention. Black Dragon bloodline, at most, could only be practiced until the Great Warlock rank bloodline. In some small places of the Great Cloud Dynasty, but in the demon fighting sect and the other 10 great sects, it was synonymous with no potential. This is the clone of the demon Emperor Cartman that descended to the Tyrannid subcontinent from the Demonist plane and was killed by me. I heard that the demon fighting sect specially recruits heroes who are willing to kill foreign enemies of other races for the Great Cloud Dynasty. As long as you kill a Starry Sky Warlock rank freak that invaded the Tsangji plane from another plane, you'll get a chance to join the demon fighting sect. Since I killed the demon Emperor Cartman, should be given a chance to take the assessment, right? Yang Feng took out a box and opened it, revealing the severed head of the demon Emperor Cartman's clone. A remnant demigod rank and extremely ferocious might immediately pervaded the area. Under the remnant might of the severed head of the demon Emperor Cartman's clone, He Feng and the little boy called Wang Shuang had their complexions change greatly, and they couldn't help but take a dozen steps back. The pretty complexions of Xu Jingman and the other girl called Wang Yi also changed, and they retreated again and again, their beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of fear. He Feng and the other three were indeed peerless geniuses with outstanding talent. But they were too young, and had always been practicing at home, rarely going out to fight. That was why they were frightened by the severed head of the demon Emperor Cartman's clone. Xu Jingman's pretty complexion changed, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of fear. He could actually kill such a freak. That's really terrifying. Han Ning was first startled, then his gaze congealed and his expression became solemn. Suddenly, a terrifying pinnacle Great Warlock rank life force converged, and he stared at Yang Feng and said while stressing each syllable, "You killed it? That's impossible, right? Yang Feng, you have to know that there's a price to pay for playing tricks on the demon fighting sect's people. It's still not too late to take back your words. Otherwise, once I cast a spell and discover that you lied to me, then I might even take action and kill you here." The Demonist Plane's Demon Emperor rank experts were formidable beings that could contend against gods. His clone also possessed Starry Sky Warlock rank strength. Han Ning wasn't a match for his clone, so he didn't believe that Yang Feng killed him with his own hands. The other three demon fighting sect's outer sect disciples also revealed unkind gazes and stared coldly at Yang Feng. Although they had always appeared very kind, but they had the arrogance of the demon fighting sect's disciples in their hearts. If someone dared to play tricks on them, then they wouldn't mind getting rid of that person. Even if they made a scene in the sect would only praise them, and wouldn't scold them. Even in the Great Cloud dynasty where laws were strict, colossi like the 10 great sects still had a lot of privileges. This was the real reason why countless geniuses flocked to join the 10 great sects. No one would dare to behave atrociously in a place like the demon-fighting sect, otherwise, only death would await them. This was also a great difference from Earth. In essence, the Tsangji Plain was still a plain where the strong preyed on the weak. Chapter 199. Yang Feng said calmly, I was the one who killed him. The correct way to put it is that I first severely injured him, then besieged him with a group of subordinates. Finally, I killed him with my alchemical golem. You can use a spell to test me. Everything I said is true. Han Ning silently recited an incantation, pointed at Yang Feng, and a spell to detect lies suddenly fell on Yang Feng. A white radiance suddenly lit up on Yang Feng. Han Ning's eyes flashed with a touch of incredulity, and he praised sincerely, what you said is true. You can actually kill him. That's amazing. The other 3 demon-fighting sect's outer sect disciples also revealed looks of admiration. The demon emperor Cartman was a powerful being of the demonist plane, comparable to a god. Within the demon-fighting sect, only true disciples and great elders had the ability to deal with him. Even the demon-fighting sect's inner sect disciples might not be able to kill his avatar. No matter what method Yang Feng used, to be able to kill an avatar of the demon emperor Cartman, that was a very remarkable thing. Han Ning said with a smile of admiration, Yang Feng, to be able to kill an avatar of the demonist plane, you're a hero. However, I have to warn you. The difficulty of the demon-fighting sect's assessment is very high. If you're the slightest bit careless, then even a Starry Sky Warlock rank expert will die. Yang Feng asked, what assessment? Can you tell me first so that I can be mentally prepared? It's best to choose the simplest one. After all, I only have a level 2 Warlock cultivation base. If the difficulty of the demon-fighting sect's assessment was too high, then Yang Feng could only choose to give up. After all, he only had one life. If he died, then he would have nothing left. Han Ning said, I'll help you choose the simplest one. However, you have to be mentally prepared. Even the simplest test mission would be extremely difficult for you. It's almost impossible to complete. After all, these assessment tasks are originally aimed at Starry Sky Warlock rank experts and above. Yang Feng nodded silently. He was aware of the demon-fighting sect's assessment rules, but he still wanted to give it a try. Han Ning took out a jade booklet and flipped through it. His eyes lit up and he said, I got it. Feisua Plane, one of the 36 primary material planes. Your test is to sneak into this plane, kill a demigod powerhouse, and bring his head back to the demon-fighting sect. There is no time limit for this mission. Yang Feng exclaimed, one of the 36 primary material planes, wouldn't that be a place where legends roam the streets and demigods are as common as dogs? For a trifling level 2 warlock like me to go there, wouldn't that be courting death? The 36 primary material planes were the 36 huge planes with countless powerful existences discovered by the Tsangji Plane's human warlocks. Among the 36 primary material planes, powerhouses were as common as clouds and rain. None of them was inferior to the Tsangji Plane. Only when the 7 warlock emperors established their states could the human warlocks completely suppress the other 35 primary material planes, forcing the powerful existences of the 35 primary material planes to obey the commands of the human warlock dynasties. During the time of the 8th warlock dynasty, the Dawn dynasty, it merely maintained its position as the leader of the 36 primary material planes. It didn't have the ability to command the other 35 primary material planes. Han Ning smiled and said, it's not that exaggerated. On the Feisua plane, there were many divine systems. There were the human divine system, the elven divine system, and the beastman divine system. Among the 3 major divine systems, there were the human divine system, the elven divine system, and the beastman divine system. For example, the Elven Divine System was divided into the Elven Divine System and the Dark Elven Divine System. There were also camps among the gods, and there were open and veiled struggles between them. With your experience traveling in the Tyrannid subcontinent, you will definitely be able to integrate well into the Feisua plane. If you enter the Demonist plane or the Dawn plane, then you won't have a chance of survival. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, and then said, if I go to the Feisua plane, then only by igniting my god fire and becoming a god can I slay a demigod. Is there no problem with that? There is no problem. In fact, many of the gods of other planes are human warlocks of the Zhangji plane. Fearing that their lifespan would run out and they would die, they would directly run to those planes, ignite their god fire, and become the god of that plane. However, Yang Feng, once you ignite your god fire and become a god on the Feisua plane, then you will have a huge connection with the Feisua plane. After igniting your god fire, your true body will not be able to leave the Feisua plane. You can only leave the Feisua plane with an embodiment. Once your true body leaves the Feisua plane, you may suffer a backlash from the plane, your godhead will collapse, and your divine power will disappear. This is the price of becoming a god. We warlocks are free. We can go to any plane, and no power can bind us. From the moment a god is born on a plane, they are linked with the rise and fall of the entire plane. If the plane in which the god resides dies, then the god will also die. That scene is known as the Twilight of the Gods. Han Ning said. The demon-fighting sect had a very long inheritance, and had explored countless planes. There was a lot of knowledge in the sect. Han Ning, a trifling outer sect disciple, had so much knowledge that it made Yang Feng blush with shame. Yang Feng pondered for a moment, then his eyes blossomed with a glint, and he said in a clear voice, I accept the test. Han Ning said with a hearty smile, good, you're a real man. If you accept the task, then you can come here tomorrow. We will open the library and let you study for 3 months. Only after you have grasped the basic knowledge of the Feisua plane and the current situation will we open the planar passageway and send you over. However, you have to think it over clearly. Once you study in our library and are unwilling to participate in the test, then we will impose sanctions on you. Yes. Yang Feng responded faintly, then grabbed Shi Shui beside him and said, this is my younger sister Shi Shui, she also wants to participate in the demon-fighting sect's entrance test. Han Ning's gaze swept Shi Shui, and his eyes flashed with a touch of amazement. He smiled slightly, then silently recited an incantation. His eyes blossomed with 2 magic radiances that fell on Shi Shui. Superior Level 8. Superior Level 8 Soul Aptitude. Her soul aptitude is Superior Level 8. Han Ning only took a glance at Shi Shui, then his complexion suddenly changed greatly, his eyes brimming with shock, and he cried out involuntarily. What, Superior Level 8 Soul Aptitude? Superior Level 8 Soul Aptitude, quickly informed the elders. The complexions of the 4 demon-fighting sect's disciples changed greatly. They immediately got up and surrounded Shi Shui, staring at her with scorching gazes. Geniuses were as common as clouds in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Basically, those who entered the demon-fighting sect had Superior Level 6 Soul Aptitude, and there was no lack of peerless geniuses with around Level 7 Soul Aptitude. However, Level 8 Soul Aptitude was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Superior Level 8 Soul Aptitude was even rarer, rarely seen in a millennium. The higher the soul aptitude, the fewer elixirs that could enhance their soul aptitude. Superior Level 8 Soul Aptitude, Yang Feng's various soul aptitude enhancing elixirs were of no use. Even the Rose Divine Pool was of no use to Shi Shui's soul aptitude. Kongfang Ao stared at Shi Shui with somewhat bloodshot eyes and complained, Superior Level 8 Soul Aptitude, Yang Feng, you really hid it from me. Superior Level 8 Soul Aptitude, such a genius was rarely seen even in the entire Great Cloud Dynasty. When Kongfang Ao thought of such a genius hanging around him, he felt as if he was in a dream. Yang Feng said with a smile, heh, you didn't ask me. Where's the person with superior level 8 soul aptitude? With a flicker of magic radiance, an old man dressed in a blue robe appeared in the hall, exuding incredibly formidable fluctuations of power, as if a god walking in the secular world. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly. He could vaguely feel that the terrifying power exuded by the old man dressed in a blue robe could even contend with the power he sensed from the goddess Loth. An extremely beautiful young woman dressed in a red warrior's attire, looking like a flame, strangely appeared beside Shi Shui. She swept Shi Shui with a glance and said with great satisfaction, "Little girl, are you the one with superior level 8 soul aptitude? Not bad, to possess the strength of a level 3 warlock at such a young age, truly remarkable. I'm Wuxia, one of the great elders of the demon fighting sect. Little girl, how about becoming my personal disciple?" As soon as she said that, the 4 outer sect disciples of the demon fighting sect immediately revealed envious expressions. Wuxia was one of the great elders of the demon fighting sect, her strength tyrannical. To be accepted by her as a personal disciple was something that even true disciples of the demon fighting sect yearned for, let alone outer sect disciples of the demon fighting sect. The old man dressed in a blue robe frowned and said, Wuxia, shouldn't there be a first come, first served basis for everything? I came first, so this disciple should be mine. Ordinary geniuses were fine. Superior level 8 soul aptitude was simply a freak among freaks. Even in the entire Great Cloud dynasty, it was a rare genius that appeared once in a millennium. Wuxia said coldly, "Chao Iha, I'm taking this disciple. She's a little girl. You're an old man, taking a little girl as your disciple, don't you feel ashamed?" Huang Yihe was also one of the great elders of the demon fighting sect, his strength was tyrannical, comparable to that of a god. Unmoved, Huang Yihe said with a faint smile, "On the path to eternal life, there's only master and disciple, there's no distinction between men and women. I won't give up." Wuxia was silent for a moment, and then said, "You and I are equal in strength and status. It's better to let this little girl choose her own master, what do you think?" Huang Yihe said decisively, "All right." Wuxia asked directly, "Little girl, between him and me, which one do you want to be your master?" Huang Yihe replied, "Little girl, if you choose me as your master, then I'll definitely teach you everything I know. With your talent, as long as you practice diligently under my guidance, you'll be able to promote to a glorious dawn warlock within 1,000 years. The eyes of the 4 outer sect disciples of the demon fighting sect almost spewed fire with jealousy. They were all geniuses with superior level 6 soul aptitude, but it was already very difficult for them to promote to the great warlock realm, let alone promote to the starry sky warlock realm. As for the moonlight warlock realm, they didn't even dare to think about it. As for the glorious dawn warlock realm, even in the Great Cloud dynasty, they were pinnacle experts with lofty status and strength comparable to gods. Chapter 200. Wuxia said with a proud smile, "Whatever old bastard Chao can promise you, I can promise you everything. As long as you become my personal disciple, the glorious dawn warlock rank won't be a problem." Shi Shui very obediently bowed respectfully to the 2 great elders of the battle demon sect and said, "2 seniors, I am very grateful for your kindness. However, I hope to be with Big Brother Yang Feng. As for choosing a master, I'll choose whoever Big Brother Yang Feng wants me to choose." Huang Yihe frowned and said, "Yang Feng? Who's that?" Han Ning promptly pointed at Yang Feng and said, "Great Elder, this is Shi Shui's big brother Yang Feng. Blood Meridian Warlock. Black Dragon's Blood Meridian. His potential is too low." Huang Yihe's eyebrows creased slightly, saying, "Why did he come to the demon fighting sect with such aptitude?" Han Ning said, "He killed a starry sky warlock rank clone of a demonist plains demon emperor that descended on the Tyrannid subcontinent. He hopes to join the demon fighting sect through the assessment." Huang Yihe said with slight surprise, "He wants to join the demon fighting sect through the assessment. Little guy, I didn't expect you to have some backbone." Huang Yihe was very clear about the difficulty of the demon fighting sect's entrance assessment. For a level 2 warlock like Yang Feng to participate in such an assessment, it was practically a matter of life and death. Yu Wuxian said coldly, "You don't need to take the assessment. I can make an exception and let you become a disciple in name of the demon fighting sect. If you have the ability, then slowly climb up. Let your little sister Shui choose me as her master. In the future, I'll give you some guidance and let you get more benefits." Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "Thank you, senior. However, there's no need to make an exception. Junior wants to participate in the demon fighting sect's assessment and join the demon fighting sect in an upright manner." The Feisua plane was extremely chaotic and had many divine systems. Such a plane was the best place to fish in troubled waters. On the Feisua plane, Yang Feng's clone and Shizu robots would be of great use. Yu Wuxian was slightly surprised, and said with a faint smile, "You have backbone. I misjudged you. I originally thought that you wanted to borrow your little sister's talent to join the demon fighting sect. Not bad, kid, I'm starting to like you a little. As long as you can complete the fighting demon sect's assessment this time, I can directly guarantee that you will become an inner disciple of my fighting demon sect." Huang Yihe grinned, "Hee, interesting. Yang Feng, if you can complete the demon fighting sect's assessment, I'll accept you as a personal disciple." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, seniors. I think Great Elder Yu Wuxian is more suitable for you. You should take her as your master." Shui was very well behaved. She immediately knelt on the ground and bowed to Yu Wuxian. "Master, please accept this bow from your disciple." Good. Good. Good disciple, come with me to the floating island now. I'm going to show off to those guys. Yu Wuxian somewhat forgot herself and laughed heartily. Her whole body flickered with a magical radiance, and in a flash, she and Shui disappeared from their original place. Sigh, what a pity. Huang Yihe also let out a long sigh. With a flash of magical light, he disappeared from where he stood. After the two great elders of the demon fighting sect left, the gazes with which everyone looked at Yang Feng changed. Shui's future prospects were limitless, and Yang Feng was no longer an ordinary level 2 warlock. "Since the matter has been settled, I'll take my leave first." Yang Feng smiled and left the demon fighting sect with Kongfang Ao. Kongfang Ao said with a smile, "Yang Feng, since you've already arrived at the demon fighting sect, then I'll take my leave first. Let's meet again. If you have time, come to the Green Province's Qinmu County. Our Kong family has a bit of status there. If you come, I'll definitely show you the hospitality of a host." Yang Feng replied, "All right." After the two separated, Yang Feng found an inn in the demon fighting city. Early the next morning, Yang Feng once again went to the demon fighting sect's external office. Han Ning greeted him with great enthusiasm. "Yang Feng, you're early. Come with me." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Good morning, senior disciple brother Han." After exchanging pleasantries, Han Ning took Yang Feng into an elevator-like magic staircase and pressed the 100th floor button. With a flicker of magic radiance, the door of the magic staircase opened, and Yang Feng and Han Ning appeared on the 100th floor. Han Ning gave Yang Feng a detailed introduction. "This is the great library that can be used by the demon fighting sect's disciples in name. Here, there are a variety of level 1 to level 4 spell models, as well as a variety of knowledge from countless different planes and many secret methods. The common knowledge of the Feisua plane is also here. Among the countless knowledge here, the one I recommend the most is the demon fighting sect's fundamental secret method, the demon fighting heaven suppressing record. This is the demon fighting sect's strongest secret method. There are only 4 layers of the demon fighting heaven suppressing record here, which can only be practiced until the great warlock realm. In the future, if you can complete the assessment and join the demon fighting sect, then you'll have the opportunity to learn the next few layers of the secret method. Yang Feng looked at the great library and saw that it covered an area of about 5 square kilometers. Obviously, a powerful warlock had cast a spatial spell on it. Within that area of 5 square kilometers, there were countless bookshelves with books neatly arranged on them. In the center of the great library, there was a magic crystal ball with a diameter of about 1 meter suspended in the air and engraved with countless mysterious runes. Han Ning said, "That's the great library's index crystal, as well as the library's administrator. You can use the index crystal to quickly find all kinds of information you want. The specific way to use it is to walk within 5 meters of it and then silently recite the information you want in your mind." Yang Feng went before the index crystal and mused, "I need the demon-fighting heaven-suppressing record." With a flicker of magic radiance, a book flew out from the countless bookshelves and flew into Yang Feng's hand. Han Ning said with a smile, "All right, Yang Feng, I won't disturb your study. Work hard." Yang Feng said, "Thank you, senior disciple brother Han." After Han Ning left, Yang Feng sat to one side and began to study while using the smart microchip installed on his glasses to scan those books into his database. In the great library, Yang Feng practically forgot to eat and sleep as he studied all the information related to the Feisua plane. He was very clear that the information was related to the future safety and development of his embodiment. 10 days later, in a cultivation secret room of a luxurious hotel, Yang Feng sat cross-legged on a jade bed, surrounded by the remains and ashes of top-notch magic stones. The green life embodiment bead suspended in the air in front of Yang Feng and blossomed with resplendent radiance. Yang Feng suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a stream of blood essence along with 3 golden specks of light that entered the life embodiment bead. After losing the stream of blood essence, Yang Feng's complexion became extremely pale. He promptly picked up a vial of elixir beside him and poured it into his mouth. After drinking the vial of elixir, Yang Feng's complexion became a lot better. He silently chanted, and rays of magic light condensed around his body. A soul seed flew out from between his eyebrows in a strange manner. Below the soul seed, there were countless fine lines extending, with each fine line having a small sphere. With a closer look, one could see that the small spheres were spell models. As soon as the soul seed appeared, it slowly split into 2 halves. Along with the splitting of the soul seed, Yang Feng felt as if he had been split into 2 halves, feeling extremely painful. However, he still forcefully endured the pain with great willpower. After the soul seed split into 2 halves, 1 half flew into the life embodiment bead along with the countless spell models. The life embodiment bead trembled slightly, twisted continuously, changed rapidly, and finally condensed into a person that looked exactly like Yang Feng. Even the soul fluctuations were the same. When Yang Feng's embodiment took shape, an extremely novel feeling was suddenly born in Yang Feng's true body. It was as if there were 2 of him existing in this world at the same time. This was different from when he used the consciousness conduction helmet. When he used the consciousness conduction helmet, he was still a consciousness. When he possessed the robots, his true body would fall into an unconscious state. But now, he had 2 independent consciousnesses existing in this world, and both consciousnesses were him. Yang Feng's embodiment sighed slightly. "This feeling is really wonderful, as if there are 2 of me existing at the same time." Yang Feng's true body said, "It's really wonderful. No wonder even if it is as strong as a god, if their godhead isn't high enough, they still can't split into more embodiments. Without the support of a godhead, if one has too many embodiments, they will definitely suffer from schizophrenia and become a psychopath. Gods could also split into embodiments, but generally speaking, gods with feeble divine force rank would only split into 1 embodiment. That was because their godhead couldn't support the existence of more embodiments." Yang Feng's true body said, "Scan me." Yang Feng, basic attributes, strength 1. 1, agility 1. 3, physique 1. 2, spirit 1. 6. Blood meridians, pure human blood meridians. Soul aptitude, superior level, 6. General evaluation, classified as a level 0 life form. Evolution potential, great. Note, because the host's soul has just split, the soul is in a weak state. It is recommended to practice the true mystic embodiment scripture to restore your soul force. Before your soul force is fully restored, it is not advisable to practice cultivation as a warlock. After Yang Feng used the true mystic embodiment scripture to pour all of his power into the embodiment, his true body once again became an ordinary person. However, he now had infinite evolution possibilities, laying a solid foundation for recultivating on the warlock path. Moreover, the wealth he collected in the Turandot subcontinent was enough for him to recultivate and easily evolve into an official warlock. Moreover, the knowledge grasped by the embodiment was equivalent to the knowledge grasped by Yang Feng's true body. Thus, it was equivalent to having two people practicing cultivation and learning at the same time, which was simply heaven-defying. It was precisely because of this that a treasure like the life embodiment bead was so precious, priceless, and could only be encountered but not sought. Chapter 201. After separating an embodiment, Yang Feng's true body and embodiment simultaneously began to read all the information about the Feisua plane, learning continuously. Time passed, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Feng arrived at the demon-fighting sect's external office. The one in charge of receiving him was still Han Ning. When Han Ning saw Yang Feng arrive, his eyes flashed with a touch of unwillingness. He wanted to say something, but then hesitated. Finally, he gave a long sigh and said, "Come with me." The difficulty of a level 2 warlock entering the Feisua plane, a primary material plane that could contend with the Zhangji plane, and killing a demigod rank expert could be well imagined. The demon-fighting sect set up such an assessment mission in order to recruit peak experts above the Starry Sky warlock rank. At the same time, it was also to eliminate a large number of silk pants who used their family's power to help hunt demigod rank freaks. Even great warlocks would find it very difficult to complete such an assessment mission, let alone a level 2 warlock like Yang Feng. Yang Feng followed Han Ning to the top floor of the demon-fighting sect's external office. After passing through a teleportation array, they appeared in front of a huge palace. In front of the huge palace, there was a golden gate. In front of the golden gate sat 2 old men, one fat and one thin. Yang Feng looked at the 2 old men with a glance, and his pupils constricted slightly. He couldn't sense the life force emitted by the 2 old men. This showed that even without using secret methods, the 2 old men could completely restrain their life force, making people feel that they were ordinary people. Han Ning said respectfully to the 2 old men, "Elder Luo Zheng, Elder Luo Ming, this is Yang Feng, he wants to go to the Feisua plane to participate in the assessment." The thin old man didn't open his eyes. The fat old man opened his eyes, and 2 divine lights shot out of his eyes and swept Yang Feng. A feeling of being seen through instantly pervaded Yang Feng's body. The fat old man threw a grey jade card to Yang Feng and said lightly, "This is a return jade card. After completing the mission, crush this jade card, and we'll find a way to pick you up. However, it won't be instantaneous. If you don't complete the mission and crush this jade card, only death awaits you." Yang Feng took the jade card and said, "Yes. I understand." The fat old man closed his eyes. Caw caw caw. Amidst the loud noises, the golden door slowly opened, revealing a wide and deep planar path that stretched as far as the eye could see. Yang Feng stepped into the planar passageway. A formidable spatial force enveloped Yang Feng in a flash, and a dizzy feeling of dizziness flooded his mind. Once the dizziness disappeared, Yang Feng heaved a long sigh. He discovered that he was already on top of a desolate hilltop. Yang Feng carefully sized up the surroundings for a while and mused, "So cautious. In order to prevent me from discovering the exit of the planar passageway, they set up a random teleportation array at the end of the planar passageway and teleported me here. The Feisua Plain has countless gods. At the time, the 6th Warlock dynasty had subdued the gods of this plain, and their mechanical legion had been seen by them. If I use the mechanical army and nuclear bombs on a large scale in this world, it will attract their attention, and then it will be over. Yang Feng silently calculated in his heart. The Feisua Plain was different from the Turandot subcontinent, as this plain had gods. Each of the countless gods possessed terrifying might, greatly limiting the might of Yang Feng's mechanical legion, making it impossible for him to unleash a large number of mechanical legions to fight the gods. Otherwise, the gods of the Feisua Plain might unite to deal with him. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the sky. A magic radiance flickered, and a huge eye formed in the sky, observing the area within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Found it, there's a city over there. Yang Feng's figure changed slightly, and he turned into a blonde, blue-eyed, and tall Westerner. The Feisua Plain was a plain dominated by Westerners, and the human gods were basically Westerners. At present, Yang Feng didn't have the strength to challenge that terrifying power. Yang Feng walked along a muddy road covered in dust and livestock excrement for about 5 kilometers, before a city with a 10-meter-tall city wall appeared in front of him. In front of the city stood 8 Western human warriors. They were not wearing any armor, had deep eyes, high noses, and fair skin, and were about to collapse their swords. The captain of the 8 warriors stepped forward and stopped Yang Feng, saying, "Stop, please show me your identity document." On the Feisua Plain, the human world was divided into 4 classes: slaves, subjects, freedmen, and aristocrats. Slaves and subjects of lords couldn't freely leave the territory of lords. Only freedmen and aristocrats could freely travel throughout the continent. Humph! Yang Feng snorted coldly, spread the fingers of his hand, and a flame suddenly appeared in his hand. Wizard! I'm sorry, Your Honorable Excellency, please forgive me for offending you. When the captain saw the flame in Yang Feng's hand, his complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he bowed and said respectfully. The rest of the warriors looked at Yang Feng with a touch of respect in their eyes. On the Feisua Plain, wizards were lofty existences, and their status was comparable to that of aristocrats. They could freely travel throughout the world. Many aristocrats took pride in being able to recruit a wizard to serve them. Moreover, on the Feisua Plain, the number of wizards was very small. Out of 100,000 people, there might not even be one wizard. This is my power, my own power. Yang Feng looked at the 8 respectful warriors, and a touch of pleasure welled up inside him. On the Turandot subcontinent, relying on the tremendous power of the Shizu Mechanical Legion, Yang Feng defeated countless powerful enemies, and finally unified the entire Turandot subcontinent and became its king. However, he was very clear that it was mainly by relying on the power of the Mechanical Legion that he achieved that step. But now, on the Feisua Plain, the power he possessed was enough to make people revere him. This feeling made him somewhat unable to stop, and he was very pleased. Get lost, you lowly commoners. Quickly make way for Master Wizard to enter the city. A warrior immediately berated the farmers and merchants waiting to enter the city, driving them away and making way for Yang Feng. Yang Feng entered the city. In the city, the roads were extremely muddy, livestock's excrement could be seen everywhere, and there was a lot of dust. Most of the buildings in the city were made of wood, exuding a backward and ancient aura of the Western Middle Ages. Yang Feng swept the city with a glance and frowned slightly. This is the Feisua Plain that can contend with the Zhangji Plain. This is unbelievable. This human city couldn't even compare to many cities in the backward places like the Turandot subcontinent. Yang Feng arrived in front of a mermaid and bear bar, pushed the door open, and entered. As soon as he entered the bar, Yang Feng saw burly mercenaries gulping down alcohol and eating meat, while uttering vulgar words and flirting with the waitresses in the bar. Yang Feng went to the bartender who was mixing drinks in front of the counter, and with a light flick, a gold coin drew a beautiful parabola and fell in front of the bartender. Yang Feng said, "I want to go to the Reject City, so I need an experienced and reputable mercenary group to escort me. Tell me, what's a reasonable price to hire such a mercenary group?" The bartender smiled and put away the gold coin. "It depends on the number of people you hire. From the Wood Speech City to the Reject City, it's about 10 days' journey. The journey isn't too dangerous, and paying 3 silver coins per person per day is already enough. Of course, the more reputable and stronger mercenary groups, the higher the price." The common currency of the Feisua Plain was gold coins. 1 gold coin equals 10 silver coins equals 1,000 copper coins. "Hey, young man, hire our bear strength mercenary group. Our mercenary group has 10 good lads, each of whom is a seasoned mercenary." A burly man with a bear-like build and a big beard strode towards Yang Feng and said with a hearty laugh, "For each of us, you only need to pay 5 silver coins per day." A middle-aged man with a thin figure and a gloomy temperament between his eyebrows came over and said with a smile towards Yang Feng, "Hello, I'm Lek, the leader of the Storm Wolves mercenary group. Our Storm Wolves mercenary group has 13 members. For each of us, you only need to pay 2 silver coins per day, and you'll be able to get the services of the 13 members of the Storm Wolves mercenary group to safely escort you to the Reject City." A beautiful woman with a height of 1.8 meters, wheat-colored skin, and regular facial features, who was much taller than many men, strode towards Yang Feng and said, "Mister, please hire our White Lily mercenary group. Our White Lily mercenary group only has 5 people, but it's the mercenary group with the best reputation in the Wood Speech City. There's no record of us going back on our word. For each of us, you only need to pay 8 silver coins per day, and we'll do our best to protect you." Lek's face stiffened. As if a viper, he stared at the beautiful woman with a tall figure and said coldly, "Katie, what's the meaning of this?" Katie said with a cold smile, "What do I mean? You're well aware of it." Yang Feng had read a lot of information about the Feisua Plain and knew that there were all sorts of people among mercenaries. Many mercenaries would normally do normal business, but would secretly kill their employers. If choosing a mercenary group wasn't suitable, then it would definitely be courting death. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "There's no need to fight over it. I think that beautiful women are better. The White Lily mercenary group is fine." Once he said that, the leader of the Bear Strength mercenary group gave Yang Feng a somewhat odd look, then gave a chuckle, turned around, and returned to his mercenary group. The bartender also gave Yang Feng a somewhat odd look, but remained silent. Lek gave a cold smile and said meaningfully, "Good, good, good. You're on your own." Chapter 202. Katie sat in front of Yang Feng and gave him a flirtatious look. "Hi, my employer, what's your name?" Although Katie's looks and temperament were far inferior to that of beauties like Jessica and Judy, but compared to ordinary girls, she was already a beauty. Moreover, she had the unique heroic spirit of mercenaries, which was quite attractive to men. Yang Feng said with a smile, "My name is Ian." Katie asked, "When do you plan to set off for the Reject City?" "The sooner the better." "Then how about we meet at the Western Gate tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock? "All right." After the discussion, Yang Feng left the small bar and stayed in the Woodward City for the night. Early the next morning, Yang Feng arrived at the Western Gate. At the Western Gate, Katie and her White Lily mercenary group were already waiting for him. In addition to Katie, the other 4 female warriors of the White Lily mercenary group were tall and burly, with solid muscles and fierce glints in their eyes. They looked more manly than men. Yang Feng looked at the 4 burly female warriors of the White Lily mercenary group and muttered inside, "The White Lily mercenary group has such a nice name." Katie smiled sweetly at Yang Feng and said, "You're early, get on the carriage." Yang Feng nodded and boarded a carriage. The carriage rental fee was naturally paid by Yang Feng. "Set off," Katie ordered, and the convoy left the Woodward City. The main road of the Woodward city hadn't been repaired and was full of potholes. Sitting in the carriage, Yang Feng felt very uncomfortable due to the jolting. Yang Feng criticized inside, no wonder it was so difficult for people in ancient times to travel far. It's so uncomfortable to sit in a carriage. If it wasn't for my strong physique, I would have been jolted like a dog. In the Turandot subcontinent, Yang Feng's true body came and went either by plane or by magic carpet, which was a very comfortable and happy life. Even in the Great Cloud Dynasty, he rode a variety of advanced alchemical secret treasures and didn't feel any discomfort. Now that he came to the Feisua Plain, he deeply felt the backwardness of the Feisua Plain. "Ian, there's something up ahead." Suddenly, Katie's voice came from outside the carriage, and the carriage stopped. Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and alighted from the carriage. Yang Feng looked around and discovered that the convoy had arrived at a very remote place. On both sides of the road, there were two small hills with dense grass, very suitable for an ambush. On the hillside, one could vaguely see the silhouettes of people flashing. With a dignified expression, Katie walked up to Yang Feng and said unhurriedly, "I suspect that it's someone from the Storm Wolves mercenary group. They often kill their employers halfway and plunder their wealth. I'm afraid they've set their eyes on you. It's fine if they don't come. If they come over, I'll give them an unforgettable lesson." Yang Feng smiled coldly, silently recited an incantation, pointed at the sky, and cast magic eyes. A magic light flashed and condensed into a huge eye in midair. The eyeball rotated 360 degrees and looked at both sides of the hillside. On both sides of the hillside, there were indeed more than 20 heavily armed soldiers lying in ambush. Among those soldiers stood Lek, the head of the Storm Wolves mercenary corps. Magician. He's a magician. The more than 20 soldiers looked at the magic eye in the sky, their complexions turning deathly pale and revealing traces of fear. On the Feisua Plain, magicians were synonymous with mystery and power. These soldiers had only heard of the powerful deeds of magicians in some myths and legends. Now that they saw the magic eye, they were shocked, scared out of their wits, and lost all will to fight. "Ian, you're actually a magician, that's really amazing. I think I might have fallen in love with you." Katie stared fixedly at Yang Feng, her eyes rippling with traces of charm, her face carrying traces of a coquettish and charming smile. She walked up to Yang Feng. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in Katie's eyes. She pulled out a dagger with a blade flickering with a dark blue radiance and fiercely stabbed at Yang Feng. Caught off guard, Yang Feng was stabbed in the abdomen by Katie. After succeeding in her attack, Katie immediately retreated briskly by more than a dozen meters, before saying with a charming smile full of malice, "Mighty Mr. Wizard, I think I might have fallen in love with you. However, I'm not in love with you, but rather with your wealth, ha ha ha." The magic eye in the sky collapsed in a flash. "Why?" Yang Feng covered his abdomen with both hands, his expression pained, and said while gnashing his teeth. Lek, the head of the Storm Wolves mercenary corps, laughed wildly, and took his subordinates down from the hillside. "Idiot, that's because our Storm Wolves mercenary corps and the White Lily mercenary corps are in cahoots. A fat sheep like you is our favorite target. Lord Wizard, the romantic encounter in the bar wasn't bad, right? In fact, in the bar. The people with the best reputation are that stupid bear's mercenary corps. Apart from his mercenary corps, the rest are just hungry wolves like us." Katie interrupted, "Enough with the nonsense, kill him. The means of wizards are too strange and powerful, don't give him any chances. Shoot him." On the Feisua Plain, bows and arrows were controlled weapons. Apart from people in the army who could equip a large number of bows and arrows, ordinary mercenaries rarely could afford to use bows and arrows. However, there were 5 archers in the Storm Wolves mercenary corps. Lek barked, "Fire!" The 5 archers immediately drew their bows and shot 5 arrows, as if shooting stars, towards Yang Feng. At the moment when the 5 arrows were about to hit Yang Feng, a powerful warping force field suddenly appeared and shook slightly, and the 5 arrows were strangely deflected. Seeing such a strange scene, Lek and Katie's complexions at once became extremely pale, and their eyes flashed with a touch of an unknown premonition. "You weren't stabbed?" Katie said in a somewhat trembling voice. Yang Feng stood up, looked at the holes in his clothes, and said faintly, "No, I was still somewhat careless. I was stabbed by an ordinary person like you. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between us is too great, and I don't have a legend rank weapon. It's basically impossible to assassinate me." Yang Feng wore the legend rank secret treasure white elephant armor, the legend rank secret treasure heart of azure, and the legend rank defensive ring sacred light protection. Under the protection of the 3 legend rank secret treasures, only a legend rank assassin with a legend rank dagger would be able to assassinate him in an instant. Katie's complexion paled, her expression was one of remorse and sorrow, and tears streamed down from her eyes. She knelt on the ground and knelt towards Yang Feng. "I'm sorry, he forced me to do this. Lord Wizard, it was this man who forced me to do this. I beg you, spare my life. I didn't want to, he forced me to do this." Lek's eyes flashed with a touch of an ominous glint, and he bellowed, "Tui! Cheap whore! Everyone, let's kill him. We have more than 20 people, no matter how strong this wizard is, we can definitely kill him." The eyes of the more than 20 mercenaries flashed with a touch of an ominous glint, and under Lek's lead, they rushed at Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled faintly and flicked his hand, and a seed fell on the ground. With a flash of magic radiance, the seed quickly grew, extended more than 30 barbed rattans, and wrapped around the more than 20 mercenaries. The extremely sharp barbs stabbed into their bodies, making them wail in pain. Even the leader of the Storm Wolves mercenary group, Lek, was tightly entangled by the rattan within a single move and let out an incomparably mournful shriek. The complexions of Katie and the 4 female warriors of the White Lily mercenary group, who were more manly than men, were very pale, and their eyes flashed with a touch of fear. This extraordinary power was far beyond their imagination. "It would be a pity to waste such a precious elixir on you, but I'm short on manpower. I'll reluctantly use it on you." Yang Feng took out a large box of liquid metal nanorobot elixir and said somewhat regretfully. Before coming to the Feisua plain this time, Yang Feng had made sufficient preparations, bringing 30,000 vials of liquid metal nanorobot elixir. In the Turandot subcontinent, liquid metal nanorobot elixir was only a benefit for the upper echelons. After a vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir was injected into one's body, one could maintain eternal youth by relying on the nanomachines. Before dying of old age, one would always look young. It was very popular among women, and was in short supply. Before Yang Feng built the first portable fortified stronghold on the Feisua plain, the 30,000 vials of liquid metal nanorobot elixir could be used up, and could not be replenished. Yang Feng said faintly, "I have some magic elixirs here. As long as you're injected with these magic elixirs, once you have the thought of betraying me, you'll self-detonate and die. Now, I'll be merciful and let you choose whether to take the elixir or not. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider." 10. Katie promptly said, "I'll take it." "No, please bestow me the precious magic elixir, Honorable Lord Wizard." The 4 female warriors of the White Lily mercenary group, who were more manly than men, knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Please bestow me the precious magic elixir, Honorable Lord Wizard." "I'll take it too." "I beg you, let me take it. Honorable Lord Wizard, please bestow me the precious magic elixir." The warriors of the Storm Wolves mercenary group weren't fools, and they implored bitterly. Amidst their pleas, Yang Feng also injected vials of liquid metal nanorobot elixir into their bodies. After subduing the 2 mercenary groups, Yang Feng rode the carriage and continued to move towards the Rijek city. Chapter 203. The Rijek city was located at the border of the Beastman Empire, the Elven Empire, and the Human Morance Empire. It was a large city belonging to the Morance Empire. With a population of nearly 1 million, the Rijek city was very prosperous. It was the extremely sinful slave trade that supported the Rijek city's prosperous economy. The Beastman Empire, the Elven Empire, and the Morance Empire waged war all year round. The defeated would be reduced to slaves and brought to the Rijek city by slave merchants. At the same time, sinful human slave hunters often appeared in the Beastman Empire and the Elven Empire, capturing beastmen and elves for sale. The Rijek city was the largest slave trading city in the Morance Empire. The city wall is only a dozen meters tall, it's really weak. Young Feng looked at the city wall that was only a dozen meters tall and sighed inside. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, the city walls of various cities were at least 100 meters tall and were covered with warlock towers. The defenses were extremely strict. The city wall of the Rijek city, the largest slave trading city of the Morance Empire, was only a dozen meters tall. If Yang Feng drove the Mechanical Legion, then he would be able to seize the Rijek city's city wall with a single charge. Stop. Please show me your identification. When Yang Feng and his party arrived at the gate of the Rijek city, several warriors came over. Yang Feng spread the fingers of his hand and a scorching fireball appeared in his hand. The complexions of the warriors changed and they said respectfully, "So it's the Honorable Sir Wizard, we've been impolite. Please come in." A warrior promptly drove away the commoners at the gate, making way for Yang Feng and the others to enter the city. A warrior gave them a glance, then left his post and quickly walked into the city. In the Rijek city, in a luxurious room, a fat man with a pair of small eyes, yet a shrewd glint, narrowed his eyes and asked the warrior, "What? You said that a wizard without a magic badge came to the Rijek city?" The warrior said, "That's right, Master Jim. I saw it with my own eyes. There were more than 20 mercenaries beside the mage. 5 female mercenaries and 23 male mercenaries." Jim casually tossed 3 gold coins to the soldier. "Interesting, these 3 gold coins are yours. You can go." The warrior was overjoyed. He received the 3 gold coins and withdrew. "Thank you very much, Master Jim." Jim's eyes narrowed and flashed with a shrewd glint, a wizard without a wizard badge. Is he a wizard who just returned after learning from a reclusive wizard? He's a good investment target. Without any hesitation, Jim immediately stood up and walked out with large strides with vigorous movements that were different from his fat body. Rijek city was much larger than Woodward city and had a much larger population. It was bustling with people coming and going, making it seem very prosperous. The streets were filled with all kinds of beast-like slaves, but most of them looked like humans. The beast-men were divided into the humanoid beast-men and the pure beast-men. The humanoid beast-men were beast-men who had a partial beast form, but most of them were in human form. On the other hand, pure beast orcs were all kinds of beast orcs that had evolved to have hands and feet and possessed intelligence that was not inferior to that of humans. Beastmen were beastmen of beastmen, with beastmen, and beastmen. With beastmen. Beastmen were natives of the Feisua plain. Beastmen were pets brought over from other plains by the Tsangji Plains human warlocks. The Beastman Empire was ruled by beastmen, and beastmen didn't have much power. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, beastmen were also called humanoids, and were distinguished from beastmen who had a human appearance. In the Tyrannid subcontinent, humanoid beastmen were instead a weak race. That was because the humanoid beastmen in the Tyrannid subcontinent were pets brought over from the Feisua plain by the ancient warlocks. Yang Feng looked at the streets full of humanoid beastmen and had a very novel feeling. Shortly after Yang Feng walked in the Rijek city, Jim came to greet him with a dozen guards. Jim revealed a refreshing smile on his face and said, "Hello, Honorable Sir Wizard. I am Jim, the manager of the Rijek City branch of the Rose Merchant Group. The Rose Merchant Group has the best supply in the entire Rijek City. We can even get you the most sought-after fox girls among the elves and beast men. They are definitely purebred elves and beastman foxes, and not those mixed-blood half-elves and half-blood beastmen. Would you like our services? Purebred elves and purebred beastman foxes were the most beautiful women. Protected by the Beastman Empire and the Elven Empire, it was very difficult to get hold of them. On the other hand, half-elves, half-humans, and half-beastmen weren't protected by the Orc Empire or the Elven Empire. Many of the slave merchants in the Ridgex city were very black-hearted, and sold half-blood beastmen and half-blood beastmen as genuine purebred elves and purebred beastmen to make a huge profit. Yang Feng said with a light smile, "My name is Ian. I think I'll need your services." With a full set of legend rank secret treasures and the level, for extraordinary life form rank mechanical battle beasts stored inside the dimensional badge, unless it was a demigod rank expert, no one could kill Yang Feng's embodiment. Jim said with a smile, "In that case, Honorable Sir Ian, please come with me." Yang Feng said carelessly as he walked, "Slaves need to eat and drink. Can you buy a lot of food?" Jim's plump face beamed like a flower. "You've asked the right person. The Rose Merchant Group is one of the 10 largest merchant groups in the Morans Empire. Only we can easily buy food for hundreds or thousands of people." Yang Feng asked, "Is it transportation?" Jim said with some vigilance, "To where?" The Beastman Empire had always been short of food. Every year, they had to smuggle large amounts of food from the Morans Empire. The Morans Empire had always cracked down on smuggling. Jim had no choice but to be vigilant. Yang Feng said lightly, "The Red Earth Wasteland. I want to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland." The Red Earth Wasteland. That's no problem. What? You want to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland? Jim was suddenly taken aback, saying, "Sir Ian, the Red Earth Wasteland is extremely barren. It has no special products or minerals, only some dirty goblin bandits, bugbears, and other lowly races. It's of no value at all." The Red Earth Wasteland was a vast wasteland located at the junction of the Morans Empire, the Titan Empire, the Beastman Empire, and the Elven Empire. In the wasteland, only the Rhine River ran through the entire wasteland. Apart from the vicinity of the Rhine River, the rest of the wasteland was dry and had little rain. Only some low shrubs and berries grew there. The lack of water made it a barren place, which was why it was abandoned by the 4 empires. It wasn't that no one had the idea of building the Red Earth Wasteland, but the lack of water made everyone give up. To transport water from afar to the Red Earth Wasteland was a huge project that cost a lot of money. Besides water, there was also food. The Red Earth Wasteland didn't produce food. To build a city there, it would cost a lot of money every year. Mountains of gold and seas of silver wouldn't be enough to spend on food. The most commendable thing about the Red Earth Wasteland was its superior geographical location. It could pass through and trade with the 4 empires. However, it was also bad because of its location. Although the 4 empires weren't willing to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland, but once the city was built in the Red Earth Wasteland, it was bound to cause a huge dispute. Such a place of little value couldn't attract the attention of the powerful forces. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "I'm rich, so I'm happy. Legend has it that wizards are some strange people. Now it seems that it's true." Jim criticized inwardly, yet he was even more respectful towards Yang Feng. A rich and willful nouveau riche like Yang Feng was definitely a favorite client of slave merchants like Jim. Katie's eyes were bloodshot and full of remorse. If she had known that Yang Feng was a rich and willful nouveau riche, she would have shown off her flirtatiousness and thrown herself at him. Jim led Yang Feng to a huge slave market. Inside the huge slave market, naked and haggard-looking beastmen, half-blood beastmen, half-blood elves, humans, and all sorts of other slaves could be seen everywhere. Many people were standing there, judging the slaves and picking the ones they liked. When Yang Feng saw this scene, his eyebrows creased slightly. He, who was born on Earth, was still slightly unaccustomed to such a scene. However, he was very rational and quickly threw the unaccustomed feeling to the back of his mind. Jim said, "Sir Ian, what kind of slaves do you want? Beauties? Warriors? Housekeepers? Or scholars, blacksmiths, and the like?" Young Feng said, "I need warriors with high obedience and strong battle prowess." "Very well, I just got a batch of top-notch goods, you'll definitely like them." Jim gave a few instructions to one of his subordinates, then smiled and led Yang Feng inside the slave market. Jim quickly led Yang Feng to a huge cage. Inside the cage, there were more than 300 tall and sturdy humanoids with only a bull's tail and a height of 1.9 meters. Jim enthusiastically promoted to Yang Feng, "These are 318 mixed blood ox-human half-blood beast men. Their origins are very clean, they were captured by a slave-catching group of the Beastman Empire and given to us. There won't be any problems if you buy them. Ox-human half-blood beast men are honest and obedient. With a bit of training, they'll be very good half-blood beastman guards." Chapter 204. Yang Feng asked, "How much?" Jim said straightforwardly, 30 gold coins per person, 318 people, I'll count it as 9,000 gold coins. A burly oxman half-blood beastman in his 30s got up, knelt in front of Yang Feng, and implored with tears in his eyes, "Sir, if you want to buy us, then we're willing to sell us to you. I beseech you to be merciful and buy our family as well. If you can buy our family, I, Babu, swear in the name of my ancestors that I am willing to lead my clan to serve you, even to the point of death." The 317 oxmen half-blood beast men also came over, knelt on the ground, and kowtowed to Yang Feng until their foreheads bled. Half-beastmen did not have the protection of gods, so their status was extremely low. Neither the humans nor the orcs saw them as their own kind. They hunted them wantonly and traded them like goods. Yang Feng asked, "How much for their entire family?" Jim smiled and said, "Their families are basically all old, weak, women, and children. Only a few pretty virgins are worth a bit of money. If we sell them separately, we should be able to sell them for around 2,100 gold coins. If you want to buy them, Master Ian, 2,000 gold coins will do." Yang Feng said lightly, "I'll buy them all. After I'm done choosing, we'll pay together." Jim smiled and said, "Yes." Yang Feng suddenly pointed to a huge cage next to him and asked, "How much are those people?" Inside the huge cage that Yang Feng pointed at, there were 200 burly human men. He could be considered to have rich experience in Tyrannid subcontinent. With a glance, he could tell that those 200 burly men were definitely from the army. Moreover, they were the kind of elite army. However, the eyes of those 200 burly humans were lifeless and dispirited. Their spirit, energy, and vitality had already been reduced by more than half. Jim glanced at the 200 burly men and said, "Those are the most elite imperial guards of the Amon Principality." It was not long ago that the king of the Amon Principality refused the proposal of the Duke of Iser. Duke Iser used his private army to destroy the Amon Principality. These 200 human slaves were the most elite imperial guards of the Amon Principality. Their strength was not bad. The leader of the imperial guards, Clive, even had the cultivation of a sky knight. However, their do-chi had been crippled, and 3 fingers had been cut off from each of their hands. They were already a group of trash. He's only suitable to be the male pet slave of the noblewomen. He's not the powerful warrior you need. Yang Feng walked up to the 200 elite royal guards of the Amon Principality and said lightly, "My name is Ian, I am a wizard. I want to ask you, do you want to continue living as a male pet, or do you want to be a warrior and fight for me, have the dignity of a warrior, and live as a warrior?" When they heard Yang Feng's words, a glimmer of light ignited in the eyes of the 200 human burly men in the cage. The burly human Clive raised his eyes, stared at Yang Feng and said solemnly, "Our cultivation bases have been crippled, and 3 of the fingers on each of our hands have been cut off. We can no longer hold swords. Honorable Sir Magician, what do you want us to do to fight for you? The light in the eyes of the 200 burly men immediately dimmed. With their current strength, any ordinary person could defeat them. Yang Feng said lightly, although your dou qi has been crippled and your fingers have been cut off. However, your knowledge hasn't been taken away. I need you to train me into an army that can defeat any thief or robber in the Red Earth wasteland. Besides, I'm a wizard. The path of magic is mysterious and unfathomable. It's not impossible for me to help you restore your dou qi and fingers in the future. Clive's eyes lit up. He struggled to get up and saluted Yang Feng in a knight's salute. In that case, Sir Ian, we are willing to serve you. The 200 human knights also got up and saluted Yang Feng in a knight's salute. Their eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. Yang Feng said, I want all of these 200 people. Name your price. Jim's eyes narrowed slightly and he said, Sir Ian, although their dou qi has been crippled, but each of them is tall and sturdy with sturdy muscles. Many noblewomen of the Morin's Empire like such male pets. If they are sold to noblewomen, each of them can be sold for more than 100 gold coins. Clive is a sky knight, so he can be sold for at least 3,000 gold coins. The 200 of them will be sold for 30,000 gold coins. Yang Feng said carelessly, 30,000 gold coins, no problem. Next, in the warrior slave market, Yang Feng picked and bought more than 50 slave warriors. He didn't fancy the rest of the slave warriors. Jim continued to promote, Sir Ian, you have a distinguished status, so you should let some servants handle the daily affairs. We have a batch of maids from the imperial palace of the Amon Principality, do you need them? Yang Feng said, then let's go take a look. Under Jim's lead, Yang Feng passed through the warrior slave market and arrived at the female slave market in the rear. 1,000 gold coins, 1,100 gold coins. As soon as he walked into the female slave market, a burst of crazy screams came from inside. Men who looked like aristocrats gathered together, looked at the auction platform in the center of the female slave market, and shouted madly. Yang Feng looked at the center of the auction platform and saw a 12 or 13-year-old girl with a pair of elf-like pointed ears and a delicate and beautiful appearance. Beside the girl stood a 21 or 22-year-old woman with a delicate and beautiful appearance and a pair of elven ears. She had a youthful charm and a pair of beautiful elven ears. Jim warned, the Black Fang slave hunters went deep into the hinterland of the Elven Empire and paid a huge price to capture a pair of pure-blood elven mother and daughter. Furthermore, the daughter is still a virgin. Sir Ian, are you interested in them as well? The Elven Empire isn't to be trifled with. If you want to build a city in the Red Earth City, then once the people of the Elven Empire find out that you keep elven female slaves, their pointy ears won't let you off. My greatest weakness is that I'm kind-hearted. There's really no other way. Yang Feng said lightly, 5,000 gold coins. After hearing the offer of 5,000 gold coins, the fanatical aristocrats calmed down a little, and their gazes focused on Yang Feng. 5,000 gold coins wasn't a small sum. It was enough to purchase more than 100 robust half-blood beastmen slaves. Some ordinary half-blood beastman virgins were sold for no more than 5 to 10 gold coins, 10,000 gold coins. A young man with deep eyes, a tall stature, puffy eyes, and an appearance of excessive alcohol consumption, dressed in aristocratic attire swept Yang Feng with a cold glance and threatened eerily, Baron Gerald of the Abet family has taken a fancy to this pair of mother and daughter. Who wants to compete with me? When the young man with an appearance of excessive alcohol consumption issued a threat, the aristocrats frowned and remained silent, unwilling to bid. On the auction platform, the originally smiling slave master had a bitter and helpless look on his face. Jim's complexion changed slightly, and he immediately warned, Sir Ian, the Abet family is one of the greater aristocrats of the Morin's Empire. The patriarch of the Abet family is an earl. The family's private army is very strong. The Morin's Empire was so powerful that a duke dared to brazenly dispatch his private army to wipe out another principality. The greater aristocrats of this formidable empire were terrifyingly powerful, not the slightest bit inferior to the kings of some lesser principalities. 15,000 gold coins. Young Feng nodded slightly to Jim, then swept Baron Gerald with a glance and said with a cold smile, "This is an auction, where everything goes to the highest bidder. Baron Gerald, if you don't have the money, then shut up." A gloomy glint flashed past Baron Gerald's eyes. He swept Jim standing next to young Feng with a glance, his pupils constricted slightly, and he squeezed out a smile, saying, "Very well. What's your name, and which family are you from?" Young Feng said with a faint smile, "I'm Ian, a wizard." "Wizard? There's actually a Sir Wizard here." The complexions of the aristocrats changed, and their eyes flashed with a touch of fear and respect. Baron Gerald's complexion suddenly changed as well, and he squeezed out a smile, saying, "So it's the Honorable Sir Wizard. Since you like her, then I'll let you have her." Wizards had strange and unfathomable means and were extremely powerful. Killing someone silently was like playing around. The aristocrats weren't willing to offend such a terrifying existence for no reason. When Jim saw this scene, his eyes became slightly hot. As one of the leaders of the Rose merchant group, he had much more money than many aristocrats. But in the eyes of the aristocrats, he was still a lowly commoner. Only a powerful wizard like Yang Feng could make those arrogant aristocrats bow their heads. No one dared to bid, and Yang Feng easily bought the pair of mother and daughter elves. Jim stepped forward to negotiate with the slave owner, and agreed to settle the bill before Yang Feng left. Then, he took Yang Feng to his slave warehouse. "Sir Ian, take a look, these are the top-notch goods from the Amon Principality. Each of them has been carefully selected, rigorously trained, and have aristocratic blood. They're basically virgins, and it wasn't easy for me to get my hands on a batch of top-notch goods. You should know how difficult it is to find such a virgin in the midst of chaos." Jim arrived in front of a cage, pointed at the huge cage, and said proudly. Yang Feng looked carefully at the cage, and saw that it wasn't as messy as the other cages. Instead, it looked very clean and didn't have a trace of stench. Instead, it was sprayed with a bit of perfume. There were some tables and chairs inside the cage, and 18 beautiful women dressed in maid attire with extraordinary temperaments sat neatly in front of the tables and chairs. It looked like a beautiful scenery. Yang Feng sighed silently, every profession has its own master. Even slave merchants know how to package their goods. The neatly dressed maids might originally only be 7 to 8% beautiful, but after dressing like this, they looked 8 to 9% beautiful. These maids were much more pleasing to the eye than the unkempt, spiritless, and naked female slaves. Yang Feng asked, "How much for one?" 400 gold coins for one. Jim quickly added, "A virgin female slave isn't worth that much. But they come from the Amon Principality's imperial palace, have aristocratic blood, have extraordinary temperaments, and grasp a variety of service skills. Such maids are very popular with aristocrats. 400 gold coins for one is really not expensive. The cost I paid for them is extremely high, so the price can't be any lower." A tall and sexy woman with a long scar extending diagonally from the right side of her face and nearly splitting her cherry lips in half stood up, saluted Yang Feng, and said softly, "Sir, I am Lena, the head maid of these maids. May I ask if you can buy all of us? As long as you buy us, we will do everything in our power to repay your kindness in the future." Yang Feng took a look at the cage, and saw that the maids inside the cage were looking at him with longing expressions, yet none of them interjected. Clearly, Lena had a very high status among the maids. Moreover, these beautiful human maids were well trained, and were many times better than those clumsy and unruly women. "All right, I'll buy them all," Yang Feng said straightforwardly. With a flick of his wrist, an inferior magic stone appeared in his hand. "Do you accept this gem?" Jim's eyes flashed with a glint of ecstasy, and he promptly said, "This is a magic energy stone. Accept, accept." I'll pay 500 gold coins for each magic energy stone, what do you think? No, 600 gold coins for each. If you can sell them in large quantities, then the price can be negotiated. Magic stones, also known as magic energy stones on the Feisua Plain, were a very rare resource. At the time when the Tsangji Plain's human warlocks dominated the Feisua Plain, they brought nearly all of the Feisua Plain's magic stones to the Tsangji Plain, resulting in a shortage of magic stones on the Feisua Plain. As for the Feisua Plain's gods who lived high up in their divine countries, they could get their hands on magic crystals of a higher grade. Therefore, they didn't do anything about the shortage of magic stones on the Feisua Plain. The life magic energy contained within magic stones was not only beneficial to the cultivation of warlocks, it was also beneficial to the cultivation of knights, wizards, druids, assassins, and many other different cultivation systems. On the Feisua Plain, magic stones were a very precious cultivation resource. Yang Feng sighed in his heart, planar trade, the profits are nearly 10,000-fold. No wonder that Tsangji Plain's human warlocks are so keen on exploring other planes. In the Great Cloud Dynasty, an inferior magic stone was only worth 1 silver coin, while on the Feisua Plain, an inferior magic stone could be exchanged for more than 600 gold coins. Transporting inferior magic stones to the Feisua Plain, and then bringing gold to the Tsangji Plain, the profits were tens of thousands of times. Chapter 205. Of course, the profits of planar trade were terrifying, but the costs and risks were also astonishing. A planar passageway leading to a different plane not only required magic crystals in the hundreds of millions, but also required all kinds of precious resources. Only powerful warlocks at the Moonlight Warlock rank or above could establish a planar passageway. In the era of the 8 great warlock dynasties, planar passageways ran through countless planes, transporting troops through those planar passageways and suppressing many planes. After the 8th warlock dynasty, the major planes revolted and destroyed their planar passageways leading to the Tsangji Plain. Once those planar passageways were discovered, they would face the risk of being destroyed. The planar passageways controlled by the major forces like the demon fighting sect naturally wouldn't be used for such a trivial matter as magic stone smuggling. Yang Feng said in an overbearing manner, I'll use these magic energy stones to pay the bill. How many magic energy stones are there in total? Give me a number. In order to quickly establish a foothold on the Feisua Plain, Yang Feng brought 2 billion inferior magic stones and 3 billion gold coins. A trifling few inferior magic stones were nothing to him. Jim said in a forthright manner, Forthright, Sir Ian, you're really forthright. How about this, I'll calculate the price of a magic energy stone at 700 gold coins. The slaves you've purchased will cost you 72,365 gold coins. I'll erase the change and calculate it as 70,000 gold coins. You only need to pay me 100 magic energy stones. Yang Feng smiled faintly. Without saying much, he tossed a pouch containing 100 inferior magic stones into Jim's hand. In fact, on the Feisua Plain, an inferior magic stone was generally sold for more than 800 gold coins. If transported to some prosperous places and sold to major forces, it could even be sold for more than 1,000 gold coins. However, Jim did his best to curry favor with Yang Feng in order to make money. Yang Feng naturally wouldn't haggle over it. If you don't give them some benefits, who will work hard for you? Jim beamed with joy and hurriedly grabbed the pouch. He had earned at least 50,000 gold coins from this transaction. Besides, selling magic stones would not only make him a fortune, but would also help him expand his network. Every wizard is a walking treasure trove with the wealth of a state. This sentence couldn't be more correct. Jim shook the pouch in his hand. Listening to the sound of magic stones striking each other, his fat eyes narrowed, and he revealed a gratified smile. He rejoiced at his wise decision. Yang Feng said meaningfully, help me prepare 3 months' worth of food for 1,000 people, as well as the clothes, armor, and weapons needed by my slaves. As long as you do a good job, I'll even pay with magic energy stones." Jim became excited. His eyes seemed to have turned into the shape of magic stones, and he jumped up and said, Sir Ian. I will definitely arrange everything properly for you." Jim's influence in the Rijek city was indeed enormous. He quickly got a large courtyard and stuffed all the slaves bought by Yang Feng into it. Without demur, Yang Feng spent 50 magic stones to buy the courtyard that could accommodate more than 1,000 people. The slave trade in Rijek city was very prosperous. Those who bought slaves also needed a place for the slaves to live. Only then would they have large courtyards similar to prisons and cages. In a spacious room in the courtyard, Yang Feng was sitting on a big chair. In front of him stood 3 people, namely Babu, Clive, and Lena. Yang Feng opened a box, revealing 3 vials of liquid metal nanorobot elixir inside. He said lightly, "I'm a wizard, now it's time to prove your loyalty." There were 3 magic potions in the box. "I will inject them into your bodies. This way, if I die, you will die with me. If you have any thoughts of betrayal, this magic potion will also kill you. Pick them up." A person's heart was hard to fathom. Yang Feng didn't think that he had such great charisma to make these 3 slaves desperately follow him. In fact, it was not uncommon for slaves to turn on their owners in the Morin's Empire, so the price of slaves was not as high as people thought. "Yes, Master." Lena picked up a vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir without hesitation. When her hand touched the vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir flew up and pricked her jade-white arm, injecting the colorless liquid metal nano-robot elixir into her body. When Babu and Clive saw this, without hesitation, they stepped forward and touched the vial of liquid metal nanorobot elixir. The 2 vials of elixir flew up, pierced their arms, and injected the elixir into their bodies. "Very good, I'm glad that you didn't make the wrong choice. Now, it's time to witness a miracle." Yang Feng smiled and snapped his fingers. Lena suddenly felt the scar on her face itch slightly, and countless heat surged. The extremely ugly scar seemed to be torn off inch by an invisible hand, revealing the snow-white and tender skin underneath. Without the extremely ugly scar, Lena suddenly changed from an ugly woman who would give people nightmares to a top beauty with a sexy figure and extraordinary temperament. Babu said in a low and muffled voice, "Your scar is gone." Lena was slightly startled and somewhat incredulous. "The scar is gone?" Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a mage hand grabbed a mirror and appeared in front of Lena at once. Lena looked at the pretty face in the mirror that she had personally destroyed restored to its original appearance. She was pleasantly surprised and full of complicated feelings. Is this the power of a wizard? It's amazing. When Clive saw this, his heart was filled with shock. Almost at the next moment, his hands heated up, and he felt a numbing itch where his fingers were broken. Finger bones with flesh and blood grew out in an extremely strange manner. Then, countless flesh and blood quickly covered his fingers, condensing into 6 new fingers. After the new fingers finished growing, Clive only felt a sharp pain in his body. The destroyed meridians linked up one by one, and countless hidden apertures were stimulated. His formidable life force was stimulated, and tyrannical chi gushed out in a flash. "Thank you, Master, for repairing my body and restoring my chi. Clive is willing to do everything in his power to serve you, Master." Clive's mood surged. He knelt in front of Yang Feng and performed a knight's salute of loyalty to his lord, his voice full of passion. When Clive chose to rely on Yang Feng, he was only forced by the circumstances. There was no worse choice than to rely on Yang Feng. Now, he was truly convinced by Yang Feng. Using both kindness and power was the only way to rule. Babu suddenly felt his body heat up, and his life force potential was stimulated. A tyrannical chi gushed out of his body, directly promoting him to a knight rank expert. Oxman half-blood beast man like Babu had a very good physique and was extremely suitable for cultivating chi. However, more than 90% of half-blood beastman tribes didn't have methods to cultivate qi. Only then did the liquid metal nano-robots stimulate his life force, allowing him to break through the barrier and promote to a knight rank expert. Qi. I, Babu, have qi as well. Master, you're really remarkable, Babu is convinced. Babu had a look of ecstasy on his face as he prostrated on the ground and said. Lina also saluted Yang Feng and said, "Thank you, Master, for repairing my body in appearance. Lina is willing to do everything in her power to serve you, Master, and take care of your daily life." After seeing Yang Feng's unfathomable means, the three people were finally convinced. Yang Feng quickly made a series of arrangements, making Lina the manager of internal affairs. Babu became the leader of the 300 Oxman half-blood beast men. Clive, on the other hand, became the leader of the human slave warriors and commanded them. Under Clive's pleading, Yang Feng injected the 200 most elite royal guards of the Amon Principality with the liquid metal nano-robot elixir, restoring their strength and repairing their limbs. The 200 most elite imperial guards of the Amon Principality were all knight rank powerhouses. There were even more than 30 great knight rank powerhouses and 2 earth knight rank powerhouses. Their strength was extremely extraordinary. It should be noted that the leaders of the 2 mercenary groups, Lek and Katie, only possessed the strength of advanced warriors. The 200 Amon Principality's royal guards became Yang Feng's strongest force. In the center of Rijek City, there was a magnificent group of huge shrines that made people feel admiration at first sight. The huge temple complex enshrined the gods of the Zalia divine system. Not far from the temple enshrined the gods of the Zalia divine system, there was a temple that, although still magnificent, was a bit smaller. That was the temple of the weave goddess Gargarstave. The Zalia divine system and the Titan divine system were the 2 major human divine systems of the Fesua plain. The Morin's Empire and the Titan Empire respectively enshrined the gods of the Zalia divine system and the Titan divine system. The gods of the Zalia divine system were the protectors of the Morin's Empire. The gods of the Titan divine system, on the other hand, were the protectors of the Titan Empire. In addition to the Zalia divine system and the Titan divine system, there were also some gods of neutral divine systems and some independent gods with very few believers. Among the many neutral gods, the weave goddess Gargarstave was definitely one of the most powerful. Virtually all wizards of the Fesua plain who practiced magic were believers of the weave goddess Gargarstave. She created the weave and cast spells with the help of the power of the weave. Even a powerful divine system like the Zalia divine system had no choice but to tolerate the weave goddess Gargarstave preaching within its sphere of influence. Of course, the size of the temple couldn't surpass that of the Zalia divine system's gods. Chapter 206. When Yang Feng arrived in front of the temple of the weave goddess Gargarstave, he carefully looked at the temple, lowered his head slightly, and stepped inside. A young priest walked up to Yang Feng and said with a smile, "Dear sir, hello. What can I do for you? I am a wizard who obtained the magic notes of a reclusive wizard and achieved success in my cultivation. I have always been a believer of the great weave goddess Gargarstave in the mountain forest. This is my sincerity to the goddess, please accept it." With the look of a devout believer, Yang Feng handed a bag of gold coins to the young priest. Gods didn't need gold, but secular churches didn't lack gold. After the young priest received the bag of gold coins, he weighed it in his hand and keenly felt that there were more than 100 gold coins in the bag. His smile became more enthusiastic. "The great goddess will definitely bless you." Yang Feng said, "I hope to be able to pray to the great goddess in the temple. Please come with me." The priest naturally wouldn't refuse a believer's prayer request. When Yang Feng came to the prayer room, he quietly activated the invisible crown of blasphemy that he had already put on his head. "Great Lord Gargarstave, you are the ruler of the weave, the goddess of magic." In front of the statue of the goddess, Yang Feng bowed his head and recited a prayer. Extremely devout spirit fluctuations diffused from Yang Feng. The statue of the weave goddess Gargarstave surged with divine light, and a ray of divine light shot out of her lily-white hand and shone on Yang Feng. The priest was dumbstruck, unable to believe his eyes. Divine grace. A fanatic, he's actually a fanatic. On the Feisua plain, everyone had to have faith and believe in a certain God. Believers were divided into 6 classes: non-believers, pseudo-believers, shallow believers, true believers, fanatics, and saints. The vast majority of people were pseudo-believers or shallow believers. The number of true believers and fanatics was very small. Only the talents cultivated by churches would have a large proportion of true believers and fanatics. A true believer was enough to serve as a priest in a church. Although wizards believed in the weave goddess Gargarstave, but many of them still pursued knowledge and truth. Most mages were false believers and shallow believers. There were very few true worshippers, and even fewer true worshippers who had been blessed by goddess Gargarstave of the weave. The great goddess of the weave, Gargarstave, has boundless divine power. Even the magicians in the forest are affected by her great divine power. This was a miracle, a blessing from God. This man is destined to be an amazing man in the future. A middle-aged man dressed in a bishop's robe walked out from one side of the temple, looked at Yang Feng shrouded in divine light with a complicated look in his eyes, and sighed. After Yang Feng finished praying, the divine light shrouding him also dissipated. The bishop came to Yang Feng and said, "Hello, young man, my name is Edo, the bishop of this temple. Did God guide you to our temple?" Yang Feng said respectfully with a pious expression, "Yes. Dear Bishop Edo, my name is Ian. I was summoned by the great goddess of the weave Gargarstave to come here to buy slaves and go to the Red Earth wasteland to build a city and spread the glory of the great goddess of the weave Gargarstave. On the one hand, I came here to pray to the great goddess. On the other hand, I applied for an examination of my magic strength. On the other hand, I hope that the temple can send a bishop to the Red Earth wasteland to build a temple belonging to the great goddess and spread the divine light of the great goddess." On the Feisua plain, every city had to have a temple. Just like in the Great Cloud Dynasty, every city had to have a warlock tower. Without a temple, not only would a city not receive the protection of the temple's divine power, but it would also be regarded as a heretic and subject to the crusade of all nearby forces. If Yang Feng wanted to build a city in the Red Earth wasteland, then he had to have a temple. After careful consideration, he still chose the neutral goddess of the weave, Gargarstave. As a wizard on the Feisua plain, it was normal for him to be close to the goddess of the weave. When he heard Yang Feng's request, Edo's face revealed an embarrassed expression. The Red Earth wasteland was a barren wasteland without any resources. There were only dirty and ugly goblins, bugbears, ogres, and such bandits. No priest or bishop would go there to preach. Although the goddess of the weave didn't restrict the races of her believers, but beastmen, elves, and other races that could grasp magic power had their own gods. For the goddess of the weave, goblins and bugbears, who didn't understand magic, had no value in preaching. Edo said, "Ian, from the light of divine grace bestowed upon you by the great goddess, I have confirmed that you are a great wizard. I'll give you the magic badge in a moment." When the young priest heard this, a look of envy appeared in his eyes. On the Feisua plain, the ranks of wizards were divided into level 3 apprentice wizard, level 1 warlock, great wizard, level 2 warlock, arch-wizard, level 3 warlock, legend wizard, great warlock, and demigod wizard, starry sky warlock. Great wizards were already extremely powerful beings. Bishop Edo, the bishop of the weave goddess's temple, only had the cultivation base of a great wizard. The young priest's cultivation base was only that of an apprentice wizard. Edo suddenly asked, "As for the temple in the Red Earth wasteland, Ian, are you willing to join the Weave Divine Order, become a member of the Weave Divine Order, and dedicate everything to spreading the glory of the great Weave Goddess Gargarstave?" Yang Feng said with a pious expression of a martyr, "I am willing to join the Weave Divine Order and dedicate everything to spreading the glory of the great Weave Goddess Gargarstave." Edo was very satisfied with Yang Feng's performance, not having the slightest doubt. Only fanatics, who were second only to saints, would go to a remote place like the Red Earth wasteland to build a city and preach at all costs. Edo said, "I'll report your situation to the headquarters. After receiving a reply from the headquarters, I'll preside over the induction ceremony for you." Yang Feng said somewhat awkwardly, "Bishop Edo, I'm leaving for the Red Earth wasteland tomorrow to build a city and spread the glory of the goddess. There are still 6 months before winter. I might not have the time to come back." Edo said, "It doesn't matter. I now grant you the title of acting bishop. You can build the temple of the goddess in the Red Earth wasteland. As for the materials and blueprints for the construction of the temple, I'll send someone to deliver them to you after you've built the city." Yang Feng revealed his true purpose: the Red Earth wasteland is very dangerous. I hope to buy some magic scrolls, divine spell scrolls, and holy water for self-defense. The Weave goddess Gargarstave was a god worshipped by countless wizards on this plane. The Weave temple had the largest number of magic scrolls and divine spell scrolls. Yang Feng's strength as a level 2 warlock was already extremely tyrannical. But on the Feisua plane, no amount of preparation was excessive. Although his strength was extremely formidable, but his spirit force was limited after all. Those magic scrolls were very useful in enhancing his fighting prowess. The holy water in the temple also had the miraculous power to purify evil, strengthen one's constitution, and treat some common ailments and pains. On the Feisua plane, the holy water in the temple was equivalent to an all-purpose medicine. Of course, the holy water could only treat many ailments and pains. Those serious ailments still needed to be treated by a doctor. Edo said, 50 gold coins for level 0 magic scrolls, 3,000 gold coins for level 1 magic scrolls, 50 gold coins for level 0 magic scrolls, and 2,000 gold coins for level 1 magic scrolls. 1,000 gold coins for 1 liter of holy water. How much do you want? Yang Feng said overbearingly, "I want as much as you have." Edo was startled and said, "I have 300 magic scrolls for level 0 magic scrolls and 27 magic scrolls for level 1 magic scrolls. 400 magic scrolls, 100 magic scrolls, and 20 liters of holy water, that's a total of 336,000 gold coins." Yang Feng smiled slightly, flipped his hand, and a magic stone appeared in his hand. "Can I pay with magic energy stones?" Edo showed a trace of a smile and said, "Yes, for each magic energy stone, I can offset the payment of 600 gold coins." Yang Feng said, "I also need a lot of food and weapons, preferably standard military weapons." Of course, money is not an issue. Edo's eyebrows creased slightly. Military standard weapons were controlled goods and were not allowed to be bought and sold by civilians. If one didn't have the means, it would be extremely difficult to get their hands on them. Edo pondered for a while before saying, "No problem, but it will take 2 to 3 months before I can come across this place." The Weave Divine Order was one of the most powerful churches on the Feisua Plain. Even in the Morin's Empire controlled by the Zalia divine system, it still had a huge hidden force. If it was an ordinary person, Edo would never care about such a matter. Even if he was given more gold coins, he still wouldn't care about it. However, Yang Feng's embodiment of Ian was going to the Red Earth wasteland to spread the faith and glory of the Weave goddess Gargarstave. This had to be taken seriously. Yang Feng showed a trace of a smile after the negotiations were concluded. Food and weapons were the foundation of a force. He didn't want his lifeline to be controlled by a force. Although Yang Feng had his own ideas and plans regarding food and weapons, but in the initial stage, they had to be imported in large quantities. Yang Feng's embodiment had black dragon blood meridians and integrated 3 divinities. If he wanted to walk the warlock path, his evolution potential was limited. However, there was no problem in walking the path of gathering faith and becoming a god. Establishing a force, gathering believers, igniting god fire and ascending to godhood, this was what Yang Feng had decided to do before entering the Feisua Plain. After the negotiations were concluded, Yang Feng bought a lot of research materials on wizards from the Weave Divine Order, and then left. Chapter 207. When Yang Feng returned to his bedroom, he saw two women sitting next to his bed, one big and one small. The big one was beautiful and moving, while the small one was delicate and lovely, very pleasing to the eye. They were the pure-blood elven mother-daughter flowers he bought from the slave market. When she saw Yang Feng enter the room, the extremely beautiful young elven woman got up and blocked in front of her daughter. She looked at Yang Feng very vigilantly, her beautiful eyes brimming with fear. There was practically no difference in what human aristocrats wanted to do when buying beautiful female elves. Yang Feng asked, "What are your names?" The female elf gave Yang Feng an elven salute and pleaded pitifully, "My name is Nancy, this is my daughter Nanny. Respected Sir Wizard, I can obey any of your orders. Please let my daughter out, okay?" Elves had always been proud and looked down on humans. But for the sake of her daughter, the always prideful Nancy had no choice but to lower her proud head. Yang Feng revealed a trace of curiosity and asked, "Was your daughter Nanny born from the elven mother tree, or was she born from your union with other male elves?" The ancestors of the Feisua Plains pure-blood elves were high elves of other plains. They were the annihilation troops sent by high elves to the Feisua Plain to deal with the dark elves who had betrayed them and the goddess Lolth who had seduced the dark elves into corruption. After the annihilation troops came to the Feisua Plain, they originally wanted to deal with the dark elves and the fallen goddess Lolth as soon as possible. However, Lolth was very cunning. She immediately sought refuge with the human warlock dynasty and obtained the protection of the human warlock dynasty's experts. As a result, the matter was left unsettled. After a long time, the experts of the annihilation troops sent by high elves had their thoughts mutate. They chose to ignite their divine fire on the Feisua Plain and ascend to godhood, establishing the Feisua Plain's elven divine system. These pure-blood elves were the descendants of high elves. They had long lifespans, formidable martial arts and magic talents, and were natural archers. They also had the sole weakness of high elves, that was, their very low fertility. This was a very common weakness of all powerful life forms. The way dark elves overcame this weakness was to degenerate and promiscuous, marrying with all kinds of strange species. At the same time, they would capture male life forms of various races, mate with them, and give birth to offspring. Although this method maintained the continuation of their race, it also caused their elven bloodline to be gradually eroded by various chaotic bloodlines, giving birth to countless monsters. Pure-blooded elves were very devoted to love. Basically, once a pair of lovers confirmed their relationship, they would be faithful to one person until the end. Even if their lover died, they would never look for another lover. However, because the pure-blooded elves were constantly fighting with their enemies, the male elves had suffered heavy casualties, and the proportion of the elves had been decreasing year after year. The number of elves that could reproduce naturally was dwindling. The elven mother tree was a precious treasure that the pure-blood elves possessed. Once the pure-blood elves wanted to have children, they could extract half of their blood essence and have it absorbed by the elven mother tree through a secret method. About 4 months later, the elven mother tree would bear a fruit, from which a newborn pure-blooded elf would be born. The elven mother tree was one of the most precious treasures of the elven empire. It was the foundation of the race's reproduction, and it was placed in the elven royal court. Only pure-blooded elves in need could go to the royal court and ask for a child. Of course, by paying half of their blood essence, the elves' vitality would be damaged, and they might not be able to recover even after a dozen years. Therefore, there weren't many pure-blooded elves who were particularly fond of children, or there were mandatory orders from the elven empire to ask for children from the elven mother tree. Nancy's pretty face was dyed with a faint blush, making her look even more delicate and charming. She said softly, "Respected Sir Wizard, I am amazed by your profound knowledge. Nanny is the child I wanted from the elven mother tree. Therefore, I am still a virgin. Sir, please let my child go." I am willing to obey your orders. Yang Feng said with a light smile, I think you misunderstood. I bought you mother and daughter only out of sympathy. I have no intention of doing anything to you. In the future, if you want to return to the Elven Empire, I can personally send you back. The Red Earth Wasteland was currently a barren desert, only a place of little value to goblins and bandits. However, Yang Feng was confident that he could establish it as a prosperous place. At that time, the attitude of the four empires would be very important. Befriending the Elven Empire was also one of Yang Feng's goals. The Elven Empire had never had a favorable impression of humans. Nancy and her daughter might be the key factor for Yang Feng to open a gap in contact with the elves. Only then did he buy the mother and daughter. Of course, the fact that they were more pleasing to the eye was also an important factor. Nancy heaved a light sigh of relief, a touch of disbelief flashed past the abyss of her eyes, yet she still said with a smile, Thank you very much. Respected Sir Wizard. Nanny, the little loli who might be several times older than Yang Feng, hid behind her mother and looked at Yang Feng timidly, looking extremely cute. Yang Feng said, You can freely walk around here. However, I want to warn you. The people outside aren't as kind as I am. If you leave here, it's very likely that you'll meet with misfortune. For your own safety and your daughter's, please be careful. Nancy said, Yes. Sir, we understand. Yang Feng said, All right, you can go back. Nancy quickly took her daughter Nanny's little hand and left Yang Feng's room. Yang Feng took out the magic data he obtained from the Weave Holy Order and began to scan it. This magic data is of no value at all. It's just a pile of trash. After a while, Yang Feng somewhat disappointedly threw the magic materials aside and sighed somewhat disappointedly. The Feisua plain had a huge weave created by the weave goddess Gargerstave that covered the entire plain. The cultivation methods of the Feisua plain's wizards were called meditation methods. By practicing a variety of meditation methods, they could improve their spirit force. Many of the Feisua plain's wizards had extremely powerful spirit force, yet their fleshly bodies were very frail, not even comparable to that of ordinary people. Moreover, the Feisua plain's wizards were limited by the weave, and the number of spell slots they could fight each day was limited. The day before, wizards had to choose spell slots, meditate, communicate with the weave, and inject their spirit force into the weave according to the spell model. The next day, they could use the spells they memorized on the first day to fight. After every day, the Feisua plain's wizards would forget the spell models they memorized the day before. They had to memorize the spell models anew and inject them into the weave. Under this repeated torment, the number of wizards on the Feisua plain became very small. As for powerhouses that could become arch-wizards and legend wizards, they were even fewer. Each shrine had different divine spells and blessings according to the divine title and power of the gods. The Weave Holy Order had its own unique divine spells. Level 0 divine spells didn't forget the spells of the day before, Level 1 divine spells didn't forget the spells of the day before, and Level 2 divine spells didn't forget the spells of the day before. With the Weave Holy Order's priests following them, the fighting strength of a wizard could be greatly enhanced. Moreover, the Weave Holy Order also had a divine grace that Feisua plain's wizards coveted the most. It was to never forget the spells they memorized. For this divine grace, countless powerful wizards had become the Weave Holy Order's hired thugs and lackeys. The Weave Holy Order was the church with the largest number of wizards on the Feisua plain. In Yang Feng's view, the spell models of the Weave Holy Order were castrated versions. These spell models couldn't be solidified in his spirit sea, and were worthless. Yang Feng quickly reacted. He picked up the magic materials that he had thrown aside. That's not right, even if it's trash, it also has its own use. These magic materials are pretty good for nurturing some apprentice wizards or wizards. If the warlock cultivation knowledge Yang Feng learned in the Tyrannid subcontinent was disseminated on the Feisua plain, it would definitely attract countless people. Even many magicians would probably change their allegiance to him and practice the warlock path. However, Yang Feng didn't dare to publicly disseminate warlock cultivation knowledge. The weave goddess Gargerstave had spent countless efforts and tremendous divine power to build such a weave in order to dominate the wizards of the Feisua Plain. Once Yang Feng publicly disseminated warlock cultivation knowledge, he would be cutting off the foundation of the weave faith and offending the strong divine power weave goddess. With such a deep hatred, the weave goddess Gargerstave wouldn't mind personally descending and blasting Yang Feng to pieces. Before long, the news that a wizard was about to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland spread in the Rijek city. After hearing the news, the merchants of the Rijek city were shocked. Then, they fell into ecstasy and frantically inquired about the wizard. Every official wizard was a moving humanoid treasure trove. This was a truth recognized by everyone on the Feisua Plain. As long as a wizard leaked something, it would be enough for many merchants to eat for several years. After Jim heard the news, his complexion changed greatly, and he immediately mobilized his forces in the Rijek city in an attempt to snuff out the news. At the same time, he released a lot of true and false rumors in an attempt to confuse the public and cover up the truth. Jim's method was extremely effective. Many merchants fell into confusion when faced with the true and false rumors. At this moment, the Weave Holy Order's Bishop Edo came forward and announced that the Weave Holy Order's believer, Great Wizard Ian, intended to go to the Red Earth Wasteland to build a city in order to spread the glory and faith of the Weave Goddess. Chapter 208. Although Bishop Edo's status in the Rijek city couldn't compare to that of the Zalia Divine Systems bishops, but he was definitely a respected bigwig with unfathomable strength. When such a bigwig publicly announced that a wizard was going to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland, it immediately caused a huge sensation. The Rijek city's merchant forces immediately went crazy. The materials needed to build a city were absolutely astronomical. In particular, in a place as poor as the Red Earth Wasteland, where there was nothing, even transporting drinking water would cost a huge amount of gold coins. The Rijek city's merchants, like wolves that smelled meat, scurried around and inquired about information. Jim couldn't suppress it no matter how hard he tried. He could only sigh helplessly and give up on the idea of monopolizing it. The merchants in the Rijek city desperately inquired and paid a huge price. Finally, they found out from Bishop Edo that the great wizard Ian would hold an investment fair in the Rijek's Grand Hotel 3 days later. At present, only some large merchant groups had received invitations. The small and medium-sized merchants in the Rijek city began to desperately search for invitations to enter the investment fair. The large merchant groups sent people to frantically search for invitations in the trash. They regarded the invitations sent by Yang Feng as a scam and threw them into the trash. 3 days later, a luxurious carriage stopped outside the Rijek's Grand Hotel from time to time. Then, a man dressed in luxurious clothing alighted from the luxurious carriage and entered the hotel. A luxurious carriage stopped at the entrance of the hotel, and Jim's somewhat fat body squeezed out of the carriage. He alighted from the carriage, glanced at the luxurious carriage parked near the hotel, and sighed in annoyance. As if his parents had died, he had a sullen expression on his face. "Isn't this our Jim? What, you're here as well? Didn't you tell me that this is just a lowly and ugly scam? I remember that you also said that no fool would go to a place like the Red Earth Wasteland to build a city." A middle-aged man with short blue hair and a well-groomed mustache in luxurious clothing walked over. His eyes were filled with anger as he coldly mocked. It was precisely because of Jim's words that he directly threw the invitation letter that Yang Feng sent to him into the trash. Afterwards, he had no choice but to rummage through the trash to look for it. After spending a lot of effort, he finally found it. Naturally, he was endlessly angry with Jim. Jim put on a long face and said as if he didn't know anything, "Randy, I also made a mistake. Who would have thought that someone would really build a city in the middle of nowhere like the Red Earth Wasteland? If it wasn't for Bishop Edo, I wouldn't have believed that someone would build a city there. Don't you think so too?" Randy sneered. "Hee hee, I heard that a few days ago, you accompanied a mage to the slave market to shop and earned a fortune. He even managed to get his hands on some good stuff like mana stones. Are you still saying you don't know? Jim said without batting an eyelid, I'll sell you 50 magic crystals for 800 gold coins each. Then, let's join forces and give those little guys who are trying to disrupt order a lesson. How about it? Randy weighed the pros and cons, and then revealed a smile, all right. Since it had come to this, there was no point in Randy continuing to pester him. Jim had already made it up to him. He didn't mind joining forces with Jim to suppress those small and medium-sized merchant groups. Once he entered the tavern, Jim saw the leaders of the Rijek city's merchant groups of all sizes, and his eyebrows couldn't help but sink slightly. On a dais in the center of the tavern, Yang Feng slowly walked onto the dais. Shortly after, gazes from below focused on him. Yang Feng said with a slight smile, I'm very glad that everyone is here. I'm Ian, the wizard who's about to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, to build a city in the Red Earth Wasteland, I need a lot of supplies. Water, food, weapons, clothes, all kinds of supplies. I invited you here to make you rich. I'll set a bottom line here. Each of you must guarantee at least a 40% profit, otherwise, you're not allowed to participate in the bidding. Suddenly, a burst of warm applause sounded in the tavern's venue. The eyes of the leaders of the merchant groups turned red. It was the first time that they saw a fat sheep being ripped off. Jim, who originally planned to lower the price and force the leaders of the merchant groups to withdraw, was stimulated by Yang Feng's bait, his whole body heated up and his eyes turned bloodshot. Yang Feng said with a smile, however, the thing that the new city lacks the most is population. I need a lot of slaves, preferably human slaves. Every month, the merchant group that brings me more human slaves will be able to get a bigger share of the profits. Of course, I'm also willing to buy those slaves at a high price. A leader of a merchant group stood up and said loudly, Sir Ian, I'm willing to personally gift you 20 female slaves. Every month, I guarantee to deliver at least 100 human slaves to you. Yang Feng said with a beaming smile, What's your name? The leader of the merchant group straightened his body and said loudly, My name is Sam. Yang Feng said with a smile, What kind of business do you want to do? Sam said, I want to do a clothing business. Yang Feng said straightforwardly, Very well, as long as you can supply us, then as long as there's no problem with the quality and it meets our requirements. Then our clothing will be provided by you in the future. Sam said excitedly, Thank you, sir. At present, Yang Feng already had hundreds of slaves in his hands. Before long, the number might exceed 1,000. Those slaves plus the clothing of everyone in the new city would definitely be a big deal. Moreover, the 100 slaves that Sam sold could also earn a huge amount of money from Yang Feng's hands. Going back and forth, Sam would obtain a huge profit. Yang Feng said, As a reward, I'll pay you with magic energy stones. Sam said excitedly, Thank you, sir. Sir Ian, I'm willing to personally gift you 10 female slaves. Every month, 80 slaves can be shipped to the new city. Below, all of the merchant group leaders became excited and excitedly called out their bids. Jim and Randy were also forced to join the bidding spree. Amid the cheers of the leaders of the merchant groups, Yang Feng signed a contract with them under the witness of the God of Contracts priests. Once the contract was signed under the witness of the God of Contracts, it would take effect. If the contract was violated, one would suffer a backlash from divine power. He really has the ability to summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Jim looked at the leaders of the merchant groups scrambling to sign a contract with Yang Feng and heaved a long sigh. Complicated feelings welled up inside him. Originally, Jim had planned to use his influence in the Rijek city to play some tricks and have Yang Feng rely on him more. It would be best if he could monopolize all the construction materials in the Red Earth Wasteland. But now, the leaders of the merchant groups were scrambling to serve Yang Feng and sign a contract with him. This completely shattered his fantasies. In the back garden of a villa in the Rijek city, Baron Gerald held a glass of red wine in his hand. With a gloomy expression, he slowly swirled the glass of wine in his hand. A handsome man sitting in front of Baron Gerald said with a chuckle, "Gerald, I heard that Master Ian is going to the Red Earth Wasteland to build a city. He's a big fat sheep. Don't you want to get rid of him and take revenge?" Gerald said with a cold smile, "Art Ace, you don't have to provoke me. He's a great wizard, I don't want to be killed by a great wizard. There are a lot of ways to kill people with magic." Art Ace said with a sneer, "That's right. We have no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation with a great wizard. We'll be killed by his strange magic in a single confrontation. However, although a great wizard's magic is formidable, but the number of spell slots he can memorize in a day is limited. 8 level, 2 spells, 24 level, 1 spells, and 108 level, 0 cantrips. This is the number of spells that a great wizard can cast in a day. As long as that person consumes his spells, he'll be like a toothless tiger, vulnerable to a single blow." Gerald pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly and said, "His spell slots are enough to destroy an army of 100 people. Our private troops will collapse under his spells." Although Gerald had a lot of private troops under his command, but after a certain number of deaths, his private troops would also collapse. Although he coveted the wealth of a great wizard, but Gerald was still very rational. He knew that a great wizard wasn't easy to deal with. The 2,000 private troops under his command were the family's precious wealth, and they might not be able to kill a great wizard. Art Ace said in a low voice, "We can spread the news and let the people of the Elven Empire and the Beastman Empire do it." Gerald's eyes lit up and said, "That's right, he bought that pair of mother and daughter elves. As long as this news is leaked, those long years will absolutely not let him off. Moreover, those greedy, filthy, and stupid beast bandits of the Beastman Empire will absolutely not let go of such a fat sheep." Art Ace said meaningfully, "We can hide on the side and observe the situation. If he wins by then, we can retreat in time. If he and those guys are mutually injured, we can just kill our way out from the side and annihilate them in one fell swoop. A great wizard's wealth is absolutely comparable to a country." Gerald's eyes flashed with malevolence, his gaze flickered a few times, and he gritted his teeth, "Let's do it. He actually dares to fight with me over women, I must kill him. After killing him, that pair of mother and daughter elves will be mine." Art Ace replied straightforwardly, "All right." The two looked at each other and revealed a smile. They clinked their cups and downed it in one gulp. Chapter 209. 3 days later, a long caravan set out from the Rijek city and headed for the Red Earth Wasteland. In less than 10 days, the number of slaves under Yang Feng's command skyrocketed to more than 1,700 people. Coupled with the hired grooms, coachmen, and other servants, the number of people in the caravan reached more than 2,000 people. Even though Yang Feng had purchased a large number of livestock in the Rijek city to act as transportation, but the movement speed of the more than 2,000 people was still very slow. Gazes with ulterior motives stared at the huge caravan as it moved towards the Red Earth Wasteland. The journey was calm and tranquil. The Rijek city was a border city of the Morince Empire. In the vicinity, no human force dared to brazenly attack a caravan with a great wizard overseeing it. The huge caravan traveled for 10 days before arriving at the border city of the Morince Empire in the Red Earth Wasteland. After showing their identity documents, Yang Feng and his party smoothly passed the checkpoint. Without a clear order from the Empire, the border generals of the Morince Empire didn't dare to offend the Great Wizard. After leaving the border, what entered one's eyes was an incomparably spacious and intimidating wasteland. There were only a few scattered shrubs scattered all over the place, and it was covered in red soil. The Red Earth Wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see, and the scenery looked extremely beautiful. However, only the inhabitants of the Red Earth wasteland knew how cruel it was. It was a dry land with little rain and almost no water source, so it couldn't produce any food. Only some scarce shrubs grew some sour berries. Even around the banks of the Rhine River, which ran through the Red Earth wasteland, not many plants could grow. It was as if this land was cursed by the gods. Clive looked at the barren Red Earth wasteland with a glint of unease in his eyes. He came to Yang Feng and asked, "Sir, where are we going to build a city? Although there is no shortage of water on the banks of the Rhine River, but there are often some ferocious merfolk who attack the surface along the banks of the Rhine River. It's very dangerous to build a city there." The Rhine River, which ran through the Red Earth wasteland, led straight to the sea. It was also the route merfolk used to attack the four empires in the sea. On the Feisua plain, the major races fought ceaselessly, and wars broke out frequently. Every time they recuperated, the sea race would surge out from the Rhine River and engulf the various empires. After a bitter battle, they would retreat back into the sea. It was precisely because of this that no one built a city next to the Rhine. Yang Feng said lightly, "No, let's go to the Sunset Plain and build a city." Clive said in surprise, "Sunset Plain?" The Sunset Plain was located in the center of the Red Earth wasteland. It was flat and open, yet extremely barren and devoid of resources. The only advantage it had was that it was the same distance from the four empires. Clive did not ask any more questions. He silently followed the convoy and continued to move forward. Yang Feng raised his head and glanced at the sky, only to see an eagle flying high in the sky overlooking the earth. Yang Feng smiled coldly, ignored the hawk, and continued to walk towards the Sunset Plain. 20 days later, a boundless and extremely flat sunset plain appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. "We've finally arrived." Everyone looked at the endless Wuxia plain and finally heaved a sigh of relief. These days, looking at the seemingly empty Red Earth wasteland shrouded the hearts of everyone in the convoy with a shadow and depression. Now that they finally arrived at their destination, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. At Yang Feng's command, the people in the convoy began to set up camp and start a fire to cook. Not long after he started the fire to cook, a cloud of dust rose from the distance. A group of about 2,000 wolf cavalry riders, each of them the size of a wild horse, galloped over with a fierce look on their faces. Wolf cavalrymen, the Beastman Empire's wolf cavalrymen. How come they're here? The wolf cavalrymen are here. When they saw the 2,000-strong wolf cavalrymen riding giant wolves, everyone present screamed in horror and fled in a sorry state. "Get into formation." Clive roared and immediately formed a formation with the 200 Imperial Guards from the Amon Principality. A battle-hardened aura gushed out from their bodies, as if they were a stabilizing force, causing many people to calm down a little. Bobo picked up a great sword and bellowed, "Take up your weapons and kill those bastards." The Oxman warriors also roared and picked up 2-meter-long greatswords with blades on both sides and bellowed. The rest of the slaves either hid behind them or trembled in fear. Only about 50 human slaves picked up their weapons and stood beside Clive's party. The wolf cavalrymen of the Beastman Empire were definitely the most ferocious troops. The people sitting on the crotch of those wolf riders were their blood relatives from the same mother. Both sides were related by blood and had the same thoughts. In battle, they were ferocious and unafraid of death. Once there were over 1,000 of them, any enemy would have a headache. The last thing the troops at the border of the Morin's Empire wanted was to encounter the wolf cavalrymen of the Beastman Empire in the wilderness. That was simply a nightmare. The leader of the wolf cavalrymen, Merk, the young master of the Copper Wolf tribe, licked his lips and his eyes flashed with excitement. What a flock of fat sheep. After doing this, the Copper Wolf tribe won't have to worry about supplies for at least 10 years. Clive bit his lips and stared at the wolf cavalrymen of the Beastman Empire. Clenching his greatsword with both hands, he stood at the forefront of the procession, firmly guarding in front of Yang Feng. Wizards needed the protection of warriors, this was the rule of combat on the Feisua plain. Without the protection of warriors, a weak wizard might be shot to death by a stray arrow if he wasn't careful. Wizards didn't have the life force field that warlocks had to protect their bodies at all times. Yang Feng quietly stood aside and watched the performance of the slaves. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he walked towards the procession. Clive frowned slightly and said loudly, "Sir, be careful. Please retreat to the back. Before I become a corpse, I won't allow a single wolf cavalryman to attack you. I'll take care of this wolf cavalryman. Let me show you what I'm capable of." Yang Feng smiled confidently. With a flick of his wrist, more than 30 extraordinary plant vampiric demonic rattan seeds appeared in his hand. He threw the more than 30 extraordinary plant vampiric demonic rattan seeds on the ground, then silently recited an incantation and pointed at the more than 30 vampiric demonic rattan seeds. A magic radiance entered the more than 30 vampiric demonic rattan seeds. The more than 30 vampiric demonic rattan seeds suddenly squirmed, grew frantically, and turned into dozens of meters long strange demonic rattan covered with countless barbs, and madly swatted at the 2,000 wolf cavalrymen. In the wake of the strange demonic rattan, the wolf cavalrymen were smashed into minced meat. The broken corpses were madly swept by the vampiric demonic rattan and quickly drained of all their blood. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the vampiric demonic rattan. With a flash of green magic radiance, the vampiric demonic rattan bloomed with blood-red flowers. The blood-red flowers sprayed out slightly, and a large amount of pink mist sprayed towards the wolf riders. Sprayed by the pink mist, the wolf cavalrymen staggered and fell into a deep sleep. Yang Feng pointed again, and the vampiric demonic rattan, which had absorbed countless amounts of blood, sprayed vampiric demonic rattan seeds. Illuminated by Yang Feng's magic radiance, the seeds quickly grew into mature vampiric demonic rattan, extended their huge barbed tentacles, and mercilessly stabbed at the wolf cavalrymen. The wolf cavalrymen immediately suffered a great loss under the attack of the vampiric demonic rattan. More than 200 wolf cavalrymen were swallowed by the vampiric demonic rattan. The wolf cavalrymen, who couldn't stop in time, ran into the vampiric demonic rattan and were sucked dry. The wolf cavalryman, the commander of the wolf cavalrymen, Merc, was swatted to death by the vampiric demonic rattan in the first confrontation, and his blood was sucked dry. There was no one to command the wolf cavalrymen anymore. After more than half of the wolf cavalrymen were killed by the vampiric demonic rattan wave after wave, the wolf cavalrymen finally collapsed and frantically fled in different directions. The slaves were dumbfounded and couldn't believe their eyes. Lena's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of extraordinary splendor and she was overwhelmed with emotions. Amazing. Is this the power of a great wizard? It's so powerful. Nancy's eyebrows creased slightly, and a touch of curiosity welled up in her heart. How come this human great wizard uses plant magic that seems to be mastered by us elves? The only difference is that the plants he uses are full of tyrannical and murderous nature, and carry a kind of evil aura. Vampiric demonic rattan was a weapon of massacre cultivated by the dark elves of the Tyrannid subcontinent, and it was extremely powerful and evil. On the Feisua plain, however, it was the first time that it had revealed its ferocious fangs. Pursue and attack. Clive gave the order and immediately led the 200 Amon royal guards to charge at the wolf cavalrymen. Yang Feng casually flicked his fingers and cast the level 0 spell web in a row over a dozen. Spiderweb-like large white webs appeared out of thin air, fell on the wolf cavalrymen, and stuck them to the webs as if they were bugs. Clive led his men in a charge and captured the dozen wolf cavalrymen. There were no good military horses in the Rijek city, and ordinary horses couldn't catch up to the wolf cavalrymen. Clive could only keep the dozen wolf cavalrymen at bay. Yang Feng pointed at the vampiric demonic rattans. The vampiric demonic rattans that wanted to devour the unconscious wolf cavalrymen suddenly stagnated, then contracted, split into two seeds, and flew back into Yang Feng's hand. Chapter 210. Once the seed of an extraordinary plant like the vampiric demonic rattan was stimulated by spells, it would have to devour a lot of flesh. If it could devour a lot of flesh, then it could undergo a magic transformation and split into two seeds after it was no longer used. If it didn't devour enough flesh, then it would wither and turn into ashes. In the Tyrannid subcontinent's underground world, the Dark Elves would throw many sinners and slaves that had lost their usefulness into the vampiric demonic rattan to cultivate this terrifying extraordinary plant. After Yang Feng took control of the Tyrannid subcontinent's Dark Elves, he learned all the methods they grasped. When everyone present saw Yang Feng destroy 2,000 extremely ferocious Beastman Empire's wolf cavalrymen practically by himself, their eyes flashed with a touch of awe. At the same time, they gained a bit more confidence in their future. In a corner of the Red Earth wasteland, Artace looked at the sky, his complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he exclaimed, "The Copper Wolf tribe's wolf cavalrymen were defeated." Gerald's eyes flickered with incredulity, and he said, "How is that possible? The Copper Wolf tribe's bandits have 2,000 wolf cavalrymen, they are extremely ferocious. In the Red Earth wasteland, who knows how many caravans have died at their hands? The 2,000 wolf cavalrymen should have used up all of his spell slots, so how could they have been defeated? What happened?" Artace had a complicated look in his eyes, and he gave a long sigh, "I don't know either. I only know that the Copper Wolf tribe's wolf cavalrymen were defeated." Gerald's eyes were bloodshot, and he suggested, "He defeated the Copper Wolf tribe's wolf cavalrymen, so he must have consumed a lot of energy. How about we sneak attack him now?" Artace shook his head and said very rationally, "It's too dangerous. That great wizard was able to defeat the Copper Wolf tribe's wolf cavalrymen so easily. If we sneak attack him, we might not be his match. The risk is too high. Damn it." Gerald swore and fiercely stamped his foot. A black bird descended from the sky and landed on Gerald's shoulder. Gerald's eyes lit up slightly, and he took a white slip of paper from the black bird. He stared at the white slip of paper for a while, and finally revealed a smile. "No, I don't think we have to go. The stronger Master Ian is, the better, because the people from the Elven Empire will arrive tomorrow." Artace also revealed a smile. "That's right, the stronger he is, the better. It would be troublesome if he is too weak." As night fell, the entire land was shrouded in darkness. As if a spectre, Yang Feng rushed out of the camp and arrived next to it. Yang Feng waved his hand, and seeds of the extraordinary plant iron bamboo flew into the sky. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of a peculiar glint, he pressed his chest and a dense swarm of mechanical bees flew out, landed on the iron bamboo seeds with great precision. Yang Feng took out a pouch from his hand and tapped it lightly. The pouch opened, and a large amount of green magic powder flew out, fluttered in the wind, and flew towards the iron bamboo seeds. As the green powder flew past, the iron bamboo seeds suddenly grew strangely. They quickly sprouted and their roots dug deep into the ground. At the same time, they continued to grow until they were more than 10 meters tall. The dense swarm of mechanical bees flew towards Yang Feng and flew into the dimensional crest. Yang Feng took out another dimensional crest and pressed it, and the mechanical battle beast Moffin demonic polar bear suddenly appeared. The life force of the Moffin demonic polar bear surged, it waved its paw, and a tremendous fluctuation of earth elemental particles shrouded the earth. Countless amounts of earth extended and covered the more than 10 meters tall iron bamboo. Yang Feng took out a pouch, opened it, and flicked his finger. A large amount of red-tempered magic powder suddenly flew out and fell on the iron bamboo covered in earth. The earth quickly condensed and became as hard as steel. This tempered magic powder was a material used in the construction of some simple houses in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Now, it was used by Yang Feng in the Red Earth wasteland. Under the flickering of magic radiance, a 16-meter-tall, 10-kilometer-wide city wall gradually took shape in the darkness. The next morning, the sun shone on the earth. "City! City! Everyone, come out and take a look," there's a city here. There's a city here. A shriek suddenly exploded in the camp. What happened? City. What city? Nancy opened her eyes at once, and looked around vigilantly. After hesitating for a moment, she held the still sleepy little hand of Nanny, and walked outside. No matter what, she didn't dare to leave her precious daughter. As soon as she left the camp, Nancy saw a 16 meters tall and 10 kilometers in diameter city wall appear in front of her. Nancy was dumbstruck with an incredulous look on her face. This huge city clearly didn't exist yesterday. Just what kind of power could actually build such a majestic city in a single night? This is a revelation from the mighty God. This is a miracle. That's right, this is a miracle from the mighty God who took pity on us. Looking at the majestic city that suddenly appeared, many slaves wept with sorrow, knelt on the ground, silently recited various prayers, confessed their sins to the God, and longed for the God's redemption. This is the power of the mighty Master Ian. It was the great Master Ian who had built this city. He had built this miraculous city in one night. Now, let us recite his name and thank him for giving us this city of miracles. Clive walked over with the 200 Amon Principality's royal guards and shouted. Thank you, mighty Master Ian. Thank you for giving us this city of miracles. We were spared from the hardships of wind and rain, and obtained a place to stay. We sincerely thank you for your gift. Lena immediately lowered her head and recited piously. Under her lead, the maids of the Amon Principality also began to recite Yang Feng's alias. Under their influence, the slaves also began to praise their masters one by one. Illuminated by the morning sun, Yang Feng slowly walked out of the city. Shrouded in sacred light, he looked like a god walking in the secular world. Yang Feng said lightly, "This is the residence I gave you. From today on, as long as you work hard for 3 years, I'll abolish your slave status, restore your freedom, and let you become my subjects. Thank you, mighty Master Ian. Thank you for giving us this city of miracles. We were spared from the hardships of wind and rain, and obtained a place to stay. We sincerely thank you for your gift." The slaves first saw the city of miracles that night, then saw Yang Feng promise them freedom. When they saw Yang Feng brimming with sacred aura, their hearts surged at once, and they knelt on the ground and praised Yang Feng loudly. The level 1 spell Sacred Light has no offensive power. But when used properly, it's indeed a powerful spell. Yang Feng operated a secret method, and his eyes flashed with misty magic light. He clearly saw the weak faith power exuded by the slaves converge on him. In fact, the names of the heroes who left their mark in the history of the Feisua Plain would be silently recited by billions of people, giving them the blessing of faith power. Some extremely outstanding legendary heroes whose names had been heard by the entire plain were most likely to ignite their divine fire and become demigods. However, on the Feisua Plain, the method to become a god was concealed by the gods, and was not disseminated to the secular world. Unless a demigod had heaven-defying luck, it was possible to find the godhead of a fallen god, absorb it, and directly promote to a god. The faith power exuded by the slaves was negligible when it came to becoming a god. Besides, without an idol attached to the main body, the faith power would eventually dissipate after praying every day. A mature church with countless pious believers and an endless stream of faith power was the foundation of a god. Yang Feng turned around and slowly walked towards the city he named the City of Miracles. Everyone in the huge convoy began to pack their luggage and slowly entered the City of Miracles. The City of Miracles had city walls, but inside, it was flat and barren, without any buildings. The slaves began to build some simple buildings. Everyone worked in full swing, their hearts brimming with hope. In the red earth wasteland, where there were no building materials, such a city appeared overnight, which was simply a miracle. Yang Feng's promise was a huge temptation for the slaves. On the Feisua Plain, slaves were the property of their masters. The descendants of slaves were also slaves and the property of their masters. Their masters could dispose of them at will. Even if their masters killed their slaves, they wouldn't be condemned, and wouldn't violate any laws. No master would easily give up the shackles of his slaves and give them freedom. Now that Yang Feng promised them the status of subjects after 2 years of work, it was natural for them to be very excited and motivated. Standing on top of the city wall, Yang Feng looked at his people down below, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. On the Turandot subcontinent, Yang Feng basically left everything to the robots to manage, while he cultivated behind closed doors and improved his strength. Now that he personally managed the slaves, it was a different kind of fun. Chapter 211. It seems that guests have come. Yang Feng's heart suddenly stirred slightly, and he turned to look into the distance. In the distance, red dust was rising, and a team of armed elven warriors riding black demonic wildebeests galloped over. The elven warriors clearly didn't expect that there would be a city like the Miracle City in the Red Earth Wasteland. They pulled the reins and stopped a stone's throw away from the Miracle City. Yang Feng raised his voice, "Elves, I am the master of the Miracle City, Master Wizard Ian. May I ask why you have come?" "So it's you, you villain. Return our clansmen Nancy and Nanny, or else I'll shoot you." A beautiful elven girl with a curvaceous waist, a fiery and sensual figure, far sexier and more beautiful than that of ordinary elves, a golden ponytail, a delicate and beautiful face, a mixture of beauty and innocence, sexiness and unruliness, resembling a charming little goddess, spurred her horse out of the crowd, took out the elven bow on her back, shouted delicately, and shot an arrow at Yang Feng. The green arrow suddenly flew out, crossed a distance of 200 meters, and with a touch of a strong wind, brushed past a centimeter of Yang Feng's face. The terrifying force of the arrow brushed past Yang Feng's face, making it slightly red. Without blinking, Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly and said faintly, "I heard that elves are an elegant and reasonable race. Is the rumor wrong? Are elves a race that can't communicate?" The elves originally wanted to see Yang Feng cut a sorry figure as he dodged the arrow, but when they saw that Yang Feng didn't even crease his eyebrows, their hearts stirred slightly and they secretly praised him. The extremely beautiful elven leader with long blue hair and a delicate appearance brimming with the aura of a mature woman spurred her horse forward and said faintly, "I am Belinda, the leader of this elven troop. Of course, we elves are not a race that can't communicate. However, it is hard for us to suppress the desire to kill those who harm our compatriots. Master Magician Ian, we've received intelligence that it was you who bought our clansmen, Nancy and Nanny, from the slave market. Please hand them over." After hearing Belinda's words, the elves fiercely glared at Yang Feng. Those human nobles were proud to own a beautiful pure-blooded elf slave. Pure-blooded elves had a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. In other words, the suffering of the female elven slaves was almost endless. Many of the female elves ended up in a miserable state. What the elves of the Elven Empire hated the most were human slave hunters and human slave owners. "No problem." Yang Feng smiled slightly and said faintly, "I wanted to return them to you. Since you're here, then I'll let them go with you." Belinda was somewhat surprised and gave Yang Feng a deep look. When she saw the miracle city that strangely appeared in the Red Earth Wasteland, Belinda was ready to retreat if worse came to worst. The 300 elven warriors were not prepared to attack the city at all. Attacking a city guarded by a great magician was simply courting death. She never thought that Yang Feng would so easily return Nancy and Nanny to them. The elves below also looked at each other, not daring to believe their ears. Not long after, the gates of Miracle City opened. Holding Nanny's little hand, Nancy walked towards her compatriots. "Aunt Nancy, younger sister Nanny, are you okay? Did that man bully you? If he bullied you, I'll shoot him dead." Beside Belinda, a charming elven girl with a fiery and sexy figure and a gorgeous appearance galloped her horse to the side of Nancy and Nanny and asked loudly. Nancy replied in a loud voice, "No, Karina. Master Ian bought us from those wicked slave merchants out of kindness. He has been very good to us these days. After hearing Nancy's words, the elves heaved a sigh of relief and looked at young Feng with eased gazes. Belinda stepped forward and bowed slightly to young Feng, saying, "Master Ian, I'm very sorry. Our information was wrong this time. I apologize for our rashness. Finally, I sincerely thank you for saving our compatriots. We will repay you 3 times the amount of gold coins you spent." Young Feng said with a faint smile, "Belinda, I understand your feelings. Let bygones be bygones. I have always admired the beautiful and elegant elves. I hope to request an audience with Her Majesty Great Elven Monarch Esramia of the Elven Empire. May I ask if you can fulfill this small wish of mine?" Belinda said, "I'm sorry, but I'm just a small commander. I don't have the authority to agree to your request. However, I will report your request and let the higher-ups decide." Young Feng said with a smile, "Thank you very much." Originally, Yang Feng's purpose wasn't to request an audience with the Elven Empire's great elven monarch, but to send a signal of goodwill to the Elven Empire. In the Red Earth Wasteland, offending the Elven Empire would bring great trouble. Goodbye. After Belinda took Nancy and Nanny back to her team, she took the elves and retreated towards the Elven Empire. "Don't let me down." Young Feng looked at the backs of the elves as they left and muttered meaningfully. In the distance, in a corner of the Red Earth Wasteland, Artace looked at the sky with an unsightly expression and cursed in a low voice, "Fuck, the elves left." Gerald asked hurriedly, "Left? Did they lose?" Artace frowned and said, "They didn't lose, it seems that they didn't fight." Gerald was suddenly disappointed. Artace's eyes lit up and flashed with a fierce glint, and he whispered, "However, it's not like we don't have a chance. There are 300 elves there. Besides, this isn't the jungle they live in, but the Red Earth Wasteland. If we can catch those 300 pureblood elves, we'll make a fortune." In jungles, elves had terrifying battle prowess and elusive archery. Even if human warriors with 20 times the number of warriors entered a jungle to fight elves, they would still be defeated. However, in an open plain like the Red Earth Wasteland, their battle prowess wasn't as terrifying as in the jungle. Gerald said hesitantly, "But the elves have strong battle prowess. Elves had long lifespans and superb innate talents. If they diligently practiced cultivation, every one of them would become a powerhouse. Every member of the elven battle force was a formidable warrior with chi. They could kill a human knight-rank powerhouse with a single arrow. The 300 pureblood elven battle force armed to the teeth was definitely a terrifying and formidable force." Artace licked his lips and said in a very gloomy voice, "With the 2 of us joining forces, we have a total of 4,000 people. With 10 times the number of people, and in the wilderness, we'll be able to exhaust them to death. Besides, I still have 10 magic scrolls and 20 apprentice wizards. Don't tell me we can't catch them." On the Fesua Plain, wizards had a distinguished status and were extremely rare. However, due to the weave, becoming an apprentice wizard on the Fesua Plain was much easier than becoming an apprentice warlock on the Tsangji Plain. Even though the education system was extremely backward, but the number of apprentice wizards was still not small. Gerald pondered for a while, and then finally raised his head. His eyes flickered with scarlet light. "I can also take out 10 magic scrolls and 30 apprentice wizards. Let's do it. As long as we can do it, we'll be rich." Pureblood elves basically hid in the Elven Empire, and were very rare and difficult to catch. The Elven Woods where the Elven Empire resided was a restricted area for humans. Without permission, any human who stepped into the Elven Woods would be killed by the Elven Empire's law enforcement team. To hunt a pureblood elf, every slave hunter had to pay a price in blood. The number of human slave hunters who died tragically in the Elven Woods exceeded 100,000. However, due to the huge profits, there were still people who wanted to capture pureblood elves from the Elven Woods every year. In the Rijek city, Nancy and Nanny, the mother and daughter pair, were bought by Yang Feng for 15,000 gold coins. That was because he was a great wizard, and no one dared to offend a great wizard. Besides, in the slave market of the Rijek city, the price of slaves was on the low side. Otherwise, it would be impossible to buy a pair of mother and daughter pure-blood elves for 15,000 gold coins. In the imperial capital of the Morince Empire, where first-rate aristocratic families and top tycoons gathered, Nancy and Nanny, the pair of mother and daughter pure-blood elves, could definitely be auctioned for hundreds of thousands of gold coins. It wouldn't be strange to even sell them for 1 million gold coins. Low-end slave hunters didn't have the means to sell them to the imperial capital, so they had no choice but to sell the pair of precious pure-blood elves in the Rijek city. If 300 pure-blood elves were sold to the imperial capital, it would definitely make first-rate aristocratic families and top tycoons go crazy. The Red Earth Wasteland. Nancy spurred her horse to Belinda's side and said with slightly creased eyebrows, "Belinda, I feel as if something in the sky is watching us." "Is that so?" Belinda's eyebrows raised, and she silently recited an incantation. Her eyes suddenly blossomed with radiant light, and she looked at the sky. At a glance, she saw the black eagle shuttling through the clouds, constantly monitoring them. "It's the human slave hunter's black-eyed demonic eagle." Belinda's complexion became very unsightly. She gave a shrill cry, stimulated formidable firmament knight, level 2 warlock, rank chi, drew her bow, and shot into the sky. An emerald-green radiance soared into the sky, crossed a distance of 1,000 meters, and shot out of the black-eyed demonic eagle's eye and pierced through its brain. The black-eyed demonic eagle fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Belinda barked, "Prepare for battle. I think we'll soon have enemies." Karina spurred her horse over and raised her eyebrows, saying, "What? Could it be that Grandmaster Ian is treacherous and wants to sneak attack us?" "I don't think it's him." Nancy shook her head, saying, "Grandmaster Ian's strength is unfathomable. The miracle city that you saw before was built by him overnight. If he wants to make a move against us, then the miracle city is his best opportunity." Karina's beautiful eyes flickered with incredulity, and she exclaimed, "What? Did he build that city overnight? How is that possible? Even among the legendary magicians, there aren't many who can do this." Belinda's tender body shook, and her beautiful eyes flashed with incredulity. Even the Elven Empire's great elven monarch Ezramia couldn't build such a majestic city overnight. This could be said to be a miracle. Nancy said, "I saw it with my own eyes. I suspect that he is very likely to be a divine chosen by the Weave Goddess, who came to the Red Earth Wasteland to spread the glory and faith of the Weave Goddess. A divine chosen." Belinda's and Karina's countenance changed when they heard this. The Fesua Plain was a place with gods. Those who were chosen by the gods and blessed with great power were called gods chosen. From time to time, the gods would pay attention to the divine chosen. Not only would they bestow the divine chosen with power, but they would also personally guide the divine chosen forward. They would let the divine chosen spread their glory. Historically, any divine chosen was a proud son of heaven. They had accomplished many great things and were famous far and wide. There were even stories of divine chosen favored by the gods becoming a god of the gods' divine system. Belinda clenched the bow in her hand, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a dignified glint. "Whether he is a divine chosen or not, I think we're in trouble." In front of them, 4,000 cavalrymen, accompanied by billowing smoke, fanned out, completely cutting off the path of retreat of Belinda and the other elves. Damn human slave hunters! When Karina saw the black-clothed, heavily armed cavalrymen exuding a valiant temperament, her beautiful eyes flashed with anger, and she erupted with frightening firmament knight rank chi in a flash. She drew her bow, and an emerald-green arrow ray suddenly burst out and shot towards the human cavalryman. The emerald-green arrow ray, with great accuracy, entered the group of human cavalrymen 1,000 meters away, and ran through 4 human cavalrymen in a row. Its momentum didn't diminish, and it flew for another 2,000 meters before falling to the ground. Seeing the might of Karina's arrow, the morale of the slave hunters plummeted. Eyes bloodshot, Gerald encouraged them somewhat rudely, "For every elf you catch, I'll reward you with 3,000 gold coins. There are 300 elves here, capture them alive. I'll reward you with 900,000 gold coins. With 900,000 gold coins, you won't have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of your lives, and you'll be able to live the life of a rich man. I can also leave an elf for the brothers, so that everyone can have fun. Brothers, victory or defeat depends on this one move. After this, we'll be rich. For 900,000 gold coins. For the elves. I want to be the first to attack that elf. No, I'll be the first to attack." Hearing this, the eyes of the human warriors turned bloodshot, and they let out strange cries as they desperately pounced on the 300 elves. Chapter 2:12. High-end slaves such as elves, even if slave hunters captured them, they generally wouldn't touch them carelessly. Once the elves were damaged or killed by them. In that case, this slave hunt would be a complete loss. In order to capture the two pureblood elves, Nancy and Nanny, the slave hunters went deep into the elven woods and eventually left behind the lives of dozens of people before fleeing in a sorry state. If the leader of the slave hunters kept the two elves for himself to enjoy, then his subordinates would definitely tear him apart. Many slave hunters were small groups composed of scum and outlaws. It wasn't uncommon for such small groups to fight each other due to the uneven distribution of spoils. Elven virgins could be sold for hundreds of thousands of gold coins, while elven virgins could only be sold for a few hundred, or 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins. The gap between the two was extremely frightening. Because those who could afford to pay hundreds of thousands of gold coins to buy elves were all top tycoons. These tycoons weren't afraid of spending money, they were only afraid that the things they bought weren't good. Under such circumstances, many small fries of the slave hunters had never tasted elves. Now that Gerald promised to let them play with elves, these people immediately went crazy. Hearing the filthy words of the slave hunters, the pretty faces of the elves were covered with a layer of frost, and their beautiful eyes burned with raging anger. Fire! Belinda's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and she barked. The 300 elven archers drew their bows and shot arrows shrouded in chi towards the human warriors of the slave hunters. The human warriors of the slave hunters immediately fell down like wheat that had been cut down, and blood splattered everywhere. In a single round of shooting, more than 100 human warriors died tragically under the arrows of the elven archers. The human warriors of the slave hunters were very experienced. They pulled apart their formation and madly rushed towards the elves from all directions. These slave hunters were the private soldiers of Gerald and Artace. They had experienced countless battles and were incomparably fierce. They knew that only by approaching the elves would they have a chance of survival. Therefore, they crazily rushed towards the elves. The elven archers fired 2 rounds at will, killing more than 300 human warriors as if they were mowing grass. The 100 elven archers abandoned their bows, drew exquisite elven swords from their waists, and stared coldly at the human warriors with disdain in their eyes. The 300 elven warriors here were all powerhouses of the elven race who had trained hard in martial skills. Every one of them had the cultivation base of a knight, and all of them had cultivated chi. There was even no lack of grand knights and earth knights. Belinda and Karina were even firmament knights. Under their leadership, the elven warriors didn't fear close combat with humans at all. As soon as the human warriors got close to the elves were instantly killed. A magician's apprentice hidden in the crowd took out a pouch, opened it, and cast the level 0 spell, Magician's Hand. He lifted the pouch into the air and tossed it. A cloud of dragon excrement dust flew out from the sack. The magic apprentice silently chanted an incantation and pointed again. A cool breeze blew past, blowing the dragon's excrement dust in the direction of the elves. When the wildebeests the elves were riding smelled the dragon's excrement dust, they immediately went berserk and madly jumped and ran, breaking the elven formation. The human warriors, however, were already prepared. They dismounted from their wildebeests, took out many jars, opened them, and vigorously waved them in the direction of the elves. A mixture of lime and sand floated towards the elves. 10 magicians' apprentices cast a spell at the same time and pointed at the lime and sand. Gusts of wind suddenly appeared and swept the large expanse of lime and sand towards the elves. Caught off guard, the elves were swept by the lime and sand and couldn't open their eyes, let alone attack the enemy. The human warriors took this opportunity to take out large nets and tossed them at the elves, trapping them in the nets. The nets were specially made props. Once the elves were caught in the nets, the more they struggled, the tighter they would be bound by the nets. Not bad. Humans are really the best at using props and defeating the strong. A low voice echoed in the clouds. Despicable. You despicable humans. Belinda covered her face with one hand and issued a roar of grief and indignation. She dismounted from her wildebeest and rushed into the crowd. The elven sword in her hand burst out with frightening chi and cut the slave hunters in two. Firmament knights were virtually invincible among the slave hunters. Wherever Belinda passed, no one could block her sword. In just a dozen breaths of time, more than 20 human warriors died tragically under her sword. The slave hunters didn't dare to fight Belinda head-on. They kept throwing nets, lime, and sand at Belinda. Belinda urged her chi, and the elven sword in her hand blossomed with green light. Wherever the chi passed, the specially made nets would be cut in two. Stop! The female elf over there. If you don't stop, I'm going to kill her. A voice came from the side. When Belinda turned around, she saw that Karina had been twisted into a ball by the fishing net, struggling in agony. There was a sword pressed against Karina's neck. The owner of the sword, Art Ace, sneered at Belinda. Although Karina had the cultivation base of a firmament knight, but she lacked actual combat experience. After being blinded by the lime and sand, he was directly trapped by the fishing net. Before he could display his powerful abilities, he had already been captured alive by the slave hunters. Artai's eyes flashed with excitement, and he said loudly, "This female elf has blonde hair. She should be a member of the Sun Elves, the royal family of your elven empire. Besides, she is so beautiful, she should be a member of the Crossdale family, known for their divine beauty. She might even be a divine descendant with divine bloodline. Haha, if you don't stop resisting, I'll kill her." The elven empire was divided into different kinds of elves, such as grass elves, forest elves, earth elves, fire elves, water elves, gold elves, wood elves, and so on. Among them, the royal family of elves were sun elves and moonlight elves. Sun elves had dazzling, pure, and golden hair. The moonlight elves had beautiful, elegant, and mysterious silver hair. Among the elves, the men were handsome and the women were beautiful. However, among the elves, the two races most favored by the elven primary god Mophasareja were the sun elves and the moonlight elves. Among the sun elves, the Crossdale family and the moonlight elves, the Ramonfan family, were known for their divine beauty. The women of the two families were basically peerless beauties. Once, when a female elf of the Crossdale family walked the continent, the emperors of the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire fell in love with her at the same time. For her sake, a 100-year war broke out that swept the entire continent. Finally, a god of the Zalia divine system personally went to the elven primary god Mophasareja to ask for this peerless elven beauty. Finally, at the cost of betraying his own divine system, he joined the elven divine system and married the peerless beauty of the Crossdale family. The betrayal of the Zalia divine system also caused tension between the elven divine system and the Zalia divine system. Only after more than 100 years did the tension and antagonism between them disappear. After this incident, the peerless beauty of the Crossdale family became famous all over the world. Practically all human emperors would take pride in obtaining an elven beauty of the Crossdale family. The Crossdale family was said to be a divine descendant family with the bloodline of the elven primary god Mophasareja. It had an extremely revered status in the Elven Empire. When Belinda saw Karina captured alive, she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave and her mind was in a mess. Karina wasn't a member of this combat force. She couldn't stand Karina's pleading and felt that she was strong enough to protect Karina, so she brought Karina along. If anything were to happen to Karina, even her family might be implicated. While Belinda was distracted, a cloud of dust and lime hit her in the eye, and a dozen large nets descended from the sky, sweeping towards her. Belinda was startled, but she didn't panic. She stimulated her formidable chi, strengthened her hearing, and prepared to slash the nets apart. Hypnosis. An apprentice wizard tore a level 1 magic scroll and pointed at Belinda. Belinda suddenly felt endless exhaustion welling up in her mind, and she wanted to fall asleep. However, the heavenly knight rank chi strengthened her body, so she didn't fall asleep immediately. She bit her lips, and drops of blood dripped from her mouth. She stimulated her chi and forcibly woke up. Hypnosis. Another apprentice wizard tore a magic scroll and pointed at Belinda. Belinda once again felt endless exhaustion welling up in her mind. She bit her lips again, and suddenly felt her body become slightly heavy. Nets had fallen on her. More than 30 slave hunters swarmed over, rolled up the nets, and firmly tied Belinda up. More and more slave hunters rushed forward and threw out fishing nets, tightly trapping Belinda. After Belinda was humiliated and captured alive, the 300 elves were also captured by the slave hunters. The slave hunters beamed with joy as their lustful gazes swept across the bodies of the elves, revealing traces of lustful smiles. In this battle, nearly 1,000 slave hunters were killed or injured by the 300 elves. But capturing the 300 elves alive was a huge profit for the slave hunters. Chapter 213. Gerald looked at the humiliated and bound 300 elves and burst into laughter. Haha, 300 elves. We've made a fortune this time. These elves are really idiots. They think that they're stronger than us, so they dare to fight us. They're really stupid. If they had escaped at the beginning, then we wouldn't have been able to do anything to them. Gerald didn't care about the 1,000 casualties of the slave hunters. With their family's strength, as long as they had enough money, they could recruit as many elves as they wanted. Artace also revealed a proud smile. The weakness of elves is that they're too arrogant. They think that they're stronger than us, so they don't care about us humans. If they didn't think that they were stronger than us, how could they have stayed and fought us? These two elven chicks have firmament knight rank cultivation bases. Presumably, they don't care about small fries like us who aren't even knights. But now, they've been captured by us. This is the power of human wisdom. They didn't think that since we dared to capture them, we naturally had our own trump cards. This elven leader is really a big-breasted good-for-nothing. Artace ridiculed, and then said as if he had suddenly realized something, no, this elven leader isn't a big-breasted good-for-nothing. This chick from the Crossdale family, who's known for her divine beauty, is the real big-breasted good-for-nothing. She didn't even have time to display her abilities before we captured her alive. She caused the other elven leader to become distracted and was easily captured by us. When she heard that, Belinda's tender body trembled slightly, and her heart was filled with remorse. As Artace said, if Belinda had fled in the direction of Yang Feng's miracle city, then the slave hunters wouldn't have stood a chance. She was confident in her strength, which was why she dared to fight the slave hunters head-on. But she never expected that the human slave hunters would be so cunning and targeted. If it was in the elven woods, the 300 elven archers could kite the 4,000 slave hunters and cause them to collapse with no more than 10 casualties. In the elven woods, Belinda had hunted an unknown number of human experts and even Sky Knight rank experts had died to her arrows. But she was defeated by Artace and Gerald, two people who couldn't even be considered knights, causing her to be filled with regret. Karina's delicate body trembled, and tears of humiliation and regret flowed out of her eyes. It was because she had been caught the moment they met that Belinda's mind had wavered and she had been captured alive. Otherwise, given Belinda's battle strength as a heavenly knight, she could definitely kill her way out of the crowd and escape alone. Gerald arrived in front of Karina, squatted down, lifted her chin, and commented excitedly, "Is this the chick of the Crossdale family who is known to have divine beauty?" Sure enough, her skin was soft and supple. Her waist was slim and her bottom was perky. She was extremely enchanting. Ha! The elven beauties of the Crossdale family were peerless beauties that could even tempt the emperors of the major empires. Gerald naturally wanted to take a closer look at Karina's face. Suddenly, a sword pierced through Gerald's chest and drops of blood flowed down the tip of the sword and fell to the ground. Gerald clutched his chest and coughed out a large mouthful of blood. He stared at Artace with a horrified expression and tremblingly said, "Why? It's actually the rare possessor of the right heart." Artace slightly frowned, and then said with a smile, "Gerald, don't you think that there are so many elves, and 2 people are too few? So, please go to hell." Artace pulled out his sword and a large amount of blood sprayed out of Gerald's chest and sprinkled on the ground. Then, he waved his sword and resolutely beheaded Gerald. At the same time, he sternly shouted, "Attack!" Artaiz's private soldiers were already mentally prepared. They suddenly launched an attack and slashed at their comrades who were fighting side by side with them. Caught off guard, more than half of Gerald's private soldiers were beheaded. The remaining private soldiers knew that they had no chance of survival, so they clenched their teeth and frantically fought with Artaiz's private soldiers. The magic apprentice on Gerald's side was immediately ambushed by Artaiz's private army and was instantly killed in an instant. Artaiz's private soldiers had the help of the magic apprentices. They frantically beheaded Gerald's private soldiers and their advantage was like a rolling snowball. Some of Gerald's private soldiers who wanted to escape were also stopped by the magic of the magic apprentices. One of Gerald's private soldiers mournfully screamed, "Artace, you dared to kill our Earl Abet's only son. He will never let you off. You and your family will all be killed by our Earl Abet. You don't have to worry about this. I will offer this godly beauty of the Crossdale family's elf to His Majesty. His Majesty will definitely bestow me with a hereditary title of Earl or above. In addition to these 300 elven beauties, I can weave a powerful network in the imperial capital. I think Earl Abet wouldn't dare to act rashly in the imperial capital. So long as I have a few years, Earl Abet will be nothing. Finally, thank you for becoming my stepping stone and helping me take a solid step towards the pinnacle of power. You no longer have any value, so you can all die now." Artace faintly smiled at Gerald's private soldiers. With the last mournful screams, Gerald's private soldiers were completely beheaded. When Artace saw his private army completely annihilating Gerald's private army, a smile hung on his face as he clapped his hands and said, "All right. My dearest subordinates, apart from these 2 elves, you can choose 10 of the remaining elves as your reward. Of course, respected magic apprentices, each of you can also choose 1 elf." Artaiz's private soldiers, whose eyes had turned red from killing, burst into cheers. 10 elves, that was more than 10 times better than the one promised by Gerald. The eyes of the apprentice wizards who followed Artace shone. They wantonly sized up the elves and revealed looks of greed. Although the status of apprentice wizards was high, but there was a huge gap between them and official wizards. They weren't qualified to enjoy elven slaves. The elves struggled incessantly as tears of pain and humiliation flowed from their eyes. They knew how terrible and tragic it would be to fall into the hands of humans as slaves. "That won't do. These elves are my friends." Just then, Yang Feng's voice came from the sky far away. Artaiz's complexion suddenly changed greatly and he looked up. Everyone present raised their heads and looked at the sky. They saw Yang Feng step on a magic carpet, shrouded in a layer of holy and radiant light. As if the embodiment of a god walking in the secular world, he descended from the sky and flew over. "Chacon! Shoot him down!" Artaiz's complexion changed greatly and he bellowed. At the same time, he quickly retreated a few steps and retreated into the crowd of guards. An archer with the cultivation base of an Earth Knight took a step forward, surged with chi, drew his bow, and shot a meteor-like arrow towards Yang Feng. Clang! With a crisp sound, the level 3 secret treasure sword of light at Yang Feng's waist was unsheathed in a flash. Yang Feng slashed at the bow and arrow with his sword, and the bow and arrow were shattered. Dumbstruck, Art Ace muttered, "Magic and martial dual cultivation, how is that possible? Aren't only divine descendants or demigod rank experts capable of magic and martial dual cultivation? He's just a great wizard and a human, how could he possibly practice magic and martial dual cultivation?" The elves on the ground were also dumbstruck, unable to believe their eyes. On the Feisua plain, because of the weave that shrouded the entire plain, wizards would forget the spells they memorized the day before. Under such circumstances, mages no longer had the time to practice magic, nor did they have the energy to practice martial arts. The more powerful a wizard was, the weaker their body would be. This was also the reason why the Tsangji Plains human warlocks despised the various cultivation inheritances of other plains. In addition to the divine path, only demons, ancient fiends, ancient devils, and other formidable existences of other planes could contend against the Tsangji Plains human warlocks. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, he jumped off the magic carpet, and blessed himself with light feather. Artai's private troops quickly stepped forward and surrounded Yang Feng. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, a glint of red streaked past the abyss of his eyes, divinity of massacre trembled, his blood boiled, and he took a step forward and brandished his sword. Along with flashes of bloody light, Artai's private troops blocking in front of Yang Feng were split in two, and blood sprayed everywhere. The blood splashed, but Yang Feng was shrouded in a life force field. As soon as the blood touched the life force field, it was bounced away. Once the sword was unsheathed, it was invincible. No one could block Yang Feng's sword edge. On the ground, Karina and Belinda watched Yang Feng walk among the crowd, and they were deeply attracted, unable to tear their eyes away from him. In the crowd, Yang Feng seemed to have turned massacre into an art, exuding a dangerous and bewitching charm. This was the combination of the divine energy of massacre and black dragon blood meridians, coupled with Yang Feng's continuous maturation and transformation, exuding a bewitching charm. Yang Feng's blood boiled, yet he fought very calmly. Every time he brandished his sword, his understanding of swordsmanship deepened, and his divine energy of massacre strengthened by a trace. Chapter 214. No matter how many times Yang Feng trained in a virtual reality battle cabin, the sense of danger and urgency was far inferior to that of actual combat. After all, in the virtual reality battle cabin, Yang Feng knew that no matter how many times he failed, he could always try again. But on the battlefield, as long as he was slightly distracted, he would end up like Belinda. Artaiza's private troops repeated the same trick. They kept throwing gravel and lime at Yang Feng. At the same time, they threw fishing nets at him. When the gravel and lime came into contact with Yang Feng's life force field, they were jolted away. The special fishing nets were still vulnerable in front of the level 3 secret treasure sword of light. Web. Arcane projectiles. Hypnosis. The apprentice wizards clenched their teeth and cast level 0 spells one after another, blasting at Yang Feng. When the offensive level 0 spells slammed into Yang Feng's life force field, they immediately collapsed. The spider webs that appeared out of thin air were also minced by Yang Feng's sword. After the level 1 spell hypnosis passed through Yang Feng's life force field, its might was reduced, and then it was dispelled by the divine radiance shrouding him. Amidst a copious amount of blood, Yang Feng suddenly appeared in front of Art Ace. Without hesitation, Art Ace threw the sword in his hand aside, knelt on the ground, looked up at Yang Feng, and begged, "Master Ian, I have something to say. I'm willing to have all my subordinates lay down their weapons and surrender to you. Please listen to me. Please set up a soundproof spell, and then listen to me. If you still want to kill me after listening to me, then it won't be too late to do so. Yang Feng smiled faintly and silently recited an incantation. A strange fluctuation of magic shrouded him and Art Ace, completely cutting off their conversation. Art Ace said methodically, "Master Ian, I think that you're a hero who wants to make a name for yourself in the Red Earth Wasteland. In the future, you're bound to leave your name in the history books. You're a mighty being of light, but there's also a shadow of darkness in the light. I hope to rely on you, serve you, become your shadow in the darkness, and help you deal with things that are very inconvenient for you to deal with. I will assist you and let your light shine in all directions. I'm a baron of a small family of the Morince Empire. I've been operating in the Rijek city for many years and have no small influence. I have over 1,000 private troops capable of fighting and killing. If I had the money, I could recruit a few thousand more private soldiers. You've subdued me, so all of this power belongs to you. I can be your ears, I can also be your dagger. As long as you spare my life, you will be rewarded with a loyal dog that walks in the dark. I know it is difficult for you to believe in my loyalty. However, magicians have countless tricks up their sleeves. They should be able to find a way to control me. I'm willing to let you control me, please spare my worthless life." Yang Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard that. This was the first time he had seen such a shameless noble who could lower himself to survive. After listening to Artai's words, the killing intent in his heart gradually subsided. The Red Earth Wasteland was now destitute. They lacked manpower, money, supplies, and everything else. Moreover, the Red Earth Wasteland was surrounded by the Morince Empire, the Elven Empire, the Beastman Empire, and the Titan Empire. To build a city and hold it, Yang Feng needed the support of a lot of forces. Although Art Ace was despicable, shameless, ruthless, and had no moral integrity. However, he was a talent that could get things done. As far as Yang Feng was concerned, he lacked such a talent. With a flick of his wrist, a syringe containing the liquid metal nano-robot elixir appeared in Yang Feng's hand, and he said faintly, "This is a magic elixir. Once you use it, if you want to betray me, then your body will explode inch by inch. Even the gods won't be able to save you." Without hesitation, Art Ace grabbed the syringe containing the liquid metal nano-robot elixir. "Thank you for the elixir, master." As if it had a life of its own, the syringe broke free from Artai's right hand, flew up, and stabbed into his arm. Art Ace was slightly startled and his body swayed. He immediately restrained his desire to pull out the syringe and watched as the elixir was injected into his body. After all the liquid metal nano-robot elixir was injected into Art Ace, Yang Feng snapped his fingers. In a split second, the liquid metal nano-robot elixir stimulated the apertures inside Art Ace, and formidable life potential gushed out of him. An incomparably powerful chi suddenly erupted from Artai's body, promoting him to an official knight. With an excited expression, Art Ace flattered, "Thank you very much, Master, for bestowing me with such formidable power. Master, your ability is simply unfathomable, comparable to the embodiment of a god walking in the secular world." Yang Feng gave Art Ace a meaningful look. From the feedback from the liquid metal nano-robot elixir, Art Ace wasn't as excited as he appeared to be. Artai's strength lay not in his cultivation base, but in his aristocratic identity, cunning mind, and tremendous power. Under his schemes, Gerald and Belinda were either killed or captured by him. If he hadn't misjudged Yang Feng's strength, he wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. Art Ace felt a slight shiver in his heart after being given a meaningful look by Yang Feng, yet he still had an excited expression on his face, looking like a loyal dog. Yang Feng said faintly, "A new city requires a lot of supplies. I need people, weapons, food, and water. Send half of your men to the Rhine River to transport water for me. The rest are to help me get the supplies I want. In addition, I need you to establish a huge intelligence network in the Four Empires. I want to be the first to know about any movements in the Four Empires." Art Ace pondered for a moment, and then said, "Master, the Elven Empire is full of elves. They all live in the elven woods, and no humans can enter. If humans want to trade with them, the only way is through the ancient green forest city. It's very difficult to get information on pointy-eared people. As for the other 3 empires, so long as there's enough money, it won't be too difficult to establish a huge intelligence network. The Elven Empire was extremely xenophobic. They all lived in the elven woods, and were somewhat isolated from the rest of the world. The only way to the outside world was through the ancient green forest city. There, the elves would take out elven specialties to trade with humans and purchase all kinds of supplies. Humans could only see a lot of elves in the ancient green forest city. However, the ancient green forest city was also heavily guarded. 100,000 elite elven troops were stationed there, and experts were as common as clouds and experts were as common as rain. Anyone who attempted to hunt elves in the ancient green forest city would be hung on a tall iron tree if they were caught, and would be burnt to death by the sun. Outside the ancient green forest city, there was an ironwood corpse forest. There were more than 30,000 dried corpses hanging in the ironwood corpse forest. They were all the corpses of slave hunters. Half of them were human, while the other half were beast men, half-blood beast men, and even half-blood elves. The 30,000 terrifying dried corpses were a warning to outsiders not to hunt elves. However, every year, there would be desperados who would take the risk out of desperation, and then turn into dried corpses in the ironwood corpse forest. Money is not a problem for me. Yang Feng tossed a storage ring to Art-Ace. Use this money to establish a huge intelligence network. As for the Elven Empire, establish an intelligence network in the ancient green forest city. This is a space ring. Art-Ace received the storage ring, and his heart shook. On the Fesua plain, only greater aristocrats of the earls and dukes rank could have such a space ring. For a lesser aristocrat like Art-Ace, he had only heard of the existence of space rings. Now that he got his hands on one, his heart palpitated wildly, and he became extremely excited. Art-Ace poured his spirit into the storage ring, and his eyes suddenly surged with excitement. 100,000 magic energy stones. What a big sum. As expected of a great wizard. No, even among great wizards, there are few who can compare to him in terms of wealth. It seems that I've taken refuge in the right person this time. On the Fesua plain, 100,000 magic energy stones could easily be exchanged for more than 80 million gold coins. 80 million gold coins could not only easily make up for Artai's losses, but also allow him to establish a formidable intelligence network with this huge amount of wealth. Art-Ace showed a flattering smile and said, "Thank you for your trust, master. I will serve you with all my might. I won't let you down." Yang Feng said, "Get up." Art-Ace quickly got up, "Yes, master." Yang Feng waved his hand and dispelled the sound muting spell. Art-Ace said in a loud voice, "Everyone, listen up. After my bitter pleas, the great master magician Ian finally showed mercy and is willing to let us live. Now, everyone, retreat at once. I, Art-Ace, will compensate you for your losses." Artaiza's private troops secretly heaved sighs of relief. They looked at the beautiful elves with some unwillingness, but in the end, they didn't dare to disobey Artaiza's orders, and left with him. Yang Feng had killed so many of them that they were afraid. Nearly 200 people died to Yang Feng's sword, yet he wasn't tainted by even a speck of dust. Such an expert made them despair. In this place, only Yang Feng and the 300 tightly bound beautiful elves were left. The atmosphere became a little strange. Belinda looked at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes flashed with vigilance and apprehension. If 300 pureblood elves were sold in the human world, they would definitely fetch a sky-high price. In particular, Karina, who came from the Crossdale family, was a stunning beauty. If she was offered to the emperor of any human empire, she would definitely obtain the title of earl or above, and even a fief and become a hereditary aristocrat. These 300 pureblood elves could be exchanged for money, beauty, aristocratic titles, power, and fief in human empires. It would be hard for any human not to be tempted. Chapter 2:15. It was because Artace wanted to obtain these 300 sprites that he ruthlessly stabbed his former good friend and close partner, Gerald, in the back. Belinda was well aware that the fate of the elves was now in Yang Feng's hands. Belinda said softly, "Master Ian, thank you very much for coming to our rescue. You mentioned before that you wanted to go to the Elven Empire to have an audience with Her Majesty the Great Elven Monarch Azramia. I'll use all my power to get the higher-ups to agree." Nancy also said softly, "Master Ian, thank you for coming to our rescue." The little lowly nanny also said with a smile, "Master Ian, thank you." Yang Feng saw through Belinda's intentions at a glance, yet he didn't expose her. With a light smile, he slashed down with his sword, and holy light shone, cutting apart the special fishing nets binding Belinda. Belinda heaved a sigh of relief and drew her elven sword. With a flash of sword light, she cut apart the fishing nets binding Karina. Karina also leaped into the air. Sword light flashed in her hand, and like a swimming dragon, she swam among the bound elves. Wherever the sword light passed, the fishing nets were shattered, and the tightly bound elves were released one by one. Yang Feng no longer attacked. He sheathed the sword of light in his hand, took a few steps back, and stood still. Yang Feng mused silently. Karina's swordsmanship might be a bit stronger than Belinda's, yet she was so easily defeated. It seems that she has very little combat experience. In terms of swordsmanship alone, Karina, who was a sun elf and had received guidance from countless experts, was far stronger than Belinda. However, she had too little combat experience, which was why she was defeated by the strange moves of the human slave hunters. If she had 30% of Belinda's experience. Artace and them definitely wouldn't have captured the 300 elves so easily. After rescuing her companions one by one, Belinda heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Yang Feng with more sincere gratitude in her eyes. The 300 elves looked at Yang Feng with kindness and gratitude in their beautiful eyes. They knew very well that without Yang Feng, their fates would be very miserable. A fragrance wafting from her, Karina walked up to Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes, which seemed to be able to suck in a person's soul, revealed a smile, and she thanked him. "Ian, you are a good person. Thank you for coming to save us. Good people." When Yang Feng heard the pure thanks and looked at the pure and beautiful eyes, he had mixed feelings in his heart, and his mood was somewhat gloomy. At this moment, all kinds of schemes in his mind were cast aside, and he sighed in disappointment. "Maybe I used to be a good person. Right now, I'm just an ordinary person who holds the bottom line in his heart. Not good. I actually wavered just now. Truly frightening." As expected of the pure-blooded elves of the Crossdale family who are known to have the beauty of a god and can even make gods fall. As soon as he sighed, Yang Feng was alarmed. He operated a secret method, focused his spirit, and looked at Karina with a trace of vigilance in the abyss of his eyes. Karina didn't use any charm techniques at all. Her mere existence was already a kind of beauty, a kind of beautiful scenery. Pure and natural. The more he looked at her, the more he felt her charm. Yang Feng could be considered to have seen a lot of beautiful women. He had only seen Karina twice, yet he was still unconsciously attracted by her charm. Karina said, "Your sword is very beautiful, can I take a look at it?" Yang Feng smiled and handed Karina the sword of light. Karina drew the sword of light and waved it casually, and a sacred radiance blessed her, making her look very sacred, like the incarnation of a goddess. Karina waved the sword of light in high spirits and spoke with a faint smile, looking incomparably beautiful. "Sure enough, you liar. I was wondering why you looked so beautiful, so it was because of this spell. In fact, my looks are pretty good. It's not just because of the spell. You're so arrogant." "It's not arrogance, but self-confidence. Ian, do you really plan to build a city in the Red Earth wasteland? There's nothing here. Even if you build a city, how do you plan to maintain it? Although the Red Earth wasteland is barren, but I can definitely turn it into a huge treasure trove. In history, there were several people who boasted, yet they eventually left with their tails between their legs. Are you one of them? I'll be the one to create new history. You're so arrogant. It's not arrogance, it's self-confidence. Where do you get the confidence to surpass those powerhouses in history? Because I'm Ian. Belinda walked over, coughed lightly, and interrupted, Karina, we should go. Karina hugged Belinda's hands and said coquettishly, Belinda, I suddenly want to see how this arrogant guy will turn the Red Earth wasteland into a treasure trove. How about letting me play here for another year or two? Belinda said with a bitter smile, Your Highness Karina, I've already taken a great risk by taking you out this time. If you stay here, then we'll have to bear His Majesty's wrath when we return. Almost no one could refuse Karina's soft plea. However, when Belinda thought of how the 300 elves would have to bear the wrath of the great elven monarch if Karina stayed in the Red Earth wasteland, Karina's beautiful eyes dimmed. Holding the holy light sword in her arms, she looked at Yang Feng with some expectation and said, Ian, I'm leaving. I like this sword very much. Can you give it to me? Yang Feng replied with a smile, okay. Karina took out a green leaf and handed it to Yang Feng, this is my token. Go to the entrance of the elven woods, show this token, and someone will take you to see me. When she saw this, Belinda's pretty face changed slightly. She wanted to say something, but then hesitated, and fell silent. Yang Feng took out a black stone and handed it to Karina, this is a call stone, an alchemical treasure I refined myself. If you're in danger, you can call me through this call stone. Karina's beautiful eyes lit up slightly, and she said with some excitement and expectation, You're also an alchemist. Alchemy was an extremely high-end existence on the Feisua Plain. On the Feisua Plain, there were also wizards who specialized in alchemy. However, alchemists were much rarer than ordinary wizards. They could be said to be as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. When Belinda heard that, she cast a sidelong glance at Yang Feng, and began to seriously doubt whether Yang Feng was a divine chosen or not. Yang Feng said with a smile, That's right, my alchemy shouldn't be weak. Soon, the Red Earth wasteland will have our own alchemical products. If you like them, I can give you the general distribution rights in the Elven Empire. Karina asked curiously, What do you mean by giving me the general distribution rights in the Elven Empire? Yang Feng replied, My goods will only be sent to you in the Elven Empire. You can sell those goods however you want. You can sell them to whomever you want. In the Elven Empire, we won't sell our goods to anyone but you. You can definitely make a fortune with our goods. Karina said with a happy smile, Okay. When your product is ready, you must show it to me. If they're good, I'll help you sell them. Belinda just smiled bitterly as she watched Yang Feng dupe Karina into becoming his big client. Belinda urged him a few more times, and then finally took Karina and 300 elves towards the elven woods. Yang Feng looked at the backs of Karina and them, pondered for a while, and then pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and a phantom hunter equipped with a flight device flew into the sky and looked at Karina and company from the clouds. On the Feisua Plain, the gazes of the gods would fall on the secular world from time to time. Yang Feng didn't dare to directly launch a miniature reconnaissance satellite. After returning to the Miracle City, Yang Feng began to enter secluded cultivation and comprehend everything he comprehended in the recent battle. Such a battle was of great benefit to improving his strength. A day later. The Red Earth Wasteland, the land cursed by the gods. The truth of history is really hidden in the river of time. This is clearly the place where the four divine systems fought in the past, the land of death of gods. Yang Feng walked on the red earth of the Miracle City, looked at it, and sneered. According to the demonic fighting sex records, the Red Earth Wasteland was the place where the gods of the four divine systems fought. Countless god avatars and even their true bodies descended from their divine countries and fought in this area. Countless gods died, and the blood of gods dyed the land red. Gods could be said to be of a higher rank than human warlocks. Without purification towers, the formidable life force of warlocks would fuse with some non-life forms and give rise to all kinds of strange phenomena. The blood of gods also possessed terrifying power. Wherever the blood of gods fell, everything would be eroded, and not even a blade of grass would grow. The land of death of gods would generally become a wasteland or a ruin. In the past, the Red Earth Wasteland was a wasteland, a ruin, and a dangerous existence. However, in order to prevent the dangers of the Red Earth Wasteland from entering the domains of various races, the gods purified the Red Earth Wasteland. Then, with the passage of time, it became the current Red Earth Wasteland. The reason why the Red Earth Wasteland couldn't grow any food was because the land still contained traces of the power of God's blood. Ordinary plants couldn't grow under the power of God's blood. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching glint. For others, this is a wasteland, but for me, it's a treasure trove. Chapter 2:16. Yang Feng took out a black seed and flicked it, and it flew into the earth. He silently recited an incantation, pointed at the black seed, and cast the level 1 spell, Extraordinary Plant Catalysis. A green magical radiance directly entered the black seed. The black seed suddenly gave birth to countless transparent roots, which plunged into the earth and frantically extracted the nutrients in the earth. One could faintly see traces of a red substance being extracted. The black seed germinated and grew rapidly. Under the power of the spell, it grew into a 5-meter-tall tree. On the tree, there were watermelon-sized fruits hanging strangely from the branches. It looked like they would fall to the ground if the wind blew. Yang Feng cast Mage Hand and pulled forcefully, pulling a watermelon-sized fruit from the tree branch. He slapped the fruit with his palm. Pa! The skin and a layer of transparent liquid splashed, revealing a blood-red, steel-like fruit in the center. Yang Feng looked at the blood-red, steel-like fruit, and his eyes flashed with a scorching glint. Divine blood steel, this is one of the top materials for forging legend-rank secret treasures. With divine blood steel, as long as there are enough materials, I can manufacture a large number of legend-rank battle robots. The black seed was called Power Purification Seed. It was an extraordinary plant cultivated by a genius Starry Sky warlock who was proficient in extraordinary botany in the Tyrannid subcontinent. In order to solve the predicament of the land polluted by the blood of experts fighting in ancient times, he carefully cultivated it. This power purification seed could survive in areas polluted by the blood of formidable beings, absorb the residual power of the blood of formidable beings, and condense it into a magic mineral. If it was an area polluted by divine blood, it would give birth to divine blood steel. If it was an area polluted by demonic blood, it would give birth to demonic blood steel. Whether it was divine blood steel or demonic blood steel, both were top materials for forging legend-rank secret treasures. The land where the power of divine blood was sucked away would be purified and become fertile land. The reason why there were no scorched lands left behind by the fierce battles between gods and fiends in the Tyrannid subcontinent was due to the existence of this power purification seed. However, due to the long passage of time, there was no need for them. The number of these seeds gradually declined, and they were almost extinct. Yang Feng had also found a few such seeds in Black Dragon Pagoda's collection room, and then unceremoniously took them for himself. Originally, he planned to use it in the Great Cloud Dynasty, but he didn't expect that by chance, he would use it in the Feisua Plains Red Earth Wasteland. Yang Feng took out the legend-rank sharp dagger, stabbed the red fruit, operated his power, erupted with the life force of a level 2 warlock in a flash, and cut open the red fruit inch by inch, revealing the 19 black seeds inside. When Yang Feng saw the 19 black seeds, he revealed a smile and pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and countless mechanical locusts flew out, pounced on the purification tree, and gnawed at the fruits growing on it. The fruits were gnawed clean by the mechanical locusts and fell from the tree, revealing the red flesh. The tree of purification purified the red soil within a radius of 10 meters, turning it into fertile black. At the same time, 10 watermelon-sized fruits were formed. Yang Feng obtained 10 balls of 50 kilograms of divine blood steel and 190 purification seeds at once. After repeating this action 9 times, Yang Feng obtained 10 balls of divine blood steel and 1,881 purification seeds. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional crest on his chest, and a dense swarm of mechanical bees flew out. With the 1,881 purification seeds in their mouths, they planted them every 20 meters, and then entered the farmland he had planned. After all the purification seeds were planted, Yang Feng flipped his hand, took out the legend rank magic staff rain scepter, pointed it at the sky, and unleashed the legend rank meteorological spell torrential rain descent attached to the rain scepter. A green magic radiance entered the sky, and the water elemental particles in the sky were immediately attracted from all directions and condensed into dark clouds. The dark clouds stretched for several kilometers, and before long, light rain began to fall from the sky. Yang Feng looked at the sky and mused, sure enough, the power of water magic cast in such a place with thin water vapor isn't satisfactory. The might of different spells cast in different environments was completely different. An ordinary magician would not even be able to cast a fireball under the water. Even among legendary mages, few could cast a fireball underwater. In some places with thin elemental particles, even spells couldn't be cast. This was the limitation of wizards. Wizard pagodas, warlock pagodas, and such existences can absorb the drifting elements in space and converge them inside the elemental pool. Therefore, the might of the spells cast inside the warlock pagodas is much greater than that of the spells cast in ordinary places. In the red earth wasteland, rivers, lakes, and ponds were completely extinct, and the water elemental particles were extremely thin. The might of the legend rank meteorological spell torrential rain descent was reduced to a pitiful level. That's Master Ian casting a spell. Amazing. To be able to call the wind and summon the rain, Master Ian is really amazing. In the Miracle City, when the slaves saw the rain, they cheered and their worship of Yang Feng increased. Clive looked at the rain in the sky, revealed a smile, and said full of joy, so powerful. Master Ian. Lena's eyes flashed with a glint of worry, but even Master Ian can't cast such a spell every day, right? With such a powerful spell, I'm sure the price one has to pay is also greater. Under the nourishment of the rain, the purification seeds slowly grew roots and pierced the earth. When their roots pierced the earth, they began to absorb the power of the remnant divine blood and began to grow frantically. Purification trees immediately grew, bloomed, and bore fruit. In one breath, they purified more than 200 acres of extremely fertile black earth. A maid came up to Lena and said, "Madam Lena, Master invites you." Lena nodded slightly and followed the maid towards the agricultural area designated by Yang Feng. This is black earth. Black earth that can be freely cultivated. For thousands of years, the red earth wasteland, which had never been conquered by anyone, was actually conquered by Master Ian. This is simply a miracle. When Lena entered the agricultural area and saw the more than 200 acres of black earth, her beautiful eyes flickered with endless shock. She was even more shocked than when she saw the Miracle City that night. Located at the junction of the four empires, the red earth wasteland was extremely vast, even reaching 2/3 of the area of the Morin's Empire. Many ambitious and ruthless people wanted to establish a foundation in the red earth wasteland, but ultimately failed to conquer the stubborn red earth, and could only leave with their tails between their legs. The gods in the starry sky had the power to purify the red earth. However, purifying the red earth required them to consume a lot of divine power and energy, which was far from being as simple and easy as purifying the purification seeds. Besides, the gods were busy enjoying themselves, practicing cultivation in seclusion, comprehending laws, and strengthening their divine countries. Who would be willing to condescend and consume a lot of divine power and energy to purify the red earth wasteland's divine blood? With a flick of his wrist, Yang Feng threw a pouch and a knowledge crystal to Lena. Lena, these are breadfruit tree seeds. Go and organize people to plant the breadfruit tree seeds. This is a knowledge crystal for planting breadfruit trees. Crush it immediately. Yes. Sir. Lena crushed the knowledge crystal and felt a lot of knowledge enter her mind. After a good while, she respectfully saluted Yang Feng and said. Yang Feng left and arrived before an artificial lake with a diameter of 1 kilometer and a depth of 30 meters, with a hill in the center. Due to the legend rank spell torrential rain, a shallow layer of water had accumulated at the bottom of the artificial lake. Yang Feng flicked his fingers, and the seeds of the purification seeds that had just been harvested flew into the artificial lake. As soon as the seeds of the purification seeds came into contact with the water, they gave birth to countless roots, took root in the artificial lake, and began to purify it. After the entire artificial lake was purified, Yang Feng's figure shook, and he arrived at the top of the hill. He took out green seeds, threw them on the top of the hill, and then silently recited an incantation and cast the level 1 spell extraordinary plant catalysis. Under Yang Feng's spell, the green seeds grew rapidly. Each of them grew into a 10-meter-tall huge tree with countless glistening emerald green leaves. Countless water elemental particles converged from all directions and condensed on the leaves of the huge tree. When the wind blew, raindrops fell from the leaves of the huge tree and fell to the ground. This huge tree was an extraordinary plant called rain tree. It had a special characteristic, that was, it could absorb water elemental particles from all directions, condense them into water droplets, and then let the water droplets fall to the ground like rain. This rain tree was most suitable to lock the water elemental particles in the Miracle City. As long as the water in the Miracle City wasn't moved too far away, it could absorb the water elemental particles, condense them into rain, and then sprinkle them into the super-large artificial lake. Of course, to fill the super-large artificial lake, it wasn't enough to rely on the rain tree alone. It was necessary to draw a steady stream of water from other places and fill the super-large artificial lake. In the Red Earth wasteland, where water elemental particles were scarce, the rain tree could only lock in water. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.